Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was drowning, now I'm shouting. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. telling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you telling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you telling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take a Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. Just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. Cause this is the start of something new. Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift. And I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. Cause this is the start of something new. Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, my time, my time, my time. What I wanna do. My time.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you.
Just take me for a ride. Things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we're taking flight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep. You'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely. I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself?
If I told you
That we could have a better life.
If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about. If I told you
That we could have a better life, would you bring the old you?
or is that person still alive?
If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even be herself?
if I told you
That we could have a better life.
baby.
Welcome everyone here in Las Vegas. I'd like to welcome the online just as well as the offline, here the live audience. This is the first time. And this is the Freestyle Grand Slam 2025 4th edition. I'm Judith Polgar, and a Grandmaster. I'm so excited to see this event because it's so different from like the previous ones. It's amazing lineup, very refreshing. Players are playing, obviously Nakamura, who is the initiator of this whole series, Nakamura, Fabiano, and another 6 U.S. players. But of course, we have the Indian great prodigies and players, Eric Gaisi, Pragnananda. And we also have a special newcomer, the first lady is playing in this competition. And I will be trying to get all the information, all the insights, everything, of course, again, with no other than Peter Leko, the legendary player and coach. So, Peter, what do you think about this incredible setup? We are playing in the Las Vegas on the Strip. What do you expect from this exceptional event?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. It's a sensational event. It's a real spectacle. If you look at the playing hall, you just feel like, wow, this is amazing stuff. I can't really wait for the action to start. Yeah, it's Las Vegas with so many great players. Magnus Carlsen already facing Vincent Kam in the very first round. But yeah, we should not run ahead. Let's just enjoy the event, and I'm looking forward to everything.
Okay, and of course, this time again, we are going to have the opening expert, Nicholas Huschenbert. Welcome. Nicholas, what do you expect from this extremely difficult event for the players? What do you think they have in mind right now in this very special occasion?
Thank you, Judith. Hi, Peter. Hello from me as well. Welcome back to the next Grand Slam here in Vegas. And I am also very thrilled to be here and commentate on this amazing event, 16 players. And I think on this very first day, Judith, it's all about surviving because they will just play 7 games. And these 7 games will decide whether they have a shot at winning this event altogether or not. So this is a huge, huge day. And I think the players are definitely feeling a little bit nervous right now.
Well, indeed. And let's see the format. What is it going to be? Because it is something very special indeed. Because we are going to have the round robin phase, the group stage. There are 2 groups of 8 players each who play each other in the round robin. The top 4 players of each group advance to the upper bracket quarterfinals. The 4 remaining players of each group drop off the lower bracket quarterfinals. And then we will move on to phase 2, where the double elimination works. Players is in the upper bracket compete with the Grand Slam Championship for Las Vegas. And players who are in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket. Players in the lower bracket compete for the remaining placements. But don't worry, because we will give you more insight and details how all this is going to be working. And now let's see what are the prizes, what the players are playing for here, and what an incredible prize found, $710,000. What a first prize, $200,000 first prize. But of course, for everything is going to be played out already today. We will have some final things. Who is going to be able to play for the very top money on the first prize? And then let's go on and see not only the prize pool, but also the Grand Slam points what the players have. Also here you see, this is exactly how the the timing of the playing is. And then we see the players who won the previous Grand Slam Tour events. The first one was a very big surprise, as the underdog Vincent Keimer from Germany, very talented player, whose coach is just sitting next to me, Peter Leko. And we have Magnus Carlsen winning an incredible performance already in the next event in Paris, and also later on in the Grand K event. It was an open event, and now we are here at Las Vegas, July. Later on, we will have the upcoming events. Also, the final event is going to be in South Africa in December. So everything is open for a long time, because in December they are going to be playing for the double points for the Grand Slam points. And now let's see the Grand Slam points. It is very clear that Magnus Carlsen is on 65 points. He has a huge lead. Behind him, it's Fabiano Caruana. Vincent, of course, his victory on the first occasion with the 25 point, that was huge. What do you think, Peter, about the stats?
Well, also the standing is very interesting, because Magnus is leading with 67 points, but between Fabiano and Vincent there is only 2 points. Hikaru is behind them. He wants to have a fantastic event here in Las Vegas and jump ahead. Regarding the Magnus Carlsen statistics, we see all the numbers. We talked about it already, I think, in Paris. Okay, attack 89, I would give him much more. Okay, it's Magnus Carlsen for a reason. So to me, all the numbers should be added. Defensive skills, 95. How do you beat Magnus? That's a very big question. First of all, how do you get the upper hand against him? And even if you get the upper hand, then how are you gonna defeat him? It's almost impossible. 91 calculation. Strategy, well, 98 strategy, of course.
And we see in the meantime on the screen the number 11 up to 19, the scores, who has what points, all the participants who was playing and trying to get Grand Slam points there. And now let's see the groups. What kind of groups we have? We have 2 groups. And this is
Group
A.
Yes. Look at this, Magnus Carlsen, and we know Magnus Carlsen faces Vincent Keimer, Wesley So against Levon Aronyan. There are some incredible matchups. What a fantastic field.
An amazing field, but and also we see Bibisara Asabayeva, who is the underdog in this event. We are going to be talking about it, what kind of chances she has to qualify. And but we see that it's an incredible, colorful event of players. They are all already experienced freestyle players, I believe. And also we can look the B group, which is not less exciting, because there we also have incredible, of course, number 1 seeded is Nakamura, who is a favorite, we can say. But of course, what about Fabiano Caruana, right? But of course, we have to understand that for the players today, the main job is to qualify and to be in the top bracket, to the top 4 in this event. And, well, we have other players, a lot of American players competing in this event. So we'll see. Also, Hans Niemann, of course, gives a lot of excitement for every one of us, and also for our audience. I think everybody's waiting for him to show his skills on the chessboard. And now we want to go and show you a little summary of the last of the Granke Open, which was an amazing event where everybody could try out in a live competition in the same group together with the world champion Magnus Carlsen and many other top players. So let's see how was it there.
In Paris, 12 grandmasters came together as the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour arrived. 8 days and 100 games, they brought creativity and bold ideas to the board. From wild openings to breathtaking tactics, the freestyle format once again delivered. The final? A clash of giants, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. And it was Magnus who sealed the deal, with focus, precision, and brilliance. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana edged out Vincent Keimer in a thrilling battle for third. Paris gave us passion, surprises, and stories to remember. But freestyle chess wasn't done. Next stop, Karlsruhe, Germany. Magnus Carlsen made history, delivering a masterpiece at the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open. 9 rounds, 9 wins. A perfect score. The traditional tournament brought more than 3,000 players from around the world together, from ambitious amateurs to the very best on the planet, giving players the freedom to choose their battlefield, classical or freestyle. Magnus claimed the crown once again, and now the story continues. Will the greatest of all time keep his winning streak alive? Welcome to Las Vegas.
But in every event, there are some changes and some interesting new updates. So now I would also like to share with you what are the formats and exactly what is going to happen. So we are going to see just in a few days who is going to be the champion of the Las Vegas leg of the Grand Slam in freestyle chess. It is very exciting. It can be also complicated at first when you saw all these explanations, but as it's going to be heating up, we are going to be getting more clearer picture. And today we have the elimination part, the group stages. So I would suggest let's look at the matchup because all the players already, I think, they are going to be in their mindset. Let's go and play. So I ask you first, Peter, what do you think about the matchup of this group, Aronian Wesley? So what is something that it catches your eye that you would be really going focusing? I have a guess.
Yes, well, Vincent Keimer against Magnus Carlsen, clearly because we have also seen the Grenke Open, and we know the historical result from Magnus Carlsen winning it with a stunning 9 out of 9, and in the very last game, he has beaten Vincent Keimer in that decisive game. It was also kind of said that it was a game of many hundreds of $1,000s because we have also seen the tour standings. Everything, a lot depended on that game. But now it's the first game. It's still the round robin. It's about qualification. It's about staying in the race for winning the title. You have to get the first 4 spots, otherwise you are out of it.
And let's see the other group, because that's also not less exciting. We are going to see the other group. Nicholas, what do you think? What is something that you're really looking forward in round 1?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to see Hans Niemann in action. He was supposed to play in Paris, but then he withdrew pretty last minute. Now he's back. He qualified, and there are a lot of American players, 5 players in this group fighting for 4 spots. So it will be interesting to see if the veterans Nakamura, Kawana can prevail, or maybe the young guard can take some spots as well. So this will be very interesting.
We're going to be finding it out very soon, but at first I'd like to drop the cameras on the stage because we're just seeing the players coming into the playing hall.
And making his debut here today on the freestyle chess circuit, please welcome Sam Sevian. Next up, he's a 5-time Puzzle Battle World Champion with a peak rating of 2704 and returning to Vegas where he finished 2nd in the Millionaire Chess Tournament, hoping to do one better this time around. It's Ray Robson. Now playing in his 3rd freestyle event in 2025 with an impressive 4th place finish in our first event of the year. Currently sitting at his peak rating of 27-22 and tied for 9th in our overall tournament standings. It's Javokir Sindarab. Next up is the other half of that 2-way tie for 9th. Joining us for the 3rd time here on the freestyle circuit, he's the youngest ever World Rapid Chess Champion. It's Nuribek Abdusatorov. Our next player is a two-time chess Olympiad gold medalist who returns to the freestyle chess circuit following his first appearance in Paris. We're happy to welcome back Vinit Gudrathi. Next up, we have a 22-year-old grandmaster, currently at his peak rating of 2736 and ranking as high as 16th in the world, looking to leave his mark on the freestyle chess world. It's Hans Niemann. We now turn to a three-time U.S. chess champion and the 5th highest rated player in history. He was the first World Fischer Random Chess Champion. Give it up for Wesley So. Rejoining us on the freestyle circuit is the 4th highest rated player in history. He's a World Rapid and Blitz champion, leading his national team to 3 gold medals in chess Olympiads. It's Levon Aronian. Next to the stage, a 5-time Cuban champion and world champion in Blitz, following an impressive 5th place finish in the Grenke Freestyle event. We're excited to welcome Lenier Dominguez. Next to the stage is the winner of 3 separate Freestyle Fridays, with impressive showings in the previous 2 Freestyle Chess Grand Slams. He's the 2nd Indian player ever to cross the 2,800 threshold and currently holds 6th in our overall standings. Give it up for Arjun Erigaisi. He was the winner of the first leg of 2025 in Weisenhaus. At 20 years old, he's Germany's strongest grandmaster and currently number 3 in the overall freestyle chess Grand Slam standings. It's Vincent Keimer. And making his 2nd appearance on the circuit, following his debut in Paris, a Chess Olympiad gold medalist, having won this year's Tata Steel Chess Tournament and ascending to the world number 4 position. We welcome back Pragnananda Ramesh Babu. Following him, we have the reigning and 4-time U.S. chess champion with the 3rd highest peak rating of all time. He's one of our most consistent performers and the current number 2 in the overall standings. It's Fabiano Caruana. Our next player is coming off an impressive 2nd place showing in our Paris leg of the Grand Slam and currently sits 4th in the overall standings. We're excited to welcome back a 5-time U.S. chess champion, winner of this year's American Cup and current world rank number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. Finally, please welcome to the stage 5-time world chess champion, 5-time world rapid chess champion, and reigning 8-time world blitz chess champion, holding the world number 1 position by rating since 2011. He's the winner of our Paris and Grenke legs, making him the current points leader for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. It's Magnus Carlsen. And there you have it, folks. A stacked field of 16 competitors ready to do battle over the course of the next 5 days. It kicks off today with our 7-round round robin. There's only one thing left to do, though, and that's to find out what the shape of the battlefield will look like that they play for the first round of the day. I'm bringing back Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to help me out with this one. Normally, we're in the studio locked away when the position is drawn. This time around, it's your two responsibilities. So, Tanya, whenever you're ready, let them roll. All right, David Howell, pick us a good one.
Position 575.
Position 575 will be the first position for our round robin today. All the players now have 10 minutes to discuss within their pods, strategize as they please before stepping towards the tables. As they do just that, we'll reset towards the studio and we'll be back to break down all the action in just a minute. We'll see you there.
Okay. It's rook, knight, king, knight. Rook, queen, bishop, bishop. Rook, knight, king,
E4, E5, F4.
Can I play e4, f5?
E4, F5.
G5? Or no, f4 is more. Makes more sense.
Ah, so E4 maybe not.
G4 first?
I assume G4, F4.
G4, G6.
No, but E4, F5, like if you take in 93, F4,
No, I don't know. But G6, G3?
I did flip Queen F6.
okay, knight C3.
G5.
E4, F5. Ah, yeah.
G5. The bishop's good with stuff.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this 93 Queen F6.
Is E4, G5 bad?
F4?
Take it.
96.
Yeah.
E4, G5.
That's why I said.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So G4 you said?
But E4, G5, G3.
E4, G5, G3?
F5, E5.
F4.
Are we generally happy with this?
I think we're good.
And if F4 we're playing F, right?
Okay, so E4?
No, but before G5, F4,
Okay, 96.
Let's say F1.
96,
Yeah, I don't know.
C3,
No,
C3, D4.
looks very bad to do.
Maybe H5.
What do you play? Sorry. What do you play?
E4, G5, 4, yeah,
No, 96 Queen F4.
Yeah,
That's C3, D4.
yeah, C3, D4.
H5.
But we play C5.
Huh? C5?
Yeah, C5, knight C6. The bishops are not great.
Here.
Maybe.
And then we start with H5 maybe?
No, not this. C5.
Yeah, C5.
No, I just want to get this bishop. I need like H5 bishop.
Yeah, but
I think it's this one.
we have one bad piece. Like one
Yeah,
piece and bottom bad.
No, G3 is more annoying here, but you say F5, yeah?
Yeah, G3, F5.
Okay, this is principled, of course, yeah? This would have to go. So D4.
That's just
We play get away with C5.
Knight C6, C3.
with C5 we're probably running into Queen C4 now.
Because there's much here.
Oh.
No, wait, C5, D5?
D6.
D6.
F3
Yeah, I think after D5,
like
you should
C5.
take knight and 7.
But what about like D6?
We cannot play E4, G5, knight E3 for small. It's idea G3 for
Yeah.
If you play e6, then I can play f4.
D6 right now.
So here you
Or knight
see.
c6
Yeah.
first, full c6.
D5, knight d3.
Knight c6,
Play
you play
e6,
c3.
now I think f4 or d5.
If I go knight c6, let's say, play g4. H3, yeah?
Yeah, h3.
H3, h5, what's good to
Takes this 22 and like
Then c3.
What was wrong with the e4, e5 on the wall?
45, yeah?
I'm sure there's no terrible.
No.
Can't be bad move.
F4, let's say, yeah? Ah, F4 takes this to 5, yeah.
But then rook f1.
Bit scared.
Yeah, rook f1 is scared.
Oh, we still have g6 there, but
But that's already a stretch.
You can just take and go g6
Wait.
but it doesn't attack. Like it's b2's always attacking.
One second.
Oh, if I can't.
Yeah, this is very interesting actually.
F5 rook f4, queen d4.
Like queen f5, we
G6,
gain a
G6,
tempo with g6. But even then, okay, let's look at that though. Rook f1, queen before, queen f5.
Queen before knight c3, knight c3. No, d5.
This is a good trick. I like it.
I don't know if we're tricking or getting tricked. Okay, rook f1, queen d4.
Long castle d4 such.
Do you want to take with the bishop?
Yeah, maybe bishop. He's bishop.
Can you take and play symmetrical and tempo up?
You take with knight.
You got the whole thing, yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
D4.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Slightly better, no, for one? This one?
c4.
And long castle? Long castle, long castle. Long castle, long castle.
yeah, and
Knight c4.
Take
long.
knight c4. Or here immediately.
we can go to D4.
I mean, immediately, yeah.
Not sure. We can.
And
Here, queen
queen,
h6.
queen before also.
Yeah,
So takes.
Ah, there's queen before. Mate. Refine.
And, I mean, I don't know why white is better.
b3? What? What's like that now?
Oh yeah, now d5, d6.
Yeah, yeah.
But he has nowhere else for it.
Yeah, maybe this is.
It's at least played, yeah?
Sensible.
Maybe not knight c6. Take d5?
Yeah, take. Oh, I mean,
I take knight f6, yeah?
oh, no, okay. Oh,
Do we have knight
some
f6?
But do you think
So take D5 then?
Yeah, take d5.
Knight c5. No, d5 is hanging, no?
b6?
c6 and then long castle?
No, but
No, I mean c6 maybe bishop g2. Sorry.
Then why don't we play D4 directly? This might ask the question.
Yeah.
yeah,
First
after knight e5, yeah? Immediately.
Might as well.
So the players will start in 2 minutes.
Really, you got it?
this.
So good morning, dear chess players, dear audience. To the audience, I ask kindly to take care that the mobile phones are in silent mode. Please check it. Okay, say this. We can start. Please enjoy your games.
So the first game, the first round just started on Las Vegas Strip for the Freestyle Grand Slam 2025. Let's see how the players decided, because it was a lot of debates who is choosing what, and I've seen some of the analysis were heavily in the middle game, and I also see something which I've seen in their analysis maybe between So and Aronian. What do you think, Peter? All the game was the first move. It was clearly the same move in this group, 1F4.
Yes, F4, I feel like it's a safe choice and it makes sense, yeah. The players will play 7 very tough games, and you first also would like to settle into the tournament, yeah, just to get a position where you feel like you have everything under control, you have nothing to worry about. But we see the very first break of the symmetry by Magnus Carlsen. He opted for the move D5 on the second move, stopping white from going E4. Vincent is taking his time because now he has to adjust to a new strategy. I believe that the players discussed the symmetrical lines mainly, and this is a surprise by Magnus.
Well, it is interesting that also during the analysis phase, what the players got this 10 minutes to get familiar with the pieces, which one has the power on what square. And at some point, I quote this, someone said that the bishops are not good there. So probably that's why also we see G3, F4 in the positions, because they really want to get some air for the bishop from H1 and on G1. And it seems like Magnus indeed plays very much against those bishops, but now there is a very strange setup there. Actually not both, but all 4 of the bishops might be complaining in this position. Don't you think so?
Yeah, well, it's very funny because now Vincent also played the move D4, and he said, you know what, Magnus, if you thought like this F5, D5 stonewall kind of setup is a clever idea, then let me do it myself. I have the extra G3 tempo. So Magnus is trying to make sense of it, not going G6, but first starting to transfer that knight towards the e4 square, yeah? Because when we talk about this structure, then it's clear that black's knight from b8 via d7, f6 wants to reach the e4 square. Now probably Vincent will do the same journey. The big question is the knight from d1 heading via f2, d3 to e5, or the knight from b1 via d2, f3 to e5? Just like Magnus, it's a strategical battle. It's kind of a game where Magnus is, of course, very experienced, but I think also Vincent kind of likes these slow maneuvering games.
I think before we go and pick any of the games, I know that the time control is very fast, 10 minutes each players, and they have the extra 10 seconds of bonus per move. But let's go and look the other 4 games also. What was the first starting move? Whether is it 100% everybody played f4? Because that seems to be some Las Vegas opening created here in round 1.
Well, looking at the games, it seems like yes.
Absolutely. How clear it was, it seems, for the players to play 1f4. And here I would like to ask Nicholas, what do you think? Was f4 really the best move, or it was only the most logical move?
Well, I was checking a little bit during the analysis of the players, and indeed there was no clear best move. I think e4 was maybe marginally best, but honestly the position was fairly equal. And f4, as you guys pointed out, makes a lot of sense. You're controlling a center square, you're opening up the bishop on g1, followed by g3. Many of the players played like that because you want to open up the bishops early. And what here would we see what Arjun did, now to just switch, I'm just going to show it. Also what Magnus did against Vincent makes a lot of sense, because in freestyle chess in the opening phase, it's usually about who gets the first break in. And obviously as white, you have one extra move. So white is eyeing this e4 break, and by going d5, of course, this is becoming much more difficult. Whereas, for example, if we go over to another game, let's say between Ray Robson and Sam Sevian, here we see that white was able to get the e4 break in, open the position first, and because white has this extra move, actually white has some chances in this position. So I think it was really the big question for black whether to allow the early break with e4 or not, and it seems it was better, like some of the players played, like Magnus, to keep the position close to stop e4 from happening.
Yeah, it is incredibly interesting what you just said and what we are witnessing in the games, that it is clear that the players had to be incredibly fast, understanding the position, understanding the priorities of the position, right? And this is also very intuitive. And of course, Magnus Carlsen just does not come here and play freestyle just to be very creative and I will decide everything at the board and so on. But trust me, we know him. Probably he played already thousands of games on different positions of freestyle. And he's grasping and understanding a lot of the insights, and he has, of course, a fantastic intuition, understanding in chess in general. So probably it's not by chance that he felt it that f5, d5 can be very safe and maybe the best continuation. I would suggest to let's pick one specific game. You said, Peter, that which you would like to see and which is on your eyes are on is definitely on Magnus Carlsen against Vincent, because it is a very interesting strategic position, and I think we can dig into it even if we have very little time. It can be very interesting to discuss why and who is better in this position and what are actually the plans which can be after this very special pawn structure.
Yes, so maybe let's take it from the start. Yeah, we see at the moment the current position, a4, a5 played. It's a typical kind of situation. White would love to gain space on the queen side, but Magnus says stop with a5, stopping that a pawn. And Vincent is taking his time. He's down to 6.5 minutes, so Magnus is up on the clock. But what Vincent says that, you know what, I have everything under control. I don't have to worry about the clock. Look at the position. Yeah, let me just highlight the two bishops you mentioned in the corner. So they are both kind of lined up, but both sides are trying to shut those bishops out of the game. Now the point, however, with white, by going knight to e5, inviting black to take on e5, which would be a crazy strategical mistake, then white would be able to capture back with the d pawn, opening up the diagonal of the g1 bishop and burying that bishop on h8 with a d takes e5 construction. So Magnus will clearly not touch it. He starts his own journey with his knight. He's heading towards the e4 square himself. It's a very interesting strategical battle. I feel like the players maybe feel like, okay, give us a little bit more time. It's so interesting, so fascinating to try to dig deeper, because those small little nuances can influence the game. Where do we put the kings, for example, is a very big question.
Well, I was also wondering if does h3 make any sense from white point of view, trying to break up that pawn structure, and if black goes h5, then knight g6 is an opportunity for white. Though I guess I don't want to exchange my central, extremely beautiful knight in e5 for the h8 bishop, right?
But I already know that you are super sharp. And no matter how early it is, if it's first day, we are jet lag, whatever, do it in perfect shape. Spotting this h3 idea, Vincent goes knight b3. It's the more logical one, but I love this, that he always put these tactical ideas.
Well, I'm expecting actually that one day maybe some e4 may come. Of course, we are still far away from that, but you don't know what can show up. But which side would you take, Peter, at this point?
Well, actually, after knight b3, knight this, yeah, and Vincent playing the move rook d1, he's trying to go queen e1. Okay, now I see he wants to activate the queen, and that was the reason behind the move knight b3, targeting the pawn on a5. If you just look at the evil bar, then you might get the feeling like, what is Vincent doing? The computer doesn't like it, but now we understand that humanly it makes a lot of sense, because there would be no real comfortable way for black to defend the pawn. It's also a very concrete approach.
Well, as we know Magnus, he's always ready to sacrifice one for some initiative and play. But I was also wondering if white wants to go bishop f2 e1, but it seems to be probably it's not activating the bishop enough. Anyway, black can go b6. So maybe king c7 seems to be a sensible move. So after queen e1, b6 can be played. The c6 pawn is defended.
Yeah, this is the idea. Yeah, that because black can never play b6 unless the pawn on c6 is protected. Yeah, so that's why Judith's suggestion of king c7. But with king c7, you kind of already agree that you won't be able to castle, and your opponent will always know, and this is one of the main points and the trickier spots in freestyle chess, yeah, that if you determine your king's position way too early and your opponent still has the chance of castling somewhere, then it would be, but that white played the move rook e1 to d1, white is also not flexible enough with his king, yeah, so it's a very intriguing situation.
So, Nicholas, what do you think? Is Peter correct with thinking that black might be more well off keeping the option of castling anywhere on king side or queen side, or you don't care that much?
Well, I think castling to the right side of the board is quite difficult, because you would need to move the queen, you would need to move the bishop on g8, so it would take you some time. And as Peter has said, white has moved the rook from e1 to d1, so castling in this direction now is not possible anymore, just like in normal, let's say classical chess. Once you have moved the rook, you cannot castle in this direction anymore. So this means this king will most likely also stay on the left side of the board. And here indeed, to deal with this threat of going after the a5 pawn, black should go king c7, because now after queen e1, you can go b6. The king has defended the pawn on c6. This is why you want to move the king up, so the pawn cannot be taken by the knight. And I was looking at a move like queen c3 here. Once again, going after a pawn looks very logical, but black can go knight b8. And I know it looks a little bit strange, but on the other hand, the white pieces are also not looking very impressive. So this is actually quite okay for black. But it is something that Magnus has to consider here, and he's going down on time. Actually, he was up by a minute or so. Now he is down by a minute. And of course, with this time control, the time management is very, very important, because you don't want to be down on the clock in a complex position. And of course here, with not a single piece being exchanged yet, this is of course very difficult to play still. So we have queen to h6.
h6, wow.
And now we have king to b1.
Yeah, basically Vincent was expecting the move queen h1 because king b1 was blitzed out. Very interesting because there was a pin. Let's just show this pin, maybe.
Yes, so after queen h6, there's the threat to take twice on e5 because the queen is pinning the pawn on f4. This is why Vincent stepped out of the way to deal with this threat. And now knight c4 was played. This is given a question mark by the computer.
I almost feel like, isn't it Judith's time? E4 somewhere? I don't know.
It might be coming soon.
It crossed my mind after knight c4. But you know, it's very interesting that after queen h6, I was wondering why king b1 is so obvious. Why not e3 is a better option? I mean, the g1 bishop is basically biting in its pawns already on that diagonal. And there could be an opening opportunity for the queen by playing e3. But by playing Vincent instantly king b1, this is a very practical decision. So I'm not going to be thinking king b1, because I think it can be very, very helpful against Magnus or some of the top guys when you play instantly a move, because it's very disturbing, because it's others move again, and Magnus plays very fast, certainly, though he does not have so much time. He's behind in time, which is not a very common situation for him.
I also feel like the last couple of moves went very much in Vincent's direction. We talked about it, that black wanted to cement his knight on e4, just like Vincent, but actually that knight landed on c4, which can always be traded. It is white who will decide when is the time right to, because you don't want to trade the monster knight on e5. Clearly, then again, black's bishops would also come to life. It's a very interesting situation. Clockwise, Magnus down to 4 minutes 14 seconds. Vincent a little bit up on the clock, but not tough call for white. Yeah, how do you proceed? How are you getting something out of the position?
Absolutely. I keep looking at this e4 opportunity, and not to take the g4 pawn if the black taking on with the f pawn, but to take on c4 and then knight d2 and somehow bring the b3 knight into the center. But of course, the calculation has to be starting, and the players has to be extremely focused. Usually Vincent is a very solid guy with great calculation. So if he has to start knight c5, what's going on? Why is this question mark for knight c5? Knight c4 was a question mark. Let's figure out why is it.
Yeah, computer doesn't like it. Well, the big question is, and this is also a psychological battle, that you want to kind of invite your opponent to capture on c5. The big question is, will there be a golden opportunity, a golden moment to maybe break the symmetry? And with this little time on the clock, will the players be able to spot those critical moments, like, for example, a computer, or you just rely on your instinct and you think like, oh, my opponent wants to provoke me to capture on c5 or on c4, so I'm not going to do it. Yeah, it's very tricky stuff.
And now I want to highlight the drawback, what I was suggesting when I considered e3 as an option. First of all, Vincent clearly wanted to put his queen on e1, and now after knight c5 dc, the bishop can be brought out to d4 in the next move. That's a very important spot for it.
Yeah, that's absolutely the point, yeah, that you don't want to close your bishop. Now queen e6, however, white is unable to maintain the knight on e5, yeah? So we see a trade on c4 and then maybe a follow-up like bishop d4, getting rid of the dark square bishops. Is that a way to play knight takes c4, d4, bishop d4?
Also, I'm thinking to play maybe knight takes c4, d takes c4, and rook a3, with the idea to play rook e3 at some point, or playing e4 and rook e3.
That's actually an ambitious move. I like it, because the move bishop d4, that's why even my voice kind of was not convincing enough. Yes, because I was not sure at all if we really want to trade those bishops. Yeah, then the pawn on c5 will be vulnerable. The bishop on h1 will be shut out of the game even after knight takes c4 dc. Let me just highlight this monster pawn on c6, burying the bishop from h1. And that bishop on g8 might look like it's not so impressive, but actually it will guard the pawn on c4. So very tricky strategic situation, and the players are burning time.
But you know, there is a very interesting idea suddenly. If white is capturing the knight on c4, d takes c4, the d file is open. So if, let's say, I go rook a3, suddenly long castle to the left side, rook to d8 can be unpleasant, and suddenly maybe black is taking over and taking the initiative.
Yeah, this is the point, that actually black can castle. Because this one we have to highlight that it seems like the d file is occupied, and Vincent goes e4, he is breaking the center, f takes e4, recapture by Magnus. All right, but I think this also Vincent will be happy
Queen
that
e4.
there is some clarity. Yeah, queen takes e4. But let me just highlight this, that actually black is able to castle long because the king will just stay on c8 and the king is not crossing the d file. Yeah? So the king would not be able to move from e8 to c8, but from c8 just the rook jumps to d8 and already castle has been done.
What do you think, Nicholas, about this position? There a lot has happened and the position opened up?
Yeah, I think the key difference is really here that the black king hasn't moved yet and the white king has moved already. So for white, it is much more difficult to get the rook on a1 into the game. Whereas, as you guys pointed out, black can just swing the rook over, play the castle here on the left side of the board, and activate this rook. So actually the natural move queen takes e4 would be already a clear mistake, because after castle you have some coordination issues with the rook on a1, and black is taking over here since the rook is threatening to come in. Let's say you trade, and now you would probably trade on e6, but in the end you have to play an awkward move like king c1 to stop rook d1 from happening. And here black is actually clearly better. There's also c3 in the air, maybe bishop f5, and black would be taking over. So Vincent, what did he do? He played rook to a3. He did not take back. There were two moves which were decent. Bishop takes e4 and c3. Rook a3 should lead to a better position now for black once again if black castles now. Both players getting low on time, 3 minutes versus 2 minutes, but it is Magnus right now who is looking good. Peter or Judith?
Well, in the meantime, while this is going slowly and we're going to see, I think, a queen exchange and probably an endgame, can we jump into Niemann's position, because that is something very promising for Hans. He has a huge time advantage, but that's not the only problem for black, it seems. Peter?
Wow, well...
Bishop h3 there?
Bishop h3 looks very promising, and how is Arjun going to defend? There is no defense,
No,
yeah?
that's it. Game over.
Wow. What a killing first game by Hans.
In 10 moves or something, yeah?
Against Arjun, who is a very well-prepared freestyle player. He played very interestingly, good. In
castles,
Paris.
but there is castles. Yes.
Yeah, let's fight.
But the problem is that white also castles and maintains the pressure on the d7 knight, and the pin is deadly.
That was a nasty move by white, playing rook to d1, completing the full development and collecting the d7 knight. Because, but let's see, what is it? Fighting spirit. What Arjun is going to be showing. Of course, it's not easy to give up game one, to lose, to start with a loss. It's very difficult. And of course, we see everyone here being extremely big fighters. And as we say, it's never too late to resign.
Yeah, but yeah, knight
but it's getting
d7. Yeah. Bishop e6 played. But there is just no compensation for the piece. Yeah, there is one pawn on f3, but this is clearly not enough. Yeah, what a start for
But what a fighting
Hans.
move, bishop e6. Look at that.
Well, of course, you fight till the end, even if you feel like it's hopeless. For example, there are all these ideas like eventually some knight b6 check at some point.
Yes,
yeah?
even immediately.
Yes. I feel like knight b6 could be there.
You said
And
even immediately. Isn't it the only time to play knight
No,
b6?
you can trade on e2
I
first.
can
And then
trade.
knight b6.
Yes.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah. But is it the only move to win?
You can
Probably
also
not.
take on e6, play knight c5.
Yeah, so now the question is, do you play the professional move or do you try to be fancy? With little time on the clock, okay, Hans still has some time. He has a clear time advantage. He will
knight b6.
Go for knight b6.
I think it's fancy and professional.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, at the same time, you could argue whether queen e2, the starting move, is better, or knight b6 first.
Should make a difference.
No difference. What a technique.
And rook e1, yeah.
Rook e1.
The only trick is that rook d1, bishop b2, we have king d2. Yeah, that's a very important.
Okay, black could try bishop g7 now, but then bishop e3.
Well, also rook e2 and then bishop e3.
Yes,
yeah, just
correct.
Yeah. I mean, let me just show that this would have been the trick. Rook d1, bishop takes b2 check, but white can just ignore it and play king d2, staying close to the e2 pawn.
And that's
there
it.
is handshake.
And Hans Niemann won his first game. What a performance.
Big win.
Huge win, yes.
Huge win. What's going on the other boards? Nice performance. Was there anything happening between Magnus and
well, according to computer, Vincent is losing maybe.
Yes.
But, okay, what is the clock situation? We never know exactly if computers... And the body language, look at this. Yeah, Magnus is leaning forward. It's the confident pose. He knows that this is looking very good.
Just in the last few moves, basically.
Well,
how clearly initiative was taken by Magnus.
Vincent played the move rook e3 with 5 seconds left on his clock, yeah, because he is only 15 seconds. So it was a clear panic move. He already did not like his position. He was looking for a move, but he couldn't, just like Nicholas highlighted this, yeah, that the white king moved to b1, and that's why this opening up the position was so much more in favor of Magnus. Freestyle chess at its best, yes, so tricky, small little nuance.
Vincent might have blundered, forgot about the powerful rook d8 move castle?
Exactly, yeah. So it was basically, his whole concept was based on that he thought like he knows what he's doing, and just because of this one move, everything fell apart.
So now probably Magnus feels that, okay, this is my moment, I have a winning position already. What is really the very best execute? Rook d2 or queen f6 or... Yeah. Something nasty ideas Magnus have, I believe.
Well, he's setting up the rook d2 idea, but we are never forced to take on d2, yeah?
This is a little exaggeration, having two
questions. But also bishop takes b3 is hanging in the air, yeah?
That must
c2.
be said, yeah.
Yes.
Rook d2 is also not bad as a plan.
And Vincent down to 4 seconds. He has to move.
Takes on e4.
Bishop d4 is a...
Wow, so bishop takes b3, bishop d4. There is this resource. Did Magnus maybe felt like it's already game over and rushed?
No, Vincent is back. Vincent is back in the game. Black is still better, but this is anything from over.
Well, suddenly those bad bishops can show their strengths too.
Wow, yes. So bishop takes b3 played anyway.
Does play bishop takes b3, but bishop d4. Position is equal.
Well, for the computer.
For the computer. But now queen takes c3, take another pawn.
And then a5 is hanging.
White is back. What is Magnus doing?
He wants to go bishop d5.
Well, this is freestyle chess. It's easy to go wrong.
Absolutely. Bishop takes h8.
Now wait a second. White is doing well.
White is doing excellently.
We came back to this position in time.
Yes, absolutely, for a big turnaround. Maybe we can zoom in on the players because
yes, let's zoom in
moves are coming in quick.
I think queen a5,
is a draw,
is a draw.
Because you have perpetual check, but yeah, Vincent comes back to e1, he just trades the bishops, and the pawn on a5 is remaining a weakness.
What a crazy position. It's just so different than what we've seen just a few moves before.
Absolutely, and also now Vincent came back on the clock with all these forced moves, 34 seconds. He's maybe when, the clock situation is equal. Magnus very nervous, clearly very upset with himself. Rook h8, it looked like it's a knockout blow, and now Vincent is in control.
Why not queen a5? Was that not hanging?
Yes, he could have taken that.
Yeah, but he wants to control the e5 break. Yeah, that's.
He wants to go solid as a rock, and just to keep the threat that I'm going to grab that pawn one day when it hurts.
Exactly, when it hurts the most.
Black should actually trade all rooks now, and that's, I think, what Magnus is doing, yes.
Wow. Great judgment by Magnus. Yeah, he has to fight for his survival, but now it's, of course, Vincent in a very pleasant situation.
And we see the players having headphones and earplug because there is a huge audience, hundreds of people watching live in the playing hall who also hear us or the community commentary. So as you see now, it's fully packed, full of tension here in the studio and there.
And
at least
Queen
as much.
H5, wow, fantastic move. I just wanted to say that we know that Magnus is the best in Queen endgames. Of course, he is best in so many things, but yeah, Queen endgames are very much his specialty, and he goes Queen H5, and Vincent missed this move, cannot believe. And probably he will have to settle for a draw.
Okay, but he's not in panic. He knows exactly that draw is the most obvious outcome which we're going to see, but he has the confidence. He's back. He has a pawn up for this moment,
well,
but probably not for long.
He's losing, exactly, he's losing that pawn, and probably he was already hoping deep inside him, that if he activates the queen, then it will be a promising situation. Yeah, now he goes Queen E3. Will Magnus pick up the pawn on H2? But it allows Queen E6 check, Queen takes G4, but then there will be also Queen G1, Queen takes C5. Magnus goes King D7. He wants to stay solid.
So he allows white to protect the pawn on H2, but the black queen will be very active. And the white pawn structure is shattered on the left side of the board. Vincent down to 6 seconds. Queen B3. I think Vincent just wants to make the draw here.
Or will he go Queen E6? But Queen E6, Queen takes C5. Yeah, it's not a...
It's not a winning attempt.
Exactly.
We see Nordeberg in the background. He has made a draw against Pragnananda. Queen back, and this should be a repetition.
Well, Queen F2 is possible to defend
yes.
on H2, though the Queen is going into passive play. Queen goes to D5, centralizing.
But shaking his head while he does so. Does not really believe in it.
Yes, because in Queen endgames, it's so important your power for the queen, right? Being in the center, it's like...
And it's not really a pawn up, with this compromise pawn structure on the queen side, with this A4, C2, C5 pawns. It's not going anywhere.
I don't like the decision by Vincent playing on here, because it's not a given that he can make a draw at any point.
Well...
Something can still go wrong, it feels like.
Look how Magnus is going.
Exactly.
King F7, just to put the king on safety.
Exactly.
And one time he wants to grab that pawn on H2, giving up his pawn on B7, and then it's a race. But actually, king on F7 is really exceptionally well placed.
Yeah, this is not tricky. Vincent down to 10 seconds, and he has to make a decision. And it's not an easy decision. Queen B6, Queen takes A4 played.
Uh-oh.
Pawn in game? No.
What about C3? Oh.
Queen D4.
Yeah, Vincent is not happy.
No, he should have made the draw.
Not happy, not happy. We understand that.
Because these are the kind of positions that you can lose against Magnus any day.
Yes, with little time on the clock. Because he also has to watch out for pawn endgames. There are all kinds of queen trades with Queen D5 eventually. King
and now
D2.
we have a huge time difference also. Magnus again collected a lot of time for himself.
In the meantime, by the way, Aronian has won his game with black against Wesley So in this group.
Oh, that's a huge win. E5. Magnus breaks in the center. But okay, then his king will also be vulnerable, so I don't know how much of an improvement this is.
At the same time, Vincent, he won the first Grand Slam. He has the self-confidence. He wanted to try it.
Yeah, he's a fighter. Yeah,
He's a fighter. Why not to move on? Why to go for a draw? He says, okay, I cannot lose this game, right? And he shouldn't. I know you can go for the safer route. I understand.
Yeah, but be careful. Queen d3, queen b5 check, for example, with little time on the clock. Please try to calculate. Yeah, he goes queen g8. I like this.
I
Yeah,
like this
Yeah,
move.
activity in endgames. That's the secret.
and avoiding any kind of queen trade, and you are threatening to start millions of checks with queen h8.
But Peter, your heartbeat shouldn't be higher than normal. I don't think you have to go worry what's going on in this game.
Yeah, it's I think quite clear.
Yeah, I don't think Magnus will want to play on. And
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine how black can pose problems here.
Yeah, now
with
the
the king
h5
being
pawn.
so open.
Exactly. Yeah, h5 pawn is also a weakness. Queen h8 check is coming.
at the same time, we know that even if that pawn is taken, still the perpetuate check is there for black. So now maybe it's Magnus going to say, okay, I have double the time. I cannot lose this whatever I'm playing. And if I play on, right, so I can go, I don't know, queen c5. Or give
Well,
a check and queen e6, for example.
He first
Check
goes
and queen
queen
e6,
one.
look at that.
Queen e5 check.
Queen e5 check, okay. Centralized queen is never hurts.
And now what?
Because actually, black would have some chances if he could hide his king all the way to g2, right? To get access to the
Yeah,
h2 pawn,
but
even
how
if
can
I'm
you get
losing.
there?
Yes, you will probably have to give up the h5 pawn, but yeah, that's also not a winning attempt.
Because
What-
king f5, queen h7. Okay, c5. Wait, now after queen h8? He
And
wants
queen
to move
e8.
via e6?
Via e6. And then queen e8 check, king d5, and
But
then
then
king
queen
e4.
a8 maybe.
Yeah, then king d4.
And queen a1.
Yes.
King e4, no.
Then king e4.
No, you
yeah,
run
yeah.
again. You come
You see,
again.
guys,
Yes.
you have to be fighter. Look at Magnus.
Of
He
course.
says, no, this is a draw by any whatever I do, but let's try to move on.
White should never let that king get to d5, yeah? Because if it gets to d5, e4, it gets
It's not the
tricky.
end of the world. Queen d8 check, king e4, queen d3 checkmate. I mean, I can visualize things too.
Okay, okay, nice.
Queen d8. This looks like a
King
good move.
c6. Well, of course, what can happen? I mean, things
Just
can
queen
always
A8
go
now,
wrong.
right? Queen
Yeah, king
A8,
b5,
queen
and he's
B7.
another
Inviting
opportunity.
king c4, yes. Please
Another opportunity
activate,
for
yes?
self-mate. Yeah.
Yes, activate your king, please.
He goes queen d3.
Queen
All
e3.
right.
What a secure move. Nice move, actually. Saying to the black king, okay, you stay where you are. You're not going to get out of c6. Queen d5, queen a6, I believe. No, queen g6.
And king b5.
Now you can even think about queen d3, but no. Okay, queen e8.
What a look it was by Vincent.
Yeah, where are you running? Where are you going?
Are you
my
still
friend?
really playing for a win, or is it time to call it off and
So
agree
king
to draw?
c4 is too much.
Queen a4, king c3,
You have to have good nerves.
queen a5,
Ah, yeah, that's a perpetual. Or is it king d4?
queen d2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not getting anywhere. I see it.
No, Magnus will go back. Yeah, he goes king b6. Which kind of signals
Now
that?
he wants to go queen b7.
No.
King a5.
No.
Triangle. But where is this triangle leading?
Okay, king b2.
King
Why not
b2, queen d4 check.
c3.
Just like this, yeah?
I offer a pawn for you.
No, 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 no.
I'm
no.
very friendly. Queen a7 check, king b4. What is this? Ah, queen b6, king c3. Queen,
Yes, queen b2
a5.
check.
Queen
Queen
a5.
b2 check wins.
Ah,
King d2 c4.
no, it's not winning yet.
It
But
wins.
King c4.
no?
And it's not mate anymore,
Yeah.
yes, because queen is on
Oh, he
d5.
goes
Not
forward.
anymore, not yet. It's
Yes.
a matter of perspective how you're looking at it.
Wow, but
So
it's
queen
kind of...
b6. King c3, Queen a5, or Queen b2.
Queen b2 check. It's too fancy. Yeah, you want to.
King c1 is also not a bad move, provoking a little bit.
Yeah, King c1 I also like.
Magnus would not like King c1. Queen b6 he will do?
Yeah, Queen b6, I mean, why not?
He's down to 18 seconds. Because he has a choice, there are lines to calculate, and he goes
King c1.
Listening to Judith. It's a professional.
Are you unhappy with his decision?
No, it's a professional move, King c1. Just showing that I have respect. I know what you want, and I'm going to stop it.
Take the pawn on h2. It's your decision. Put your queen on the side.
Then definitely there is no way to escape the perpetual check. And you told us, Judith, already 1 minute ago, King c1, Magnus will not be happy about.
No, they don't. These top guys, they don't like these quiet moves,
Yes.
you know? I mean, he knows it's a draw, right? And what can you do? You don't play Queen h1, Queen h2.
Yeah, that's for
He
sure.
would be more happy to check. I'm going to be escaping with the king. Queen e4. Nice move.
Playing on nerves.
Nice move.
Yes, it was a very professional move.
Very nice move, but Queen g7. What do you think about Queen g7 with the idea after Queen e3, King b2, Queen d4, c3?
C3 check. Winning the game. You always find ways to win, yes? Setting up some incredible traps.
Game is going on still.
It's going on.
And now King d4. Actually, Black might be getting somewhere.
I don't like this. Why not?
Black might be getting somewhere.
Well, if that king gets to e3, okay, luckily there is Queen g5 check against King e3 still.
What do
But
you
we
mean?
might see what you were talking about. The king is coming into g2 or something like this. But even then.
That I would not like. And
This is
Vincent
not
nervous,
funny.
Yeah, he's down to 10 seconds.
Ah, Queen h8 and Queen c3 on King e3.
Oh,
but Queen
he
e5.
needs to trade now. He needs to trade. Only move.
Wow.
You're joking.
But it's impossible
No,
to
now
find.
King e3, Black is winning. King e3, Black is winning.
Because Queen a1 checkmate is also there
Yes.
later after Queen d2, King f3.
Oh my goodness. It's a draw for like a long time and then suddenly it's lost.
And look at the body language of Magnus. He knows, he feels that this is, and yeah, Vincent in
C4.
a horror.
Everything
yeah.
is coming now. Oh my goodness.
It's over.
Ah, that will hurt.
Yeah, this is horrible.
Magnus magic once again.
Yeah, it is such a typical Magnus outplaying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's so good in this. And there is no way to fight. Suddenly kind of hopelessly lost, yeah, because the king just walks to h2, collects the h2 pawn, and there will be no checks.
Yep. The queen is perfectly placed on e5. You can play c3 now. All the pawns are protected.
And knowing the format, yeah, that the first 4 qualifies, this is such an important win for Magnus. And puts Vincent in a very difficult spot.
Oi, oi, oi.
The king is coming.
And look how tranquil, quiet Magnus is now.
Of course, yeah, he knows. Yeah,
He
King
knows
A2,
that this
King
is
G1.
not going to be spoiled.
Everything is protected. He picks up the pawn, Queen F2, check King H3, the king hides.
What a heartbreaking situation for Vincent. Oh,
Absolutely.
the drama is starting.
Yeah, he did not want to repeat. Nicholas already stands there. Yeah, you should probably just repeat. Yeah, the fighting spirit is great. People love it, but you have to know when to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And the pawns are queening.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Vincent just cannot believe.
Well, this game was a real roller coaster because after all, in the middle game, Magnus had a fantastic position. And after that, the fighting spirit of Vincent brought him to a very nice position. Comfortable draw. What the professional move Queen F3 is. Oh, my God.
Yes. And look at how much it hurt. Yeah, to start this tournament like this, knowing that every game counts so much double and losing against Magnus when it was not necessary.
No. Well, he needs to recollect himself and put this behind him. There's still 6 more games, and there's everything to play for. But he needs to put this behind him.
Well, he's still hanging on. Magnus still has to make a few accurate moves.
Well, everything wins, just don't blunder, yeah? And Magnus will not.
Yeah, he's not the blundering man.
And just Queen G4, for example.
Queen G4 looks good, yeah.
Yeah, looks killing.
G2 even. Calculated it.
All the way till the end, yeah. Queen H3 and then Queen G3. That's it. Wow. What a win by Magnus.
That there is one game still running.
Still running, yes. Between Ray Robson and Sam Savian. We're seeing it here. It is an endgame. White is down in exchange. Black has the rook against the bishop, but white has a pawn, and this seems to be a fortress where black cannot make progress. So it should be a draw, but Savian will try everything he can, and he should, because maybe somehow you can try to squeeze out a win still.
But yeah, the pawn on c6 is always vulnerable, yes? So that's why white relies on this bishop on e4, and the king just moves away, king d3. So the black king is not able to activate itself.
Yes.
And then it's impossible to see progress. The 2 last-minute replacements, yeah? Playing against each other immediately.
Right.
Ray Robson and Sam Savian.
Coming in for Janne Pomlashi and Par Maksudlu. The 2 Americans. And also very strong freestyle chess players. I mean, Sam Savian, he has, I believe, at least once won the Freestyle Friday on chess.com.
Yeah, and also in all the qualification tournaments he was doing good. Yeah, he never qualified, but I think he was close many times.
Well, is there any idea for black if white just waits with the bishop on the diagonal now?
I cannot really imagine.
Or waiting with the king?
Rook a4 is possible. Then black can go wrong with king c4, c5.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, king c3 will be played.
Yeah, that's
but
one
maybe
idea.
black will go c5, takes, and he wants to play rook against bishop for some 30 moves.
No.
I'm sorry, Peter. I've seen 2 knights play with 2 kings.
Exactly. 2 knights versus kings, it's justified.
Okay, just look.
Really?
Look.
Is it? No. I think rook against bishop is more justified than 2 knights against the king.
Just look. They will say, why not?
Well, just to point out for the viewers, this is an elementary draw. There's not really much that can go wrong for white.
And actually, if the white king goes all the way to the corner to a1,
yes,
there is not going to be real
So he's actually now giving away the pawn with a6 probably, and then setting up this bishop a2, king a1, and bishop just like this. But it's also not necessary. But he will go for it, yeah. It's already obvious. Bishop a2.
They will play until the stalemate.
Well, or Sam will now try to go back and forth a little bit to tease the nerves of afraid, but there's just nothing to be afraid of. Just don't see ghosts, and that's it. Bishop b1.
Yeah, it feels scary still, even if you know it's a draw.
Yes. Yeah, it somehow one gets the feeling like, really, this is the safest way. Yeah, but yeah, it's a dead draw. Of course, just relying on bishop a2, bishop b1. Yes.
The last fighting game for round 1.
But there are ways to blunder. If you go bishop c4, now you lose because of rook b1 and rook b4.
Yes, okay, just go far
you
as
have
far
to be
as
able to give a check.
Exactly. Go with the bishop as far as possible.
Okay. Still trying to provoke bishop c4 blunder.
Yes. But Ray will not do it.
Rook f5 would have been a good blunder, because actually the game is still a draw with bishop g6.
Yeah, of course. It's the most professional way of finishing the game, right? Just eliminating all the pieces.
Bishop e6, only move. Only move.
But not a difficult one.
No, I'm not saying it's difficult, but time is ticking. You have seconds left. Yeah. Black is quiet. It just went under 2 minutes again. While Robson is 25 seconds. He's serious about it. He knows that he has to be careful. Bishop e6. Of course, it's not easy to blunder with white, but still, in some cases, you have to be accurate.
So do we run out with king a3?
Yes.
But then the question, why did we run into the corner in the first place? Yeah, I never really understand actually why one needs to run to the corner. It's absolutely not necessary. You can just stay in the center, and but that's what you are taught as a kid, yeah, that rook versus bishop, even if you go to the corner and of course go to the right corner, yeah, always the opposite colored corner is the safe corner or the correct corner, otherwise you just lose.
Well, also the other corner I think is fine unless you get boxed in.
Yes, but then you might get boxed in.
Yes, yes. But even that is, I mean, even the other corner is fine.
Robson is very consistent. It's nice to see. He knows the pattern. He goes for it. He's not changing his mind. He doesn't want to go all around the chessboard with the bishop and the king. He just goes back to A1. That's where it belongs, yeah?
So will Sam try it for 50 moves? What do you guys think?
Well, I don't believe.
Well, we shouldn't ask Peter. He said it's going to be a draw because it's rook and bishop. And we are reaching, what, 20 moves already or more?
For sure, probably more already.
All right, so once again, bishop d3 would be losing, but just move the bishop to g6, e4, h7, and you're fine.
h7, yes.
Sam was making his move like, okay, now. Rook e2.
Yes.
Finally, I could make this move.
Of course, sometimes the only way to make progress with your body language, yeah, the way how you move, that you blundered, no? It's to impress
actually,
the opponent.
if we wouldn't see what kind of position they're playing out just by the body language, I would think that maybe it's a very complicated middle game position to make some very important decisions. Don't you think so? The
Absolutely.
way Sam sits
Sam
there,
is very
like determined,
very
that the fighting spirit.
Yes, Sam is sitting there like there's so much to play for, right?
And you rarely have this opportunity when whatever you do, whatever you blunder, you cannot lose.
Yes.
That's nice.
Well, bishop b1 will be not the move this time.
Oh yeah, watch out.
Yes.
Watch out. But Ray, he's staying very focused, very concentrated, quite like that. Because this is when mistakes can happen, when you feel like, all right, that's it, it's an easy draw. Why am I still playing? Even then, you lose concentration. Then maybe you miss something. So, have to stay focused.
Bishop f7.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like we've been here before.
But I think bishop c4 was a draw, so because the rook is on g5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there is just no reason ever to place the bishop so close, not to run into any surprise. Yeah, always I'm keeping this bishop s7, bishop e6, bishop g8, depending on where the opponent's rook is. So just bishop e6.
Yeah, there are not a whole lot of ideas Black can try.
Maybe Sam is keeping track which squares the rook touched, and he wants to touch every single square before agreeing to a draw.
Well, that would take too long, right? 64 squares, 50 move rule.
Well, I think we also have now, because we already discussed enough of this game and nothing is really happening, bishop f7. Quick update on the result. I think Lenier Dominguez against Hikaru Nakamura ended in a draw. Vidit's game ended in a draw as well against Fabiano Caruana. So we have Hans Niemann winning against Arjun Ergaisi in a very miniature fashion. That was the first shocker of the day in the B group. And in the A group, Levon Aronyan won against Wesley So with Black, and Magnus Carlsen grinded out a win against Vincent Keimer in this Queen endgame, again showing some magic after Vincent refused to repeat moves early on in the Queen endgame.
Yeah, quite a lot of draws in this first round, assuming this will also end in
Wait
draw.
a second. I think Ray is claiming something.
Wow. Good memory. That's impressive.
Yeah, and the handshake.
There we go. Yes.
Wow, he kept track. Or maybe they have an iPad or something which they see.
Oh.
So that's when
but still,
to
keep track of which position was on there 3 times.
Did it very much under control.
Yeah,
he was
totally.
very
professional.
under control.
Very professional.
Last game. Okay, so maybe we can talk about the other decisive games. We can take a look before we have the next round drawing which position they will play. So the players will have a short rest, not Robson and Sam. Not as a punishment, but simply they finished last.
Yes.
So probably they will get about 5 minutes to 10 minutes to relax and get prepared for the next game. But in the meantime, we want to cover the other games because we were focusing on Magnus's game, which we did not regret because it was very exciting, even though at first in some Queen endgame, boring Queen endgame, people can say, okay, I just go and switch to another channel. It's just a boring draw. And then you get the unpleasant or pleasant surprise, depending for who you are rooting for. And we watched the other game of Niemann, Hans Niemann, but we arrived there only at the very end. So maybe we can also see just the full game of Hans first, and then we go to see Aronyan how he collected his full point. And it is indeed very interesting that we have only 3 decisive games in round 1. But it also seems that everybody is fresh and very tense also, that they want to play out, but still they want to make things under control because today is a long day and very stressful day for the players. So let's see.
Yeah, I have the game on. It was also f4. Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how really from this symmetrical position things went so wrong for Arjun, yeah, so f4, f5, g3, d5. Yeah, also Arjun played the same move like Magnus, and hence showing ambition already right here with d3. He wants to open up the position with e4 as quickly as possible. So d3, g6, e4, d4, d4, f takes e4, bishop takes e4, and this is already a very nice position for white. One highlight, I think, is that after e5, f5, white will get the upper hand in this strategical battle. So that's why Arjun played the move knight d7, knight d2, knight f7, knight c3, knight d6. It seems like black is just in time, but computer is criticizing the move knight d6. All right, we don't know exactly why. Bishop g2. And finally, black plays e5. It's so logical because, as we highlighted before, the problem for black in this position was that after takes, that whenever black pushes e5, white plays f5, and then black remains with the isolated pawn and the bad bishop on h8. So that was the strategical problem. So Arjun made sure that he covers all these problems. And after bishop g2, it's so natural humanly that, yes, now I'm going to get rid of the weak pawn. I'm going to go e5. White is already unable to play the move f5, but suddenly some new circumstances are taking over. And how did Hans use this in an energetic knight d4, using the fact that after he takes f4, knight takes d6 check, there is a pin along the e5, so black will not be able to capture with the queen. So that's why Arjun captured on e4 first, takes. Okay. Criticized by computer, but it's the logical move. And e takes f4 is kind of the losing move, because of the fantastic knight c. Judith, this is now your territory, knight c5, a beautiful tactical shot. What do you make of this?
It's beautiful. I mean, we see, for example, what it caught my eyes, that look at that bishop on g2, it's just 3 times as powerful than it would be on h1, right? So it came out to e4, it went back to g2. So later on, bishop h3 can be the killer, and that was the final move. Knight c5, of course, when the knight is jumping around, that's why knight is my favorite, because it can always give you a shock and heart attack, and this is what happened here also, I believe, because the back rank is not safe for black.
Yes, so he tried with f3 to limit the damage. Yeah,
and then it was takes and bishop h3.
Worse.
But yeah, it made things just worse. And this is where we tuned in. We have seen the castles business. Just one more time to highlight, in freestyle chess, this, you have to be so alert. Yeah, this is how Vincent got into trouble on the first place against Magnus, and also here it cost Arjun the game. So just a very quick question after knight c5. What would have happened if Arjun takes on c5? Then we just take on c5, right? Mm-hmm. And this is
Bishop
the problem, just to highlight. Yeah,
and
now,
after rook d1?
Now we are hitting the queen. So if black takes and tries to win the bishop, then we checkmate.
And after queen f7?
Yes, okay, first let me just show this final checkmate. Yeah, with queen e8 check. Yes, and instead of queen takes e5, if black plays queen f7.
I thought I see the killer move, but then I found out that
bishop d5 and then queen d8 back, yeah?
But queen d8, so
yeah, let's just show this. Bishop d5, queen e8 check. Looks like it's a checkmate, but suddenly there's the
rook
cold
d1.
shower. Queen d8 protecting. What?
That's the winning move, right?
Just bishop h3?
Or bishop h3 first and then?
Bishop h3 check.
But rook d1 also looks good, because
and
rook
just
d8,
castles, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
One more time.
This must be it.
One more time, the castles.
King.
Ah, yes, sorry. Yes. And rook d8 checkmate is coming, yeah. This boxed in rook. Whoever castles, when things
bishop
are opening
f6,
up.
we shouldn't give up. Right?
Rook d7.
Rook d7, then I will be happy to give up.
I think that's the end, yeah.
I don't want to look at that longer for black, yeah. So basically it's one tempo. This is yes. What freestyle is. Because after knight c5, takes queen f7, if we just go back few moves. After knight c5,
yes,
bishop c5,
oops,
rook takes,
knight takes c5,
knight takes c5, takes, rook e1, takes, queen f7. And if after queen f7, black to move, rook to d8, black is better.
Yeah, black is perfectly fine, yeah. So always these things are opening up. If you are the one who has the chance to castle first, you might just win the game. Yeah, this is extremely important to keep in mind whenever you play freestyle.
Before the drawing of the next round, we have only 1-2 minutes, but in the meantime, we can maybe quickly check on Aronyan. How did he win his first game against his countryman, Wesley So?
The super solid Wesley So, yeah? It's
yeah, what has happened over there? Same starting position, of course, f4, as everybody did in this round. Everybody was so worried about their bishops on g1 and h1.
Yeah, this is the professional way of keeping the symmetry. You feel like, okay, nothing can really go wrong.
I don't think you can.
Yeah,
I don't think you can think that nothing can go wrong in freestyle.
No, but in this position, you are limiting. I think this was also a position that we have seen the players analyzing. I do remember this trade of everything, and I think maybe it was Vidit who was saying that this is maybe playable for White. And it certainly looks like White has some kind of an initiative.
Maybe Wesley was over-optimistic.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, he felt like, okay, he can...
No sense of danger.
Press, knight h6, g4, also a very ambitious move. Actually, we should not be fooled by the result. Who knows, maybe Wesley was outplaying Levon in the first part of the game, and because it certainly looks like White is building up some pressure, and Wesley is extremely good at this. So what really happened here? Yeah, look at this. Very tricky position for Black, knight g2. If White is in time to get that knight to e6, then it's horrible for Black. So Levon is fighting with bishop h6, bishop e3, takes, and knight e4. Wow, that's where the dynamic started.
So this is where knight e4 started to take over for Black, and now very shortly, a few seconds away, figuring out what will be the next round position. So let's...
Introducing myself, my name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the rest of the day as our commentators are stuck in the studio breaking down the action. We just saw a very exciting first round with wins for Hans Niemann, for Levon Aronyan, as well as Magnus Carlsen grinding down a win against Vincent Keimer. We're ready now to draw the position for the second round. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage the CEO of Grenke, Sebastian Hirsch. Please give him a warm round of applause. Ready? Position 685. Position 685. And Sebastian, let me ask you, as the CEO of Grenke, you have supported chess for so long, and your tournament in Karlsruhe was part of the tour this year. What does it mean to you, and what are your first impressions of Vegas here?
Yes, thanks. A warm welcome from my side. Thanks for making it happen here in Vegas. Thanks also to the audience and to all the players. And for Grenke, it means a lot, especially we combine the freestyle this year with our Grenke Open with more than 3,000 players. And it is an amazing sport, a great opportunity to bring that sport to everyone in the world. And thanks for making that happen here in Vegas.
Well, thank you very much for what you do, and please enjoy the rest of the day. To our audience, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare, so please enjoy the rest of your day.
What do we do with this bishop?
I was thinking maybe, you know, take bishop. Queen 6.
Even.
Ah, no, E1 is queen.
It's interesting. E4 is interesting.
Maybe knight D3 first, and then
G2 is
F6. Oh, sorry, G2.
But okay, maybe it's not clear.
Knight G3. F6. F6 E4.
But knight c5 because I also have bishop g4. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But maybe e5.
Also, instead of b4, we can also play a4, right?
The a5?
Like here.
I mean,
if we can get this, we should.
Yeah, I think this one.
but why do you get this? Let's just go back and see after b4. What else is there?
Let's play some.
Yeah.
e5. e5 or a5?
No, I don't understand what you're doing with this before a4. Aren't you just weakening your position? I'll just get the center.
You want the bishop e7 and have such
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like this before a4.
So why don't we take the center next? b4.
Maybe b4, f5, f4?
Maybe it's very logical. b4, f6, f4.
Let's say b6. I'm just not sure about b4 somehow.
The black's bishop is a bit of a problem. We're just trying to limit the bishop.
What do you play for b4? I think you can play e4, like, it's his idea, bishop e2. Like, if you cannot play b5, like, you can play f3. Bishop to a4.
But why f3 on knight g3 in general?
I want to go knight e3.
Because I thought maybe with f4.
Yeah, let's say e4.
Yeah, e4.
e5, f3, something like this.
Yeah.
Or e5, b4?
Yeah, e5, b4 also. But I'm not sure, after b4 also, bishop can take his pawn.
b4, f6. I don't understand what b4 is doing.
No, just, and then we play.
But then he has this bishop b7, a5 in mind. Once you commit to
That's
b4.
right. Maybe we should avoid b4. What about
I
f4
think if
first?
black gets e5, then we should avoid
Is this
b4.
maybe?
No, I think
I like Sam's idea with e4,
e4,
f3.
f3, yeah.
How does black play f3? Does black play f5?
Copy.
Or
Let's say b6.
d6, knight f3 maybe?
b5. b5 maybe
Okay,
b6.
so b3.
Knight to d6,
Yeah,
c5.
c6, bishop c7, c5.
But c5, I think.
Yeah, c5. Yeah, e4, I think.
e5.
e5. No.
You should also maybe consider like e4, b6, f3, d5, this type of stuff. So quickly remove
Bishop
the queen
b2?
from.
Bishop b2 maybe?
Ah.
I don't know.
No,
Or
no,
maybe
no.
even bishop b2 here.
Yeah.
No, no.
Ah, it's a good move.
No, I think e4, they should e5.
Well, maybe this quality.
b6, bishop b2, a5 also, not so clear.
Knight
You want to just take knight e3 stuff? Probably it's better. Or here, knight e3.
Queen
e4. Knight e3 there after that.
Yeah,
f3,
yeah,
f6,
probably
d4.
a5 too.
Yeah.
Although if black plays a5, it's hard for us to get the queen out without
I think they should play knight e6. Yeah.
Maybe a4 b4.
No, anyway, we cannot have b4 here.
Okay, endgame should be better.
No, okay, well, let's say I go b3, f6, yeah?
Bishop e7.
Ah, he can also.
Okay, so, but we can do maybe a4 and then just play it slow.
But then long castle. c6, d5, we will go for it. I don't like this. So, okay, 96. Okay, we go
We play
f.
f3 for sure. What if knight?
Maybe 93 is the better.
No, we cannot play like white f3.
I mean, we can do this kind of setup. Or
93, I don't like.
we want to be.
No, my idea was play d4, yeah?
Yeah.
If you play f6.
But if I play d6, and I take.
d4, but then have bishop
Yeah,
d4.
yeah.
But I have
d4,
bishop
bishop g5, like I can play knight d2 maybe, I don't know.
Oh, yes, knight e2. I don't think he would
Okay, knight d2, I have just
But why
I
don't
need
we
only
play
one
naturally?
move.
Why don't we try like natural?
b4, f6. Yeah, let's say f3.
We try some bishop d7, threatening a5.
Takes and then d4. Wait.
Bishop d7, threatening a5.
Ah, I like
Bishop
that.
e7, a4.
Okay, but so what?
But like, this and this is a big threat, yeah? I would assume.
I think they might go b4.
Probably.
That would be Magnus.
Before the transpose, it's the same stuff. Yeah, otherwise we have something.
I mean, f6, f4, most likely.
And c6 is very bad, yeah? Like getting bishop.
It was just b4, e4, right? Those are the only two moves? There's nothing else?
F3.
Yeah, after it's going to transpose, yeah, it's going to be the same thing. There's no chance.
There's one a4 as well.
First move. Then you can play a5.
Yeah.
I also think it's rather solid. There's no knight to b5. So. But this is tricky.
I feel first move b4 more likely. Stopping e5.
Okay, but we can get this.
Yeah, but you can still get the same thing with f6.
Okay, at least in this case, the rook is not calling this one, so then maybe this is more feasible. Or maybe we wait for knight e3 somehow. I don't know if we do.
I'm not sure about this. Bishop e2. Looks dangerous.
Yeah, knight d6, bishop c5, so what's that? Yeah, I was hoping we could survive some kind of position like this, but it looks...
It's been great. It's really good stuff.
This I don't think we like.
Yeah, but no. Squares.
I think f4 is the
So here, and do we start here or
f3?
F3.
It also looks ridiculous, huh? That's why it's a good idea.
So it's time to start. Dear players, you can start round 2.
We had only 3 decisive games in round 1, and now we are kicking off with round 2. After the discussions, it seems again the players have came to the same conclusion. We see 1d4 in this group, and only on board 4, Pragnananda is still hesitating. How should he be playing and starting with his opponent, Bibisara Asaebayeva?
Yeah, we see this very tricky spot, yeah, when the queens are in the corner, queen on a8, queen on a1. Very tricky. Magnus immediately tries to activate it with b5, a move that my computer actually criticized, but I'm always very careful about judging any of these moves. b5 made perfect sense, and I also love Levon's reaction, f3, closing down the long diagonal and setting up the idea of occupying the center with e2, e4, which would be lovely for white. So are we going to see the move f5, which was the move by Abdusatılov against d4, f5? And there we go. For example, in the Vasily or Abdusatılov game, they have a transposition. So if Magnus would now play the move f5, which is logical, then we might get, yeah, and it's on the board.
Yeah, we have very similar positions in all three boards. We are one move away, that if Keimer also plays b5, then on three boards we have the same position. Interesting situation, and we tend to see more and more occasions like that, that somehow the players are relying on each other's thoughts, and they somehow want to be on the safe side. And I want to point out that Magnus got again the black pieces. And it's not that it can be such a very strong influence in freestyle that you play with the black pieces, but still psychologically it's not necessarily a positive thing. And the two winners of first round we're seeing between Levon Aronian and Magnus.
Well, you know whom it is to blame that he got the double black. It was me. Because during yesterday's dinner, suddenly Holly with Tanya came to me that, Peter, you have to pick a card. And I didn't know what to do. I just picked the center card, and it was Magnus. And then I thought that, wow, I was very clever, very smart. I chose Magnus, right? And then they told me, you chose Magnus double black. I said, oh, sorry. It wasn't intended. But okay, Magnus won the first game, and I think when you win the first game with black, then actually you don't care. Then you think like, wow, it was very nice that I have the double blacks, because you get the energy that, yes, I won Vaikanzi in 2005 with a double black as well, and when I got the double blacks, then Arshak told me, you know, Kasparov won in Vaikanzi in 2001 with double blacks. Yeah, you always kind of try to think of something that comforts
Positive.
you. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it comforts Magnus a lot, I think, that he won the first game in that equal draw queen end game very much, so he can move on with full of energy. He warmed up already for the rest of the day. What do you think about checking on the other group?
Exactly.
Just to see how those players decided. Is it also on the same track that d4 is the most convenient move in the first move? And it seems like it. Apart from Robson Neiman, all the rest was also playing d4, because the d4 pawn is standing there. That's the only reason I would be suggesting that.
Yeah, for example, Caruana Dominguez, it's very much a game from the A group. Right? It's the same structure, same position on move 3, and Lenny is taking his time. Vincent played the move knight d6 here. That was kind of a surprise. Magnus went knight f6. We also see Hikaru placing the knight on d6 under slightly, well, actually very much in the very similar spirit. So we don't know if the players did discuss this knight d6 idea, or both Vincent and Hikaru came up with this idea over the board themselves. And there is the move by Vidit, bishop to d5, a lovely strategical move, yeah? Just trying to control everything. Black is trying to play e7, e6 with the bishop already activated out. It's a lovely move. The big question, will we have time to get that?
Well, he's prepared with his bishop, having his queen on a8, knight on f6, pawn on f5. Kind of he's prepared to stop e4 opportunities for white, right? The bishop on d1 basically is not very well placed there. So maybe b3 with the plan of playing c4
yes.
to push back the bishop. So that's the only question. And if white will be able to push back the bishop, then suddenly it can be a very dangerous position for black. So this is a big question, whether can black stop c4, or it seems to me very dangerous for black.
Yeah, well, b3 is also a very ambitious move. Yeah, it's typical Arjun. And knowing that he lost the first game, he is burning for revenge. He knows that in order to qualify, he needs to start winning. He starts to want to come back, and he wants to be energetic. and BC fits very much into this concept.
So which game you want to pick from this group, or should we go back for the Levon and Magnus game?
Yeah, I think that they both won their game, and with the black pieces they deserve to be covered once again. And whoever wins this game, for example, makes a giant step forward of qualifying. From the group stage, I already have the game on, but it would be probably very nice to get access to Niklas's thoughts, because probably, Niklas, you have some things to share with us from the starting position, or?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, interestingly, according to a computer, D4 was actually not one of the top 4 choices even, but the move makes a lot of sense. And just to point out, the computer want to see E4, which Robson played. All the other games, I believe, went D4 in the first move, and most of the players here either went F5 or B5 in one order or another. The computer points out a very interesting idea, but these are the kind of gambits where it's very difficult to evaluate as a player. Can you do this? Should you do this? But here a computer says this is quite interesting to play like this, F6, and if e takes F6, you bring the bishop out. The bishop is beautiful on this diagonal. The queen is maybe having some difficulties
Guys,
to come out.
what comes to mind? The Nepo gambit,
The Nepo gambit,
He
yeah.
already sacrificed the pawn, and then everybody was blaming him. Why do you suggest us such sacrifices? Yeah.
It is so difficult to evaluate whether the gambit is good or bad. Is it playable? And here it seems to be quite playable. So, in fact, the computer is criticizing Magnus's choice going B5, maybe also saying maybe to just play B6 would be interesting. But I think it is very logical play. And now, if we go forward a little bit, yes, White has a bit of an advantage, but it seems Aronia did not play the most accurate. And
by move 10, it looks like Magnus is taking over, honestly.
Let's get there.
Looks like a good dodge.
Seems like it was a mistake. And the knights were traded. And bishop e6, slowly preparing to get the king over. Well, not yet, I guess, with the bishop in c5, stopping any castle to the right side.
But maybe some knight d7, kicking that bishop away, then bishop goes to f6, and then castles all the way.
Castle. Yeah, that's a beautiful, harmonious setup for black. And suddenly, black is controlling the center. The queen is stuck on a1, whereas the queen on a8 has a lot of space. And this is something you really want to pay attention to in freestyle chess, the placement of the queen and how can you get the queen out? And Magnus, already in the first move, made some space for the queen, whereas Aronia, I believe, is struggling a little bit to activate the queen on a1. And this is maybe why here already the computer is preferring the black position. It seems also easier play now for black, as you pointed out, Peter. Knight d7, bring the bishop to f6, castle, and you have a very harmonious setup here. So looking good for Magnus so far, Judith.
Absolutely. I'm just wondering that how did Magnus do this? That just after a few moves, it seems so obvious that black made a better strategy. And really the queen from a8, in a second we are going to see it on c6. And a5, b5, e5, f5. Black has such an incredible space advantage. And that queen on a1 does not look good.
Yes.
To my eye, it's really disturbing.
You know what was very interesting, because I was doing the commentary in the Grenke tournament, and of course the stunning 9 out of 9 of Magnus was of course phenomenal, but what was even more impressive for me was that when he came to the studio and then I asked him some question, and then against his game against Parham, he highlighted one move that I believe everybody would have thought that that was a good move from Parham, and Magnus said that, you know, I know that such moves are too weakening. And then I understood that Magnus is in a completely different planet. He already sees, feels all these kind of structures that we are still unable to see with perfect vision. And this is the feeling I'm getting here as well, that how did he get this pawn to e5? He did not push e5. He played d6, knight d7, and then played e5. Everything with perfect harmony. Incredible. By the way, he's not 9 out of 9, he's not 10 out of 10, right? From his last 10 games in in freestyle.
What a streak.
And wait a second, he also won the Paris event, yeah? So I'm not sure did he win the last game against Hikaru?
That was a draw.
He won the first, yeah, exactly.
So queen on c6 after castling to the right side. And the problem is that after b4, no, but probably white has to go b4,
But
right?
then knight d7.
Knight d7. And then you go...
And then black gets bishop to f6, and who knows, there might be some problem also in this long diagonal. It's too weakening, but on the other hand, also retreating that bishop from c5 is giving up everything that you are hoping for from white side, yeah? Because otherwise black is taking over. Very unpleasant for Levon.
Well, maybe after all, white has to go bishop f2 back, or bishop a7 first. Yeah, I was just while saying it, thought, okay, you can go bishop a7 first, then come back to bishop f2. You go...
bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
Yes.
Black cannot go... Yeah, and rook c1, queen b1, and then some c4 kind of thing.
Yeah, trying to hit them.
Consolidate.
Yeah, activate that queen and take it step by step.
The question is, no, queen d5 is not so strong because the f5 pawn is under attack. So I was trying to grab the pawn on a2 maybe.
Yeah, but for
that's
example,
over-optimistic.
He's also maybe setting up the a4 idea because there is this x-ray on the queen, and normally after a4 the typical reaction of b4 would run into some c takes b4, bishop takes f5 ideas, and there is the hanging queen on c6, so black has to be alert. A very smart little move, and I hate the computer when it criticizes a move that humanly makes so much sense. And I think Levon is probably quite happy that he came up with this idea. Magnus ignores it. He just castles, sticks to the plan, and a4 on the board.
a4. Look at that, rook d8.
Rook d8, but wait a second. Wait a second, not just the evil bar, but a takes b5 is a tempo. We are destroying the pawn structure. Are we able to take ab? What is Magnus?
Well, a b5, queen b5.
Okay, but thank you very much. I'm in the game. I'm absolutely in the game. Levon, I think, is very relieved.
Well, a few moves ago, it seemed more scary.
Exactly. This rook c1, the move that was criticized by the computer, was the key move in turning a human game which looked otherwise unpleasant to an absolutely playable position. I'm now not afraid from the white side at all. A, B, queen, b5, bishop, d3.
And Levon plays very fast. Look at the time management of Levon. He has huge time advantage, 3 minutes.
Wow.
We can't sacrifice the exchange, yeah? It's humanly so tempting
Yes.
just to take, but I understand afterwards there is rook d1 and there is no good way of... First we have to move then the queen.
Probably queen b7 seems to be a good move, pushing e4 or threatening, but also keeping an eye on the b2 pawn.
Queen c6, similar idea.
Queen c6.
Yeah, basically the point is that queen takes a5, winning the pawn, runs into e5, e4, and there is the hanging knight on d2 at the end of the line. So this is a problem for white. White needs to react. All right, maybe I was a little bit too harsh on Magnus. Maybe he sensed it, that, okay, you know, I know that you are very happy of spoiling my pawn structure with a queen b5, but I'm getting a lot of dynamics, and e5, e4, how do we deal with this threat?
What about queen b1?
Yeah, queen b1 is a
Trying to stop e4.
And also winning a tempo by hitting the f5 pawn.
Though I'm not so happy having my queen on b1 after... I mean, now on a1, it's kind of active. I'm attacking the pawn on a5.
And by the way, I was completely misleading. Yeah, the pawn on f5 is not hanging anyway because the knight on d2 is hanging. Do the pin. So then, really, not sure that you... But e4 is a threat. How do we handle this?
But after queen b1, do you go e4, takes knight g4? Is that a killer?
No, I don't think so.
Or just goes knight h5?
I don't think so. At least it would be horrible news for white that you seemingly protect yourself against e4 and then black pushes anyway.
Yeah, those are the most hurting moves, yeah? You think you stopped that move and then even though...
So the clock situation, Magnus 4:30 against 10:15.
6:15, yes.
Yes, I think that Magnus is comfortable because this 4.5 minutes, we talked about this, or I talked in my interview that prior to the event, finding the right rhythm is probably key, yeah, because the players have to adjust to this 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. They don't have time, but if you rush and you get punished, then no matter how much time you have. So finding this golden balance is so easy to say that you should, but how do you do that? That's an art.
Yes, and we've seen also in the first game with Magnus that in the beginning he went down, he was behind in time, then he got a great position, he was bounced back and it was more or less equal, then he went again. And it was changing his time situation, and we see witnessing again something very similar. But still, I'm wondering, what do you think, Nicholas? After Queen B1, can Black go E4 and Knight G4, or that would be too early?
These ideas are definitely in the position here. So Queen B1 to stop E4, and now you're saying still go E4, sacrificing a pawn, then go for Knight G4, and your intuition is spot on. This is definitely possible. Is it the strongest? Probably not. White can maybe take on F5 and hope to survive the storm after bishop D5, E4. This can be quite messy, but Black doesn't have to sacrifice a pawn. Just a simple bishop C5, trade the bishops on the diagonal, and then try to exploit the weakened dark squares. Seems to be a good move, and Black is doing quite well. So Aronian is taking a long think because he's in a bit of a tough spot. The best move by the computer is B4, but this is a very difficult move to play. And the point is that after E4, you have the intermediate move B5 to push the queen away. And then if the queen moves to E8, let's say, you can take the pawn. If the queen keeps protecting the pawn on E4, you have the move bishop C4 to get out of this issue on the D file, because you have a counterattack against the bishop on E6. But to see these kind of ideas is very difficult, and it's no big surprise that Levon played the human move, queen to B1. And now we'll see if
Magnus blitzed out knight D5.
Knight D5, even another move we didn't look at, also makes a lot of sense, going to F4, also eyeing the E3 square, maybe with bishop C5 coming later. This is looking like a pleasant position for Magnus. And I saw another game which is quite interesting, maybe we can hop there. It's a game between Sam Savian and Hikaru Nakamura, which is looking very messy, and last time I checked, it was quite a promising position.
Wow.
And here we have it, so we can take a look at this one together. Judith, what do you make of this?
Wow, at first sight it seems, I don't even know which one I would take. White seems very promising.
Yes. Look at the look on H1 is opened already. Yeah? There is no H pawn.
I mean, the C5 square for the knight.
D5 just played.
And Hikaru is super nervous. Yeah, he's down to 2 minutes 20. He's also behind on the clock. Very scary. Yeah, the last move, D7, D5, it's certainly not a move that you play when you are happy. It's a very unhappy move. Yeah, weakening the squares, right?
Yeah, absolutely. D5, whoop.
You need to stop D5 from white to not open up the bishop, I assume.
Well, of course, Nakamura will always give a great fight and being resourceful. But in this position, it's really tough. Now the question is whether should white go knight c5, for example, or should just white go e5, and after that go rook a1. At the same time, black is looking for a counterattack over the b5 weak pawn. So if black could get that back, then I think black can bounce back very nicely.
Yeah, my intuition is I don't want to rush with e5 because then I will open up the possibility for black eventually. If, let me just show e5. Potentially black can activate the bishop to the diagonal and we'll get a lovely spot. I don't want to let this happen, but e5 is played. Wow, e5, bishop e7, so white has to be very energetic now because if black gets time to play bishop f7, bishop g6, then Hikaru will be super happy. How do we stop it? And also bishop f7, castle short, followed by bishop g6, creating threat along the f file. I'm pretty sure that Sam had anticipated something and he has something on his mind, but what is it?
I think actually the move d5 by Nakamura was played. I'm sure he was not happy with that. But he was afraid much more of white playing c4, protecting the pawn on b5 and potentially pushing c5. That was really scary. So space is a very important part of this. And also after d5, really black is threatening to play queen b8 or queen b7 to attack the b5. So that's a big question. I was even considering for a second to play b3 with white. So after queen b something, white can go c4.
Well,
of course, there are new things open up, right? For example, the H1 diagonal opens up after d takes c and queen f3. But maybe I would be happy to give up that pawn.
Yeah, but he played bishop e3. I thought like he wants to look bg1. Yes, I like this plan. Forget about this b5 pawn, hitting the g7, eyeing bishop g5 trade, also trading the dark square bishops, and not allowing that black bishop to activate itself, because the knight on d3 beautifully cements the queen side. The pawn on b2 is protected, so I'm willing to give up the b5 pawn in order to get all the other trumps.
But it's a nice idea, and it's very clearly we are move to move.
Yes.
Because if after black would have played
bg1 looks so much more natural, not just the knight on d3 takes care of everything on the b file, and Hikaru is fighting back. Also the clock situation changed dramatically. Suddenly Hikaru is up a minute and Sevian is in the danger zone with 120.
Now black also has the option to go g6, which wasn't really possible with the other rook coming to g1 because of rook takes g6.
But maybe Sam wanted to keep everything as an option to have one
rook a1.
To rook a1, but you can't have everything. You have to make a decisive decision sometimes, and you have to commit yourself.
But basically he says that it's very important that I have the opportunity to trade the dark square bishops, because if the dark square bishops are gone, then actually black's position is hopeless. And keeping the rook a1 idea also alive. Let's not be too harsh on Sam. He's doing great.
He is, for sure.
And Hikaru is missing one tempo. Yeah, that bishop from g8 cannot really get into the game. The pawn on g7 is hanging, and bishop g5 is a huge strategical threat.
Yeah, that's a very important plan for white, to eliminate the black square bishop, so the c5 square can be occupied very comfortably with the knight.
Yes.
And
yeah, bishop f8. Smart move.
Wow.
Dramatic move, yeah, because seemingly the developed bishop is retreating, but Hikaru knows that I can't allow the trade of the dark square bishops. Then strategically I will be lost. Sam goes rook a1.
So this is why he went rook g1. Bishop f8, what an amazing move.
Yeah, bishop f8
iron nerves
is double X clam, and that's why I think that human input is very important also in the comment. h6 again. Yes, forget about the a7 pawn. Hikaru is trying to first of all activate his bishop. If that bishop lands on f5, we are very happy to sacrificing that pawn on a7. It's not that pawn that matters, the bishop activity.
But actually, bishop h7 probably is already definitely a plan of Hikaru, because even giving up the e6 pawn, maybe it's not so deadly. I'm not sure. Bishop takes d3 and the b2 can be attacked.
Yeah, and also first now white has to, white picks up the a7 pawn, which means that the e6 pawn won't be hanging. Bishop h7 blitzed out. And
I was not happy with queen h7.
Yeah, I understand you. I perfectly understand you. But I'm just so happy that we witnessed this moment. Yeah, Hikaru with this stunning bishop f8, and it's double X clam. It's double X clam. Amazing move.
What a practical chance.
And it's a game changer. Yeah, we also see another evil bar that things are getting out of control, which we kind of felt after bishop f8, h6, that black will be fighting back. And you were spot on saying that as long as the queen is on a6, the pawn on e6 is hanging.
It was more vulnerable.
Yes.
And now the bishop on f5. I mean, what a change, having the bishop from g8 to f5. I think generally we would be ready to give more than one pawn for that.
For sure. Anything for that active bishop. And this is now Caro-Kann bishop. It's not the French bishop anymore. Yeah, the bishop is alive. Also, when black will hit on b2, of course, now white is threatening to play knight e6. The idea with knight f4 is also that after bishop f5, is white planning to play knight g6? Does he have time to play knight g6 at all? There are already a lot of tactical possibilities here, potentially.
Well, the question is it so dangerous for black? Bishop f5? No, he goes queen a7 first.
And king d7.
And king d7.
Very good decision.
Yes. Yes, because knight g6, then he won a tempo. Very important tempo.
Very important. He can just take and take on b2.
There's a huge moment right now, and it has happened. We got to go back to Aroning against Carlsen, because Magnus Carlsen has just sacrificed his queen. Move of the day so far. So I want to show this.
Wow.
Let's just go there. So what happened was, let's just take it back. This position, rook trade, rook f1, and now Magnus took the bishop on d3, sacrificing the queen, double exclam, rook takes, and now there's a threat to take the bishop and give checkmate on the back rank. So this is the current position Aronian is thinking, but his position is lost. He needs to defend against this threat. But if he goes knight f3, black moves the pawn forward to d2, and this pawn you cannot keep it alive. But once again, if you take it, then bishop takes, and you cannot take the bishop because of back rank checkmate. But if you defend against it, whatever way, black has two bishops, the rook, plus a passed pawn on the a file. So this is game over. Beautiful combination by Magnus.
We have d2 on the board.
d2 on the board, and Magnus coming in strong with what looks like the second black win for him in a row, and having then, of course, great chance to qualify for the next stage.
Well, absolutely. I think game one was very important for Magnus, because there were some moments when it was really shaking, ups and downs, from a little worse position to a much better one, then from much better draw, and then with excellent accuracy what he did. And now rook f1, I believe.
Well, now it's also the situation that if we would not be having access to the current position, just the body language signals that black knows that black is winning, right? Look at the way how Magnus confidently is sitting there, yeah, provoking g3. The bishop moves. Well, first rook f2 check. Well, it's basically resigns territory.
Yes, rooks and bishops are just hunting down the white king here.
King g1, bishop e3.
And that's it.
That will be a handshake.
Very convincing play by Magnus. Queen a3, Levon plays. I mean, he's just trying to digest what has happened in the last few moves, I believe.
Exactly.
Crushing game by Magnus.
Yeah.
Very strong performance.
Incredible, yeah, because let's not also forget that usually Levon is amazing in freestyle, and then getting the upper hand and getting this comfortable position out of the opening with black was true magic. It was really incredible by Magnus. Rook e2.
Very impressive game. Basically, Levon has been left with his bad queen on a1.
Yes.
That's what was decisive in this game.
And there is the handshake. Brilliant victory by Magnus Carlsen. And he's now 2 out of 2, 11 out of 11.
Let's listen. Maybe we can hear them talking. Well, Levon is kind of destroyed in this game, because actually he was just smashed.
Yes.
He was just crushed in this game.
Yeah, now we have the bird's eye view.
Oh,
yeah,
no. Big blunder by Vincent. H6, queen e6 check, just picks up the rook. It just picks up the rook. It picks up the rook.
Oh, no.
No, he misses
and queen
it.
b5.
He misses it.
But okay, he's anyway pawn up.
Yeah, he can take an f5 as well. But queen e6 was just picking up a free rook.
Oh.
Yeah, actually Vincent was doing good in the game. Yeah, that was That was some unfortunate blunder probably somewhere. And Pragnanda has won against Vevisa Rasabayeva his game.
Yeah, Sindarov still being up 2 pawns here should convert this, but there's some hope for Vincent, for whom a second loss would be really bad news, obviously.
Well, there is some counter chance on the weak e3 pawn, but it's difficult. Well, now queen b8 had to be played, so
exactly. So
2 pawns down.
Rook d7 runs into queen b5 check. That's a trap.
The other way around.
Yes. It looks like rook d7 wins the game, but actually it loses the game on the spot. Yeah, h3, very professional.
Very professional move, just to be in time. Whenever it's needed, he goes king g1, king h2 to safety.
Yeah, these are the moves that in time trouble you have to make, and you know that if I get the safety, then there is no way I'm not going to win this. Black has this vulnerable pawn on e4. The queen on g6 is a monster queen, targeting the rook on e8 and eyeing the e4 pawn, so Black's queen cannot move from b8. It's a hopeless situation. And king g1, just continuing the plan.
But he can take on b3 now? It's also losing.
Takes on e8.
Yeah, and also
takes
the
king
d4
h2.
pawn is dropping. Yes.
Rook c8. Trying to hang on, gives up the pawn on e4, while the b3 is hanging as well. But still 2 pawns up. And Sindarov takes the pawn, queen b3, rook b1.
But yeah, basically this is very one-sided. Can't we maybe have a bird's eye view to see if, for example, what's going on in Wesley saw Hans Niemann?
No, Wesley saw against Norderbeck. Yes.
Norderbeck, yes. Because Wesley also lost the first game. Okay, here, Vincent is in a hopeless situation.
Yes. So this is Group B. We see Nakamura actually now being better, being up a pawn with the bishop pair, looking good. Kawana against Dominguez seems to be equal. It's a knight endgame. This is probably heading towards a draw. And then we see Arjun winning against Vidit. The attack on the back rank should mean game over very soon. And Robson being better against Niemann in an endgame, being a pawn up, Vidit just resigning. Big comeback win for Arjun.
Yeah, after that very painful, quick loss, he won against his countryman with it.
Yeah, and Wesley in a lot of trouble. Yeah, but now we are covering this section. So Hikaru, we have seen the game of Hikaru at the beginning, and I'm still in fight for the move of the day. This bishop f8, for me personally, equals out Magnus's incredible queen sacrifice, but we are different. It will be very interesting to see if we'll come to a conclusion. Which game to pick?
And well, basically Nakamura is going to win, right?
It looks like
he has a pawn up, bishop pairs up, and the king activity. So basically, there is not much hope for white.
Kawana just claiming a draw against Dominguez. Second draw for both of them.
Yeah, it's a rock-solid position. Yeah, so probably let's go to Niemann, Ray Robson against Hans Niemann.
But suddenly there was a pawn blunder, or what has happened? Because...
things are getting out of control.
Pawn, I think, to get the king active, but Black should have enough play with the f-pawn.
Knight h3, what a resource, threatening knight take g5, and also after king f6, f4, f3. So white will sacrifice the bishop and try to go after the h7 pawn.
Oh, that seems risky.
But Black can also capture on g5 first.
That's the problem, that he goes knight g5 first.
He goes for it.
Exactly, and look at this. This is looking good for Black because there is knight takes g5.
Black is suddenly better. What is he doing?
Oh, no.
No, but knight takes g5.
King h6.
Burning all bridges. And look at Niemann. He has 3 minutes 40 on the clock. Can you believe it?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
He is pushing always on the clock. Yeah,
and Robson is going down on time.
Oh, 1 second. He made that move with 1 second on the clock.
But he goes now knight e4 and knight c5.
Ooh, that's a strong idea.
Yeah, knight
Blocking out
e4.
the bishop.
Yeah.
But maybe I can still come around via c7, g3.
Yeah, but anyway, f3, knight e4, I collect the piece
Yeah, exactly. No,
with many tempos.
This is easily winning.
And Hans knows it, that this is my game.
Well, he was pawn down in an
Okay,
endgame.
now he thinks that it's my game.
Of course.
I don't know what has happened before, only a few moves ago when it seemed like that he has a pawn down endgame, and suddenly he has an extra pawn.
And 3 minutes still to figure it out. He goes
Knight
knight
e4.
e4. The right move.
Yeah. I'm curious after king h7 if he goes knight c5.
You can also go f3, g5. Different moves.
Well, after f3, maybe it's yeah, you have to go anyway bishop e3, right?
Bishop
Yes,
e3,
you have to do the
Because knight
tempo.
c5 would be there.
f3 was played.
Bishop e3.
So that's
3
why-
seconds. He's got to make a move.
Bishop
Again,
e3
with
is
1
there.
second. He played bishop e3.
This is Ray's specialty. Yeah,
I think g5 seems to be the smartest because black can go f2 anytime. He can wait until king g6, king f5 comes.
g5 is actually the only winning move now.
yeah.
G5
Well,
is
you
the
have to
only
save
winning
the G pawn. Yeah, because only the H pawn can save white. And make sure that you push G5, G4, and then F2
And there we go.
on the board.
He found it.
Heartbreak for Ray.
Well, the problem is black pushes the pawn to g4 and then goes f2.
Exactly.
And you're not winning that f pawn, or it takes you just way too much time.
Even this way.
Yeah, king F5, F2, and takes, and it will take way too much time to play king F4, king G3, targeting the G4 pawn. Then black will already get access to taking on A5 and going with his own king against the C2 pawn.
Exactly. Takes king g3, knight goes to... the simplest is to go knight d1, knight e3 check.
Even this, yeah.
The sharpest move.
But interestingly, only knight d1 and king b4 are winning here. But maybe king b4,
King
you could
B4
just
is the
calculate
Actually, he's
Fashion,
going
yeah.
to go king b4.
Yes, it's
just calculate it
stylish.
to the end.
Yeah. he now
has 3
with his
minutes.
body language, he says, okay,
He'll
king
take his
b4.
time, figure it out. Yes. I'm really impressed with his time management. I mean, he was worse, but as you can see, having this time advantage or putting the pressure on Ray, that really made a difference. And Ray, he was too ambitious. He should have taken a draw. He was better before, but he should have taken a draw, risking too much invading with the king and now paying a high price. So
He
king
knows
b4,
he has time.
yes.
Yeah, black queens first, and the white pawn reaches
And
only
there we go.
h7.
And it's on the board,
Yeah.
yeah.
Didn't take him too long to figure it out. I mean, it is a straightforward line to calculate. And
What a
Hans Niemann,
precise play by Niemann.
he's going to win a second game in a row. Looking
Yeah.
very good here in Vegas.
2 out of 2.
And in the meantime, Sinnerov has beaten Vincent Keimer, we should point out. And has Hikaru won already? Yes, Hikaru has also beaten Sam Savian. Huge win for Hikaru after he looked like he was in a lot of trouble. Robson also resigning. Niemann is winning this game.
Wow.
And we just have one game remaining.
Wesley against Abdusattorov, right?
Yes, which it looks like Wesley So is saving after he was worse or losing the entire game. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Well, so far we have only one draw in this round and 6 decisive games, so
Wow.
it's not as it was in round 1. Wow, what an end game.
Yeah, we can zoom in on the players, I believe, as the moves will come in quickly.
It's very difficult to judge, right? That is this A3 pawn queening because
Yeah.
White's king is taken care of. And E5 check, wow. That's a surprise.
Well, black cannot take it, right?
Yes.
So now the big question, king e6.
King E6, and where is the follow-up? because b5 always runs into knight c3 check. That's a problem. Look at the nervousness of Abdusattorov as well. Yeah, it just nerves in play.
Rook c8 should be played now. I didn't like e5 because this pawn is now quite weak, and maybe black can pick it up with like something like knight c1, knight d3,
king
b1, and black is better once again here.
It's a tricky move because if you go bishop e5, king a2.
Oh, that is quite smart. That is quite smart.
But yeah, the knight jumps back, knight d4, king a2.
But now
you
king
can take.
e5,
Now you can
b5.
Was he relying on b5?
b5, king
King
d5.
d5, rook b4, king c5.
Oh.
And the way how Abdusattorov actually picked up that pawn on e5 indicated that he is so happy. I got rid of this e-pawn.
But now he needs to move king d6, yes?
King d6, yeah, rook take g5.
And knight e2, I guess.
Knight e2. Still the question is, how can you queen that a-pawn? It's really difficult to do it, but maybe put the knight on c1, then move the bishop away, yeah?
Mm-hmm. That's a nice
that's
one.
It. That's it.
But it's not so obvious.
Yeah, or
Not
maybe
so.
bring the knight to d3 to hit the pawn on b4. He goes knight c2.
Yeah, the problem is for white that there is no counterplay. Yeah, the pawns h4, f4 are blocking everything on the king side.
Rook b5.
Setting up the trap, inviting king c6 blunder due to rook c5 check.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
don't
will
do
not
that.
happen.
Knight e3. Knight continues the journey. Probably, if possible, he might just pick up the g2 pawn as well.
He does. But does that really have priority here?
I don't know, because
wonder.
rook c4 maybe.
Oh, rook c8 and try to push. Rook c8 and then try to push the b pawn. Should have wide enough play
Only
to save
chance.
this.
Only chance.
Wasn't that g2 pawn a poisoned one?
I believe
not
it was.
really
it did
far.
not have priority. Did not have priority. And white is back in the game.
Yeah, because now white might have the chance to go b5 and king b3. Let's get that king out of the corner. Yeah, knight e1,
b5.
b5.
Knight d3 is the plan, or what?
But then b6.
I'll be also a little bit nervous now with black. This b pawn is going quickly. King
Oh,
d7.
knight d3, rook d8 it was also. Bishop e5.
That was his.
Bishop e5.
That's what he was relying on. Wow, what a trap!
And knight f3
No, knight takes
capturing
f3.
that one.
So rook c4 was wrong. He should have put the rook to c5.
Yeah, but okay, this was
Yeah, but
very
you have to
difficult,
see bishop
yeah.
e5 coming.
Yes.
Rook c8.
But the f pawn is probably too strong now.
Well, knight d2, rook d4 check. There are all kinds of tricks. Bishop
Wow.
c7.
Nice.
Rook
Proves
d4,
the
bishop
bishop.
c4. Settling rook c8.
And now what?
Black lost the tempo, right? Because bishop was on d6. e5. Bishop was on e5.
Yes.
Yeah, but he played bishop c7, rook b4, bishop b8, rook c4, and it's black to move. So it's not obvious that who lost what.
Yes, but rook c8 will come
Is
with
a
the
threat.
tempo.
Yes. And knight e5, knight c6 protects, but then you are
No, I
running-
take f4.
Exactly.
Yes, you cannot give
can even
f4.
take
But knight
f4,
g5 is the right way, going after h3 pawn and putting all your hopes on these pawns on the right side of the board. Rook c8.
Bishop e5 would be a blunder. So you have to go bishop c7.
Bishop c7 or bishop
or
d6?
bishop d6.
Yes.
Bishop d6. How is this? Yeah, what a fascinating position. So basically after b8, bishop b8, rook b8, knight takes h3. After rook h8, you can play f3, rook
F3.
takes h4, f2.
Oh.
Rook d4, rook d1.
And then rook d1. Wow. Okay,
That would be a draw.
And it's a very
tricky.
important game.
Yes,
It's a
super
crucial
important.
game.
Well, if Wesley loses it, then he will also be 0 out of 2 like Vincent, and it looks very bad. Of course, you can start winning all your games, and then you are back, but not
tough.
easy. Yes. First, you need to calm down, which is already not easy.
Time is ticking.
Yes,
10
9 seconds for Wesley.
9.
He goes for the queen. Takes. So now take on h3 or play f3
Or F3.
first?
Well, maybe then F3.
Yes, f3 actually only move.
Yes.
Play.
Because after rook h8, f2.
Then F2. Yes, and then knight takes h3. We are winning this big tempo. And we keep our h-pawn alive.
Wow.
So
Yeah, the
rook
king's
f8.
just too far away.
King takes a3 on the board.
f2, rook f8, knight h3, king b3, king e6, king c3, king e5, king d2.
But he can
But
also go king e6.
first.
King
It's very
goes,
powerful
yeah.
because now f2,
And knight f7.
knight f7.
So I go rook f8.
The king is just moving up, yeah? King e5.
King e4, king e3.
Or knight f...
Or knight f7 even, yeah.
But yeah, like this, he also gets a very big tempo. Yeah, rook e8 check.
King f5. King
No,
f6.
he goes king f6. Yeah, he still relies on this knight f7 defense. Yeah, he wants to push f2. So
This
forces
is over.
Yeah, forces Wesley to make a decision.
The white king is too far. Knight f7. Isn't it?
Yeah, rook goes
Rook
away.
c8.
f2.
Knight g5.
Knight g5 again.
Far, far away, that king on a3.
The king is just running up, the black king, supporting the pawn. Black takes on h3, and there's nothing white can do. This should be a big win for Abdul Saturov.
Very huge win, yes.
Knight f3.
Oh, knight f3, that's it on the spot.
Yeah.
Rook f1, knight d2, otherwise knight e1.
Yep, beautiful. The knight is blocking out the rook.
There was a strong look by Abdul Saturov. Says, yes, the game is over. I don't have to work harder anymore. Wow, what an endgame. And quite a few moves, which was very precise by Nodirback.
Yeah, white should have probably not given up the e-pawn. Yeah, that was a nervous move.
In round 2, we had only one single draw and 7 decisive games. So that was quite impressive. We've seen only a few games. Magnus Carlsen's very convincing victory in round 2. So he started with the 2 black pieces, 2 out of 2. What a very impressive start by Magnus. Well, we'll see how he continues, but it seems like he's in a very good form for today. What do you think? Let's see, pick some other game, what has happened. Can we go back to Nakamura just to highlight that segment, how he really turned around a kind of positionally or tactically even hopeless, seemingly hopeless position? If we can just go back to this quite amazing moment.
Yes.
And actually, it was quite impressive already what he played when he played d5, giving this opportunity for white for the knight on c5. This, for me, it was a very interesting move, very interesting moment. When you have a bad position and you say, okay, between this bad and that bad,
exactly,
which one is less bad?
And which one gives me chance, perspective for the future?
Yeah, and this move seemed like, no, come on, I mean, you make this kind of move only when it's like really everything is burning, right? But Hikaru is there, and he went d5, and somehow he felt that after e5, later on you will show how the black bishop came into life again, and this is the moment.
Yes. Okay, we have to highlight that, yeah, we sensed it that just forget about everything on the B file, rook bg1. We don't know exactly how it would have changed, but it feels more in the spirit. This one inaccuracy, rook ag1, and the idea behind it after rook takes b5, queen a6, Sam definitely felt like there is just no reason why I have to play rook bg1 because I'm anyway going bishop g5 and I'm still keeping this rook a1 possibility also alive. And then here comes the move that for me is like the move of the day, because I'm such type of player. Super deep move, bishop e7 to f8, a stunning move, double X clam, retreating the developed bishop, stepping out of this idea of white trading the dark squared bishops and setting up the idea of going h6, bishop h7, a super kind of Tigran Petrosyan kind of idea from Hikaru Nakamura. And I think this is where the game psychologically turned. Sam continued the other plan of going after the a7 pawn, but we already sensed it that this is not the right track. I think Hikaru was very relieved. Yeah, please take that pawn that has absolutely no meaning in the position. I have to say hello with my bishop to the game. The bishop says hello, and I think this bishop finally wins the game. Incredible. What happened here? Knight f4. Takes king d7, and already obvious that black is the one pushing here.
But king d7 was also a very nice touch. Very accurate decision by Hikaru, defending the pawn with the king. So let's see the other games, what has happened. For example, how Arjun bounced back. Yeah, this is... yeah, but here already it's very clear that black is playing for a win, and White got on the slide, right?
Yes, it felt to me like maybe there is still some safety net. For example, knight f6 check was there, trying to change the character of the position. Of course, we don't have time to deal with it, but I just wanted to mention, even if it's the cost of a pawn, but then we are setting up our own bishop to be activated, and we will always get counterplay. But yeah, let's take a look also at Arjun, because Arjun mounted a very important comeback against Vidit with the move b3, which you praised, Judith, in the very beginning. I remember this. Let me just find that moment. Yeah, so the move bishop d5, which looked like a smart move, activating the bishop before going e6. Yeah, because if you play e6 here, then the bishop is kind of buried. So it was a smart idea by Vidit. However, b3 and then going c4, Arjun already showed his ambitions right at the very start.
So you think here he took over already?
Well, he provoked b4, which is criticized by the computer. Now white breaks the structure. So, wait a second, the b4 pawn, okay. White played the move queen b2, knight g6, a, b, and rook a1, rook a4, and the pawn on b4 is falling. Look at this, the bishop on d. Normally, you always know that the bishop with d on e7 protects that pawn on b4. Yeah? But black was just missing one tempo, and Arjun just beautifully exploited this weakness with a timely rook a1, rook a4 idea. And okay, queen d6, the only way to protect. And white is...
So Arjun played a very smooth, very good game.
Yeah,
it seems.
Basically, okay, he's collecting the pawn, and he still has this bishop, the light squared bishop, which comes to life as well, yeah, all the way to the king side. Castles, the long castle, which we call in classical chess short castle, the king evacuates all the way to the king side. The same will be done by Arjun, I believe, because he has also set it up. Everything, yeah. And basically now the smoke has settled. White is a healthy pawn up, has the pair of bishops, better pawn structure, and I believe he converted it very smoothly. There are no surprises here.
What do you think, Peter? I mean, you played also a lot with the top guys. That you see these moves, bishop f8 by Hikaru, then you see some moves by Magnus. And then you just feel that the board is burning, that you feel the depths of it.
Exactly.
Where does that come from, you think, for those people? That even in a very short time control, how much in advance they may see the depths of forthcoming moves or strategy or pawn structure or outcome?
Yeah, I think that these are the instincts that you simply, like you also mentioned, that Hikaru knew that he's under pressure. Yeah, and then you are searching for a way, how can I change the character of the position? Which structure, which piece can I allow to trade, which one I have to keep, and then the reflex takes over. The instinct tells you that, wait a second, I have this idea, d5, and I provoke e5, bishop e7, and then I will have this bishop f8 sidestepping of the trade of the bishops, and then if I get chance to play h6, bishop h7, and those kind of thoughts might come to you within like 5 seconds, yeah? You get this perfect picture, and you feel like that, let's go for it. Then that it works out in such a perfect way as it did, that's an extra bonus. There are never guarantees for it, but I think the instincts are signaling it to you. You can't calculate it all the way till the end, but you just look for chances, and you know exactly that what kind of positions I can be worse against a computer, but humanly I will always have chances. Yeah, that you keep the option of creating counterplay.
And what do you think about Magnus's first game going back there? Because there we've witnessed an queen endgame where many of the players would say, okay, I just ruined it, I want to get over with this game, draw, let's focus for the next one. How can Magnus keep himself, pushing himself again and again in drawish endgames, even in 10 minutes? I mean, he knows that Vincent is a great player, right? So what makes him be pushed in order to play on?
Yes, well, I think that there is also the psychological element, but yeah, first let's, if you already have these beautiful graphics, take a look at the standings. Magnus Carlsen with 2 out of 2, Pragnananda, Abdusattorov and Sindarov with +1 score with 1.5 points each, and then Levon with 1 point. I think for Levon, this is kind of very important that Wesley and Vincent are on the bottom, because the top 4 are qualifying. Bibisara is an underdog. It's clear that she won't be able to fight for qualification. She's trying to get as many points as possible. She already did make a solid draw against Sindarov in the first round, but now she lost against Pragnananda. So Levon is there, and Vincent and Wesley, they have to start winning to put pressure on the other guys, otherwise it will be a 5 race, and this is not what Wesley and Vincent want.
Yeah, it's going to be a big fight, I believe. And we see here the other group, Group B, where Hans Niemann started out with 2 out of 2. Very promising start, and not only the victory, but the way he played, especially we've seen game 1, that was extremely convincing versus Arjun. Nakamura has 1 point because, wow, he was in a dangerous situation.
No, he has 1.5 points.
1.5, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Yeah, he's +1.
Yeah, 1.5 point. And then we have Dominguez, who is a very stable player. Just as well, they made a draw with Caruana.
Yes.
So they are there. Eric Gaisi is also 1 point. So there is going to be a huge fight for the top 4 places, I believe, in this group.
And we see that just one game like Sam Sevian against Nakamura, it changes everything. Yeah, Nakamura with +1 will be in a very comfortable situation, knowing that everything is under control. While if he would have lost that game with -1, then you are getting nervous because you know that you have to win at all costs. Yeah, this is also what I feel like it's such a scary situation for Wesley and for Vincent, because they already cannot play calmly their normal, usual game because they know that they are under tremendous pressure of winning, and this often hinders you to play your best chess. Yeah, so Hikaru is super happy with bishop f8, move of the day for me personally. Nicholas and Judith, I'm absolutely forgiving you if you say that no, Magnus made a brilliant queen sacrifice, that's the move of the day. But I'm just highlighting that I will be ambassador of bishop f8.
Well, of course, first of all, I think we are treated very well, that we can already say that we have quite a few impressive moves, because, of course, Magnus made a very tactical, very obvious decision decision for us, for top players. We understand that the queen sacrifice is not something spectacular so much, but of course, our audience, I think they appreciate very much also the queen sacrifice, because Magnus showed how powerful a rook and two bishop can be versus a queen and the piece, but he also won with one extra piece. So that
you
was
remember when Magnus against Rapport in Paris sacrificed the queen? Then we were completely sure because it was for two pieces or something. Yeah, that's amazing. That was absolutely clear. Here it's spectacular. It's beautiful as you highlighted, but we know that it was in the possession. Yeah, it was not that hidden.
Yes, absolutely. It was an amazing queen sacrifice, but still we can say Magnus really played a very convincing game here. And, well, we've seen Hans Niemann also taking a lead in his group, and we are about to go on stage for the drawing of the next position. But so far it seems like every position is a big challenge for the players. I don't know how they can take it, that after every hour they get a new position they have to deal with. So let's see what is the next challenge for them.
And I think it's good for soccer, for football, when you go and you have to be very focused, very concentrated on the game that it's happening, I don't know, tomorrow or in a couple of days. The fact that you can...
Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. I'm going to look at our audience. Are you all having fun so far? And we're ready now. That's good to hear. For the draw of the next position, in order to draw the next ball, I would like to welcome to the stage France's top chess content creator, Julien Song. Julien, are you ready?
It's position 96.
Position 96, 096. Julien, thank you so much. You were here yesterday making some content with the players. You played Magnus for the first time. What are your first impressions of this event?
I mean, it's been amazing so far. And yeah, of course, it's always a really nice opportunity to play against the world best players.
And they are battling it out right now. We can see discussions have started in the background. So, Julien, thank you very much. We'll leave the players to it as always. They have 10 minutes. Please enjoy the next game.
I think I even have D4. I heard D4. No, why not D4? Like D5, C4? C5?
C5, D5, C4.
Yeah.
Same. Perfect.
Chef that come.
Yeah,
We might play that yesterday.
okay. Because I'm not sure. You cannot play a D5, C5.
With Mike playing. Fantastic.
I think we can. What's wrong with the chart? Just to understand.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because anyway, we're going to play like F6 and 5.
No, D6. D6, D5, 60.
So E6 also.
You will D5.
Can we also take in just the player's position?
Yeah,
nice E6.
It should be 5. No, I know D5.
Immediately D5? Yes.
I think 903 is the best place.
Yeah.
Right here, big and
5.
Maybe first knight of 5.
Bishop
Avoid
D7, yeah,
D4.
maybe it works. Yeah,
So this we got 2 difference.
Yeah. No, but D5 is a bit too dangerous to be bigger. Yeah, maybe. It's also.
Why not knight C6 and bishop E5? Just to get rid of this bishop.
Yeah. It's fine.
After knight c6, you can go d5, e5, d4.
What?
And d5, bishop d4.
Do you want to lock?
I don't like d4. Knight d6.
Yeah, why? I mean, maybe black is a little bit better.
Four is very
Yeah.
strange.
This knight, yeah? Or which knight?
No.
Or knight c6.
Knight d4.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, what about first one? Because we
Yeah.
didn't see anything else. That's the most logical.
Yeah, C4 is the most logical.
D4?
b4?
C5?
B4, C5.
No, b4. c5. Ah, b4, c5.
But we
Just
can.
to activate it.
But b4, b6 should be okay.
Yeah, I think d6 is more conservative.
Let's play more.
No,
This
this
is
is
C5.
C5. Yeah, if
Right,
C5.
C5.
No, it's way better.
Because you'll have to play C4
Yeah.
at some point.
I think c4 will be played. c4,
And D4 we play C5, yeah? Generally.
Yeah, D4, C5.
This is definitely.
d5.
No,
And then
D5.
E6 with the rook here as well.
Wait, that's worse.
D4, C5. D5.
Or
C4? C4, B5.
or maybe C4 first for black? Because it's still.
Yeah, we can do anything. It's E6 also probably okay.
Doesn't
C4.
look dangerous.
Yeah.
E6, knight G6, just everyone's
No,
well
yeah.
placed for it. Okay, so C4, C4, C5.
Yeah, b3.
B3.
b3, e6. Oh,
You got knight e6 here.
e3.
Which one?
e3.
No, 96.
I don't like knight e6.
Just of d4, no?
No, but
Knight E6, E3?
E3, B6, F4, and I don't know, this position is so good. Knight G3,
Queen.
knight F2.
No, queen, f4, queen.
Ah, that's
Another
actually,
C2.
that's correct. Maybe you.
Yeah, it's a good idea, but I'm not sure.
Bishop f4, yeah.
That's Knight f5.
6.
d4.
Before E6, yeah.
e6 and knight g7.
No, king G7. No.
I can play E5. Knight F7 also. Just
Yeah. No, okay. You cannot. It's dangerous.
What is the plan that I may play here? Forward.
E3,
What if they
D4
try
is-
for D3, D4?
E3 is everyone.
It's still
Yeah, E3 is the logical move. To D5, take knight T3, maybe then D4. Okay. Because King G4.
But there are no other good moves here.
Should we consider somewhere H4?
I'll move.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe.
It might be a bit low.
No, H4 here.
Forces back to play H5.
I think you have to go.
No? Why? You can play H6, then you could never really play F6 again. The 7 square,
Yeah,
I think
no,
you can
H4,
never
H4, black has to play H5.
Like if we want to include, we can. But black can play E5, B5. Right now D4?
Yeah, maybe D4 now. This is probably not. That's not a benefit because knight G3 is not a move anymore. Yeah, probably.
Also, I think like this benefits black more in defense, to be honest.
No, I thought this is...
No, maybe
D4,
later.
D4, H5, is that too much?
If someone wants to play it, take the center. No, but D4, H5, what do you do actually?
I think we just do E4.
Even C4.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
take
yeah.
all of it. Like, I will block this diagonal if I have
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
and then...
You allow it. Like everything else then.
Yeah, because H3, G3, and you have 3 pawns. I mean, you have 3 pawns. No, but you can E4, D4, C4, with D5 probably at some point if you need it. It's hard to believe.
C5 is...
Maybe.
Standard.
Good options. That's the main reason why.
The looks off.
This... Wait, so C5, D5, C4, D3, D5, D4, E6, you think? D5?
Yeah, just...
If I just grab pawn?
No, take c5, f4.
At least we have some. Maybe not.
Oh, that looks.
Yeah, what do you want? D5? C6, C4?
Yeah, this is horrible.
I mean, d5 might even be a threat at this point.
I'm feeling C5. I think we will play this.
I think we should just go e4.
E6?
So there's 2 minutes to the start of the round.
Yeah, e4, e6, 93 was down.
So this is the first one.
Maybe, okay, yeah, maybe this is. Is this not lose? Yeah.
No, I don't think we want to. Maybe we have to.
Play with one bishop.
And we welcome to round number 3. To the audience, please.
We just going to be about starting round 3. We've seen and witnessed the players taking their strategies. We've seen some of the players got enthusiastic about it, and suddenly we see a middle game already. Like, we could understand that they are very much deeply in 7, 8, 9, 10 moves. So the players are going very much into the details, that what they really want to get in the game. So let's see what has been played, because in this group, H4, which is, we were discussing also before, that H4 is a quite logical move in some ways, because we see the king on G1 already castled, we can say, in a castle setup, so the rook can come to H3. Rook on E1, it can be very supportive on the E-pawn, while in the other 3 games in this section, D4 was played. What do you take in this position, Peter?
Well, and also a very funny kind of situation, because D4, C5, D5 happened in many of the boards. Wesley already also pushed the pawn to C4. And if I look at this position, and if we are thinking about the position that Vincent and Magnus analyzed all the way till the very end, then I might have the feeling that it came from something like this. Yeah, because it was a structure like this, that black had pawns C4, B5. And it's very intriguing. Now, the big question, for example, H4, H5 inclusion in the Abdus Satov Aronyan, what does it change? Please try to understand this with 10 minutes on your clock. Clearly, the players have been analyzing before, but you never know exactly which move to focus on. Yeah, so it's not like you analyze a position for 10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. We see, I like very much this C5, B5 kind of setup. I see that there is a question mark next to it, but at the same time, it's you want to play energetically these positions, and maybe this is the time we can switch to the other group. so we can see what were the decisions there, how White started out the game, and then I would pass it on to Nicholas to tell us what is really the best starting move and where we are standing here.
Wow, so many similar positions, yeah? So all this D4, C5, D5, B5 is a standard line. The big question here, whenever teams versus teams fights are happening, that which team will get it right. And I feel a little bit, wow, White played the move C4, Dominguez playing like a banker gambit?
Yeah, it's a banker gambit. It's a quite funny way, but White will be playing B3 at some point, and that A1 bishop will be cool.
Well, but that's why Black will probably capture on C4, yeah? There is just no way of allowing White to play B3, yeah, B takes C4
Okay,
played by
E4.
Arjun.
E4, E6, and suddenly the rook on E1 is unprotected, so it can get into a pin.
Yeah, very funny. Very funny episode. Also, I'm very happy to see something completely different in Hans Niemann against Sam Sevian. That's kind of a hedgehog structure, something completely different compared to what we have seen here so far. And they played already so many moves. Actually, Hans Niemann opted for C4. I noticed this at Grenke, and I was criticizing Hans that don't rush, don't play so quickly. And I think it heavily backfired because it was a classical time control with 90 minutes. But now he's putting the pressure on the opponent on the clock, and he's playing with a lot of confidence. This is always something very unpleasant, practically speaking, as an opponent. Yeah, when your player is blitzing out moves, you are never exactly sure, is he playing so well or not, but he puts the pressure.
Which game would you like to pick?
Well, I have already picked before some games, so now it's up to you and Nicholas to decide. I'm very happy to jump to any of the game that you wish.
Well, I can try to decode a little bit what has happened in the first few moves, because there were some interesting choices already, and we can see how the players influence each other with their analysis beforehand. And actually, Hans Niemann being the only one who deviated from what the other players did, more or less, because we saw 6 times h4, d4, excuse me, we saw once h4 followed by d4 after h5 by Nordebæk, and Niemann, who is not analyzing with the other players before the game, he opted for c4. Actually, the computer gives c4 or h4 as the top 2 choices. Both moves make a lot of sense. You want to open up the bishops, maybe follow up with b3. And this is a very typical idea at freestyle chess as well. You already have the king castle on g1. You don't need to move it anyway. Typical idea. I'll bring it back to you guys. I think we can do the Nakamura-Kawana game.
Let's switch to that. Maybe you will be able to.
No, suddenly not. So please
so we have
go ahead.
Nakamura-Caruana. Let's see what Hikaru.
Actually, the technology came back for me, so I want to point out some more things, if I can. I think it was a quite interesting choice.
Yeah, we have some technological issue, but we can still, of course, discuss this position and until everything gets back. So we are back. We see Nakamura in his general pose when he's looking around what is actually happening on the other boards, because he has this curiosity always just to get a feeling what's going on in the playing hall on the other games.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position, yeah, because on one hand, it reminds us very much of the banker gambit, but it has nothing to do with the banker gambit. There is no bishop on g7. There is no bishop there on the long diagonal. Completely different rules apply, and we see that Hikaru is getting deeply into his thoughts.
Yeah, now we have that position. Nakamura with Caruana. And Fabiano is thinking after knight g3 how to develop the pieces. It is indeed a very similar, I mean, psychologically we know that it's a banco gambit kind and type of position. At the same time, we have to trust our eyes and not our feelings. Because our feelings is a banco gambit, but actually if we trust our eyes, the pieces stand very differently than usual, right? So the bishop on a1, we'll see whether anytime soon it's going to be activated by playing b3, either sacrificing a pawn or after capturing the c4. h5 is a very typical continuation, this kind of position after knight g3, I believe. And of course h4 wants to be played. It's not so easy. What had White in mind? What did Nakamura wanted after knight g3?
Yeah,
I mean, h5 is an obvious continuation.
It's kind of surprising. And also what you said, yeah, I just wanted to add that basically, yes, White would love to capture back that pawn on c4 and then play b3, open up the bishop on a1. But do we have time for it? Yeah, because queen takes c4 is one tempo and then b3 another. Hikaru has to react, and he goes knight e2 after h5. So is that knight heading towards the c3 square, or is he just trying to stop knight from jumping to f4?
Well, it's not only that, but we were talking in the very beginning that how much it looks like to our eyes that White has castled already, having the rook on e1. Maybe White's plan is to castle after on, play rook f1 and f4, for example.
Yes, now that black pawn got all the way to h4, it's clear that White will have to castle because the rook from h1 has to enter the game. But at the same time, black might not need to castle anymore. Yeah, so it will be very interesting to see the follow-up. I'm liking black's position.
Me too.
Intuitively, but maybe in two moves later, we might be switching sides.
h3. h3. I thought it's not important to stop black from playing h3. Or does it have some other idea? Is the g4 square is so important?
Yeah, it's such a complex position. Very difficult. There is just nothing to rely on, right? That can help us experienced players to say that, aha, now we know what's going on. And
rook h5.
Fabi, yeah, he says, I don't know what's going on, but I want to activate that rook, and my king is already safe. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, h5, h4, and rook h5. The rook might be heading towards the g5 square. The knight might want to jump to f4 at some point, putting some pressure on the king. But let's not forget the queen from c1 is also eyeing the diagonal, c1, h6 diagonal. So a very tricky position, full of life.
Yeah, it's I don't know what to say about this position, because in some ways, if White has one or two moves to activate the pieces, just b3, then already it's a huge help. After queen c4, there is no pin on the e file because of this maneuver knight g3, knight e2. So after e takes d5, I would also hesitate. What can White take back with the pawn, and then maybe black considers to take on e3, sacrifice in exchange?
Exactly. Wait a second. If we are setting up this idea, then what happens if I start now with rook g5, for example? And already then the idea of takes, bishop takes d5 will be a deadly idea because g2 is also vulnerable. Wait a second.
I like rook h5 a lot. There are great potentials on the 5th rank for black.
Wait a second. What is Hikaru intending after rook g5? He blitzed out the move queen takes c4, somehow intuitively, because I was highlighting the g5 square that black wants to go rook g5, then immediately I mentioned the queen on c1 is luckily keeping around the g5 square, but after queen takes c4 now, rook g5 is so tempting, but no. Fabi plays bishop b7. Does he have time to do this?
Well, bishop b7 has an idea to go bishop a6, eliminate the e2 knight, and then knight f4 can be extremely powerful in this position. And then rook g5. So on the black squares, bishop on b8, queen c7 can show up at some point also. The rook g5 looked quite inviting.
Yeah, quite tempting. But yeah, bishop b7 is also a very high-class move. Yeah, just saying that, you know what, yes, this bishop on a6, if it lands there, it already anticipates kind of also that white wants to castle. Yeah, then there will be this pin. And so many things.
But it's interesting that we've seen in previous rounds also, when the bishop was in the corner, for example, Niemann's game,
yes,
he went bishop capturing on e4, and then he went only back to g2, so bishop a3 was the winning move, right?
Yes.
And here also, I mean, after all, we have to understand that it's not enough for a bishop to be on the long diagonal, but actually it stands the best on b7 or g2 in the fianchetto position, so that this a6, h3 square can be very painful. What do you think, Nicholas, about this position? Does Nakamura know where he's going?
Yeah, it's a good question. The computer is saying the white position is still fine after a move like b3, but I feel like there's a lot of potential for black. As you pointed out, the trade on e2, knight f4 coming, you trade on d5, you have some ideas with rook g5. So I think practically speaking, it is definitely easier for Fabiano to play. As you guys pointed out, one move earlier, rook g5 was also very strong because there was also this idea of going knight e5 followed by knight f3 check,
wow,
as well as the trade on d5, which here the computer said, let me get out of the way, let me put the king on the other side of the board, castling, but that, I mean, it's not a move you're that happy to make either, because the king in general would be much safer on g1 than on c1, but maybe here was necessary. After bishop b7, Hikaru's thinking, he goes for b4. He pushes the b pawn 2 squares forward, opening up the bishop. He pushes the pawn, opening up the bishop, and offering a trade of pawns here. Definitely brings some tension into a position, but yeah, still the verdict is the same. Black is doing quite fine here, I think, practically speaking. He has active pieces. The rook on h1 is not in the game yet. White will still need a move playing castle, and black's pieces, except for this knight on d8, are looking quite fine. Good.
Well, this was shocking to me, to tell you the truth, when you just mentioned. I mean, in the very beginning, we pointed out that actually white is having almost a castle setup, right? With optimally the rook is on e1. And then suddenly you come, we think that there is all these knight e5, rook g5, knight f4, whatever things, and then you say castle to left.
Those are the moves you easily forget that they exist.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's like king on c1 suddenly and rook on d1. What?
But you know, when Hikaru opted for the move b4, I was a little bit surprised. I felt like this is a defensive move. Yeah, Hikaru feels nervous and he wants to change something on the other side, and then suddenly realized that he opens up the c file. So the move bishop a6, which the computer is now criticizing, is clearly aimed to meet rook c1 with queen b7. Otherwise, the queen was kind of trapped. Yeah, so this b4 move once again shows also Hikaru's open-mindedness, right? That he knows that all these rook g5s are coming and bishop a6 and so on, and he creates his own play. I feel like b4 was a very good practical move because it changes the character. Now probably he gets much better control than before.
Yeah, now the position changed quite a bit in the last three moves, right? After queen c4, b4 takes, because new opportunities for white rook c1. Now the question is whether, and of course the a1 bishop is opened up.
Yes.
Also, which is
and also
quite
we
important.
have access to the d4 square, which was not there because of the pawn on c5. Yes, so there are, and there you go. Hikaru was bishop d4, trying to make use of this d4 square. such a difficult position. I wanted to suggest something, but okay, I could have suggested rook c1 when clearly black plays queen b7, and where do we go next? Probably it's in black's favor to include those moves. So Hikaru goes bishop d4, which is criticized by the computer. I would like to forget about the computer's assessment because it's such a tough position humanly. How do you navigate here, right? Because there is no stability. It's not like you have already castled, your pieces are in the game and everything is under control. How do you find the right direction?
Yeah, it's kind of a strange situation. And Fabi goes queen b7, trying to exchange the queens.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. I was just calculating what if bishop e2 takes queen c1 check, but that was not possible with e1.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think that this queen b7 is very smart, and it's kind of a funny little detail that once the queens are traded, then there will be a lot of holes in white's position on the queen side. So actually, keeping the queens on the board would probably be a smart thing for white, but at the same time, his king is exposed on g1 why I'm saying exposed, because the rook is on h1. Yeah, if white would somehow get the coordination, he would be able to castle. Everything would be harmonious,
But of course, white can also worry about making a castling move rook to f1, because that h2 square suddenly can be a deadly weakness. Of course, for a moment after, well, now rook f1 is not possible, but now that the bishop is on a6, probably it will not come there anyway. So now there is a big question for white.
Yeah,
is he going to go queen d2, because he had to protect the e2, because otherwise bishop e2 and the b1 bishop would have been under attack. And now knight f4.
Knight f4. It's even not the best move according to computer, but it's a very logical one and was blitzed out by Fabi. I think Fabi also senses that, wait a second, I have excellent chances here. Also, Hikaru down to 2 minutes, clearly signaling that he is not happy. Yeah, trade on f4. And now there is no castle, because the bishop on a6 covers. No, it is possible, but you lose an exchange, yes.
But what about playing bishop d3? Can I go there, or the d5 pawn is under attack right now?
Well, you definitely would like to do it, but yeah, then takes ed5. We are losing a pawn, right? So queen d1 played.
Queen d1, kind of forcing black to go rook g5. No, rook g5 seems to be pretty obvious.
But okay, now there is also not so much pressure anymore against the g2 pawn, so I'm not that afraid of rook g5.
I'm not saying I want to attack only on g2. I want to keep an eye on the 5th rank and attack.
And also the rook is hanging, yes? So of course
I have to do something with it, right?
It's on the
rook
board.
g5 on the board.
Yeah, but somehow I feel like this knight f4 trade on f4 helped
It
Hikaru.
gave air.
Yes.
Now Hikaru can breathe.
He wants to get that bishop to b3, in order to get rid of all these ed5 problems. Will he be able to get there in time?
Well, black has a knight on d8, which I'm not very happy about. Can black play something like f6 and knight f7, trying to improve on the knight's position?
That's lovely. I'm loving it. Yeah, this f6, knight f7, and also eventually knight f3 check somewhere will be there, which is a checkmate. Yeah, if we can get rid of the queen on d1.
Yeah, you also like to visualize some forecasting some distance.
I loved your f6 move. Once you suggested f6, I've already seen the knight f3 checkmate coming. Yes, it came from you. Yeah, queen b4, another logical kind of move, because it touches some vulnerable spots. Yeah, the rook on e1 is vulnerable, the bishop on d4 is vulnerable.
Actually, I like queen b4 a lot. What do you think, Nicholas?
Queen b4 is an excellent move, but I have to be honest, I'm a little bit distracted by another game right now, because it looks like Magnus Carlsen is losing with the white pieces against Sindarov. So let me just jump there real quick. We can always come back to Hikaru against Fabi later. So this is the current position in the game between Magnus playing here with the white pieces against Sindarov. And you can see that these bishops on a8 and b8, they are beautifully lined up. Black has two 2 minor piece for the rook. F3, excellent choice by Magnus to block this bishop to not get checkmated. But still, black should be in a driver's seat here if he goes knight f7. Let's point one thing out, though. White can still castle. White can still castle, which could become a very important move. Bring the king over to c1, the rook to d1, and then trying to put a rook on g1 and put up pressure on the g file. So Sindorf is in good shape here, but only if he plays knight f7. It's a very concrete, very tactical position. And he does have enough time, 3 minutes against 1.5 by Magnus, but let's see if he can figure it out.
Now that you pulled my attention that white can still castle in this game, I want to ask you guys, if you have to predict, what will be the final result of this game?
Well, actually, before this idea of castling appeared, I felt like, okay, black should win this technical win. But now that there are some threats, okay, I for bishop h6 defense for black. Yeah, I'm always looking for defense. I don't look for attack. So I already have it in my pocket, and then put the queen on the 6th rank, and then everything will be somehow harmonious. So I'm picking black in any case. A victory for Sindorf.
I think Magnus will win. You?
Wow.
I think Sindorf will take it. He's ahead on the clock. And, well, he's also ahead in evaluation, so that helps. And there we go. We see the long castle. And now, actually, queen a6 is the only move to keep a winning advantage. Not an easy move, but it does make sense hitting some pawns here on c4 and a2. This can really sharpen up after queen a6, rook g1, going after g7, burning all bridges, but going for the attack. Whew, I think we're in for a wild ride here.
Yeah, but I think in this position, queen a6 is a human move as well. The question is, what move you start to consider first?
Well, I think the problem is that black cannot play the move that I suggested with bishop f4, bishop h6, because there is queen f5 and it's a double attack. Yeah. So and queen a6 was very much on my radar. So this means that Sindorf has seen it coming from long distance, I believe.
Long distance from g1 to c1.
He anticipated. I think he anticipated these castles. And
queen a6 is on the board.
Here we go.
Yeah.
It would be maybe nice to have the players, no, just to see the tension. And we also know that Sindorf is a player who is always very excited. Magnus probably is not feeling happy after starting thought of two with the 2 sensational victories with black. And then suddenly with white, he gets won his game against Bibisara. So Wesley is bouncing back.
So one decisive game so far, or also in the... going on.
There we have them. Okay, good. But yeah, let's take a look. This is a wrong game. Let me just very quickly jump there.
Okay, so let's...
Yeah, we still need to switch to the Carlsen against Sindorf game, where we have moves coming in. Rook g1 was played. There we go. Queen takes c4, king b1. And now... what's next?
Now is the big question, exactly. So far, so good. Everything is logical, but...
But I guess rook takes g7 is not that big of a threat.
It's not the end of the war.
But maybe king f8, you should... Maybe bishop takes g7 is more of a threat, yeah? So
but okay, if we play bishop d5, for example, rook g7, king f8, we are also setting queen takes a2.
But maybe bishop d5, bishop takes g7. I just give you the pawn on a2.
Ah, wow, and queen a2, king c1, and you...
discover checks.
Yes, you are inviting me for queen d2 perpetual, yeah?
Perpetual,
yes, it's not enough. Perpetual is not enough. But will Sindorf, with 1 minute on the clock, be able to find the way Magnus down to 28 seconds?
He can also first gain some time. Queen b4, queen b5, queen c4 back.
He's shaking his legs,
the
whole
trademark,
chair.
Trademark, yes.
Trademark Sindarov. We know it from Weissenhaus, from the February event.
It's not so easy to decide what's the best.
Down to 23 seconds.
But it's really nice that bishop g7 is the threat. But after bishop g7, when you come back with the bishop with discovered check, it's still not necessarily so good.
Right, you want to move it to h6. So he's giving some checks, gaining some time.
Very professional.
Very professional.
And now the question if he's able to find an improvement.
But he still has only 43 seconds.
For example, can we then play king f8 if bishop g7 is such a big threat?
Yeah, king f8 is the right way. Yes, absolutely.
But bishop g7.
And then king
e7.
King e7.
The knight is there.
Guarding, and bishop d5 is coming as well.
And it looks fairly safe.
What do you
for black.
mean, king e7, queen f5, or I don't know.
Yes.
Queen f5.
Yes, queen f5. Life goes on.
Queen a6 or queen e6.
But
yeah?
then c5 is hanging.
Oh, he
so
goes
bishop d5.
Now bishop takes g7 is a draw. And he'll play it.
Of course.
Of course.
He was counting on this.
Oh, missed chance for Sindarov.
And you can see Magnus is very relieved.
And
He knows
Sindarov is
he's safe.
disappointed.
He understood.
He is disappointed.
Understood reality.
There is this bishop g3 idea, to put the bishop on g3, because if you take then queen d2, queen e1, but it's too risky. It might just lose.
They made a draw.
Yeah, of course. The logical reaction. And also Vincent against Pragnananda is completely out of control. Apparently Prague is doing good.
But why is it, of course, that not bishop g3? I mean, you had this great idea and then you say it's not good.
Well, because, okay, the game finished and there is million tons of action on other boards probably. So we cannot speculate there. Maybe later we can take a look.
Maybe bishop e5 or something like this.
Some easy move.
For example, look at this. This is the game, the current position between Vincent Kama and
What
Pragnananda.
a mess.
Wow.
So black is exchange up, but white is fighting, has this grip with the knight on f4, knight h5, queen takes h4.
Queen h4.
But knight lands on e4. That's very powerful.
That is.
That's a problem, yeah.
And try to play this position with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
So difficult.
Okay, h3, king h2, but it will always run into some bishop b8 business. But then d4
it has to defend on, on d4, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very sharp position. But yeah, queen g5, professional. Black is up in exchange. Why not offer the trade of queens?
Of course, he's not exchanging.
But then he's forced to move backwards, yeah? Queen e1, targeting the pawn on b4, black pushes b3.
b3.
As long as white keeps the grip with the knight on f4 and h5, it's fine, but this knight on h5 can be targeted. Rook f3.
I love rook f3, but how is it going to reach the square?
Well,
which is so near on g3, but it seems so far.
Yeah, but there is the pin, yeah, so king h7 played.
But still rook g3
no,
is
rook
possible.
g3.
Still rook g3.
Oh, wow, still
rook g3, big moment to get back into a game for Vincent.
Okay, but that was his plan, so obviously he will do it.
But it looked like king h7 sidestepped the threat of rook g3. Yeah?
It looked like it.
Yeah, they have
this is what we talked about.
Yes.
All right,
you want to play something, they defend against it.
Yes.
We need to see the players close up. This is so intense. Look at the heart rates, guys.
And
140 against 140. He missed it.
No, of course, it's such an important game, yeah, for Vincent. Okay, he has lost the first two games.
He needs to win this one.
He needs to win.
To keep his chance alive. To get into top 4 spots.
Now bishop c6 protects the rook. Very nice move, improving the position. And I feel like it's so much easier to play with black, yeah, because it's not clear what white should do next.
Yeah, now you're not really having any ideas. Maybe bishop b2, bishop c1, something like this. Yes, he finds it.
Yeah, that is smart. That's a good idea. At least any idea is good here.
Yes.
Because there were no ideas. Prague is down to 12 seconds. How do they keep their
composure?
Exactly. Heart and then knight c5. Going after the light squared bishop.
On the other hand, this knight was so powerful on e4.
Yeah, but white has also trouble defending the h5 knight. Yeah, so queen d1 plate, keeping an eye on
And
the...
rook g3 again is coming.
The menu.
5 seconds for Prague.
3, 2. He needs to move. 2 seconds.
He has some insane nerves.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is the nerves of the youth, yeah?
And rook e7 is powerful.
King h2.
It was a very good move.
Yeah, this is the thing, that the king on h1, I didn't like it.
Yes.
Now rook e3 is supposed to come.
Knight takes
Maybe
d3.
rook g3 still? No.
Queen
Takes
d3
back.
and now rook e3. That's
But rook e3 is a killer. You just trade everything.
that's a problem.
Powerful. Oh, what a body language it was.
Yeah, because I think Vincent was counting on some queen a6, some double attack, but apparently it does not work. He's hoping on queen a6.
He does it. Bishop b8, only move now.
Wow.
Bishop b8, only move.
And queen takes
To win
e6. Just rook takes f3 and give up the e8 rook. And
Can he find it? 6 seconds.
He will find it, of course.
And he does. Wow.
Bishop b8.
With
Clutch
2 seconds.
Move. Clutch move by Pragnananda.
Just in time. Yeah, he was in time to take on d3, and he has foreseen everything with rook fe7. Very impressive play by Prague.
And now black can just take the knight on h5.
Yes.
Just collect it.
And then already rook takes h3, rook e2 will be some checkmating ideas as well.
Okay, rook g8 also good.
G8. Well, with 1 second on your clock, it's a great move.
Oh my God.
Wow, with
For
1 second. King h1.
Trade on f4.
Okay, but actually black needs to find a knockout blow, otherwise white is in the game.
Yeah, rook e4. Yes, rook e4.
And he makes it.
Yeah, of course he's hitting the g2 pawn. It's all part of his plan.
Yeah.
There is no way to keep the control. Vincent also himself down to 5 seconds.
Queen c6, rook f4, rook g1. Fight goes on. What about rook f3, rook h4? What? Maybe rook
F3,
h4.
fancy.
Rook h4.
Rook
No,
h4, rook f2,
I shouldn't go.
rook f1.
Yeah,
you name
too many good moves.
But after rook f1, queen c7 check.
Yeah, and then you can give up the
He
queen.
goes rook f2.
Rook f2, good move.
Bishop d4, rook g2.
Okay, bishop
Jack and
c1 you should
e6.
try, I suppose. But nah, black has too many pawns here. Plus an exchanger, plus the attack.
f4.
It's just too much.
f4 is the annoying.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Yeah, there is nothing to be done.
Captures on b3.
Well, but
Rook g2.
that's it.
Time is ticking. Bishop f4 giving up.
And it's all connected by not taking a draw in the first
With
game against
Magnus.
Magnus. Yes. Yeah, this is how it goes. Life is tough. Chess is tough.
Freestyle chess is tough.
Extremely tough. And okay, we have to give some incredible credit to Prague that even with 1 second, he was willing to go down to 1 second to make a move. Incredible. Yeah, and
And
resignation.
Pragnananda wins. Important victory for him and a devastating loss for Vincent. Still not scoring yet. So probably he can still bounce back if he wins all his games.
Yes, but at this point he really needs to win. at least 3 of his remaining 4 games and not lose another one.
Yeah,
So
but
very
this is the
difficult.
point when there is this pressure, you know that you have to win. This actually hinders you to play just normal because you play normal when, or best when you are just in a calm situation. What about Hans against Sam Sevian?
Yeah, this is the last game which is still going because we saw wins for Aroni against Abduzatturf, so against Asobayeva, and we also saw a win in Group B, Robson against Vidit, and a draw between Dominguez and Arjun, and a draw between Nakamura and Kawana. So this is the last game.
But it's looking good for Niemann because the knight on c5 is ready to jump back to d3 with a check, protecting against the f-pawn while the a-pawn seems to be queening.
Absolutely.
King b2, keeping away the rook from the a file. King b3 coming up on rook
knight
g3,
problems.
king a4.
And it seems game over. Now that the knight had to move from b5, there is just no power stopping this. Yeah, clearly black is setting up rook a1 check, but this should never work.
Well, that a6 pawn is getting very close to be a queen. Very close.
Absolutely. What about the clock situation? Well, Hans has plenty of time, as usual.
The only big question is how white Hans Niemann will queen his a-pawn.
Yeah, because it's a little tricky. Yeah? If a7, rook a1 check, king b6, knight d5 check, and you cannot go to c6 because
Knight
then
b4.
black can sacrifice the
Right.
knight. Exactly.
Yeah.
With knight b4. So this means that white can, of course, play king b5 after knight d5 check. So if we follow up a7, rook a1, king b6, knight d5 check, king to b5, but then you are also not setting anything yet. Okay, probably knight a6 is a big threat. And then covering, but you never
Maybe
know
we can
already.
make the moves on the board.
Yeah, I was expecting that Hans will play.
Well, soon he will, though.
Yes,
And
so
he
this
does.
is
Rook e7.
He goes rook e7
Yeah.
instead.
This is how I felt. The computer, the commentators curse. Yeah, that at the moment I'm gonna make a move, Hans will make a different one just to say, okay, Peter, don't touch it. I will handle it myself. Rook e7 check, king d6.
Okay, rook. What was his plan? Rook d7, but then king c6.
c6.
If rook e6, then king
King
d5.
c7 and then rook a1. Checkmate is a threat. No, after rook e6, king c7
Well,
is
he
a
can go
tricky.
b5 then, right?
Then he can play b5.
Goes rook,
Rook
f7.
f7.
This is a mistake.
But isn't it king c6?
No. King c6, knight b3 is still there for white. Barely. Barely.
But okay,
rook
rook
a1 is
a1
correct,
check.
and now knight d5.
Knight d5, knight b4. It was a blunder by him, right?
Well, king b5
King
he can
b5
go, but then
has
knight
to.
c7 and king c6. And black has set up a good defense.
And for Sevian, it's super important to save this game. He has lost against Hikaru. He cannot afford to get to -2. Half out of 3 would mean almost certain elimination. And if he can survive this will be also a boost. Yeah? This game against Hikaru should hunt him. He had such a wonderful opportunity there to take Hikaru down.
That was a
Yes.
huge opportunity for him.
And that's why it's not only playing 7 games here, what is tough, but getting rid of all the emotions that you carry on from the previous games. Those are the biggest challenges. The emotional roller coaster ride. When you feel like, yes, it's fantastic, my situation is brilliant, I'm playing well, and then you lose that game.
It's going down. F3. This was not the way to do it. King c6.
Very difficult with 12 seconds on the clock. Sevian is...
Oh, rook d7.
But also Niemann is down to 10 seconds.
What is rook d7?
King c6.
King c6, improved version of the king c6 setup.
And now he needs to go back to f7. This is a crazy... He must have missed king c6 altogether.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. He's down to 10 seconds. Yeah, anything can happen with little time. Sevian, 4 seconds.
3, 2,
King b6.
1.
Good move.
Very good move.
Yeah, at some point somebody will lose on time, I'm sure.
So rook f3 now.
And now black can take on a6.
Okay, rook g3, rook c1. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, rook g3, rook c1. That's very important. Yeah.
So knight takes a6, and after that he wants to hunt the g pawn.
a6. Okay, this will be a draw.
Rook g3, rook h1.
Exactly.
Even though white is going to capturing it with the check. It's a draw. Because white cannot defend the pawn on h4. This is
What a
crucial.
save. What a save by Sevian.
For Sam.
So it will be a big question how it influences Hans. Because it can be annoying not to win a winning position, right?
But he's still on +2. He's in excellent shape. Of course, you'll be annoyed a little bit, but...
Well, if he loses the next game, then it will come back to hunt him, yeah? But as long as he's in comfortable situation, I think he can forgive himself.
Well, with the b pawn, it's not winning. This way, that way, no way.
Black can just give up the h-pawn and go passive on the back rank. Just rook f8 and wait forever. You don't even have to play the Philidor defense, even though you can do that here too. So.
But he will. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, look at Sevian's body language. Really? Are we playing this?
Well,
okay, he would play too. This is what I can tell on that. I mean, I think these days you can't really say too much on whatever position is played out.
Knight will be draw, yeah.
And now it's going to be a perpetual check. Exciting final game. Hans Niemann still leading his group, I believe, with 2.5 out of 3 games. He made an incredible good start. Now almost halfway of the tournament, but there's 4 rounds to go still. Was there any interesting, spectacular moment in any of the game, Nicholas, that you can share?
Well, probably the most spectacular game was the one that we saw between Magnus and Sindarov. We can just revisit the critical moments here as Sindarov was winning, but Magnus found some ingenious defense, starting with the move long castle here, bring the king over, and bring this idea of counterplay via the g-file into the position, and that saved him in the end. Just giving up the pawns here, just going for the attack. And here, after a few checks, Sindarov didn't find the best way to deal with the threat of the bishop or the rook taking on g7, but more so the bishop. He went for bishop d5 here. What he should have done is go king f8, escape with the king, bishop takes g7, and now king e7. And I think, Jude, you mentioned the move queen f5 here. Apparently rook g4 would be best. Queen f5, now bishop d5. It seems like black is able to defend, and if black is able to defend, you have 2 bishops, you have an attack still against the white king, and you have all the chances to win. Instead, that was missed. Sindarov played bishop d5, maybe missing bishop takes g7, and the strength of this move, keeping the king locked on g8, and now he had to give a perpetual, and Magnus escaped and remains unbeaten in the tournament of 2.5 out of 3.
Well, absolutely. This was this the unexpected long castle in, I don't know, move 15, 20 or whatever, when it seemed to be already so hopeless for Magnus. This was an amazing, and what Magnus is doing so far, there are a lot of interesting, fun and memorable moments. But of course, we are going to be seeing the next 4 rounds, but for now we go for a very short break, but stay with us. After that we are going to come back and explore all the action which is coming up in the next rounds.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
We are fast approaching the halfway mark here. No player is left on a perfect score. We have 3 players on 2.5, Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda and Hans Niemann. In order to draw the next position now, I would like to welcome to the stage fitness influencer, chess enthusiast and budding magician David Lade. Give it up. David, are you ready? Dramatic reveal.
Position number 253.
Position 253. Thank you so much. David, it's your first time attending, an elite event. We are in Las Vegas. What are you making of it?
I mean, I think it's a great event. It's like very well organized. And just for me personally, being able to meet a lot of the top players and just even play some games and just even watch their games in person, it's a very, very great experience.
Well, it's a pleasure having you here. I will let you enjoy the rest of the show. Maybe the ball you can put on the stand there, and we are gonna go to the players now as they get 10 minutes to prepare. To our wonderful audience, please have fun.
Maybe rook on f1, knight on h1.
It was not the same. Yeah, but it was not the same.
No, it's on rook on f1, knight on h1. Yeah.
Okay, I think f4 will be played. Knight b6. e4.
E4, yeah.
Or f5.
No, then bishop d5. Yeah, like it's like.
Sorry, e4 what?
F5. Yeah.
Knight b3.
Knight b3 take bishop d5 and yeah.
Knight g6.
Yeah.
Very similar.
Just-
Very similar.
Okay, knight b3, f5. Yeah. It's more. It's like,
Isn't bishop d4 a move? f5, bishop d4. Okay.
knight e6. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, knight e6. Knight e6.
You can also play f6, not necessarily.
Yeah. Also f6 also possible.
Sorry?
But f6 are research.
Knight g3. Yeah, here.
Yeah, knight g3.
Why don't we play f6 then?
Okay, e4. Is this the structure is good or bad? But why not f5? It looks nice.
Knight g3?
e4, e5, f5 also okay.
E4, e5, f5.
Although knight g3 we do have e5, right?
Yeah, but it's, important was e4, e5, f5.
But the structure is good or not after e4, e5, f5? I'm not so sure.
We have knight g7.
Are you sure? It was okay.
I don't know.
e5, fe5?
Sorry?
e5, fe5?
After here, this position, e4,
Probably.
e5,
Yeah, probably.
No, f5, knight g3, e5.
Firuza will talk like completely better.
I think f6 is fun. Yeah? E4,
Yeah, this looks more solid.
I mean, E4, E5, F5, D5. I feel like this is a good version for
f5 in this
us.
version doesn't feel so good.
d5, d3, and c6, knight d7.
Bishop takes, knight e3, bishop f7?
Bishop f3, then castle d4, like it's very fast. I don't know. You have e4 also, yeah.
Bishop f3, I also have e4, right?
Yeah, you have e4.
We're going queen A4 at some point, no? On that line.
Yeah, also the queen can go on a4. And on d7.
No, I have no idea why we are not. So this f5, yeah, first. F4, e5.
Also, white is not threatening anything.
Knight
yet,
g3,
right? So
we
we
didn't
don't have
have
to take
e5, yeah.
e5, knight f5, I wasn't so
Yeah,
sure.
that's true.
Take, knight
Take.
g7.
Queen g6, bishop d4.
Yeah,
I wasn't so sure.
Yeah.
yeah, bishop
We
E7.
can take on
kind of
b3, rook
But
g8.
knight g7, queen. Yeah.
Bishop e6, knight e3.
Queen g6, bishop d4, take, bishop b3, take, rook g8,
Rook g8,
something.
I
Yeah,
was
it's
thinking
like.
maybe. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It's a bit...
Huh? So after.
This is fine, right?
But 96 and. Knight g7, yeah.
We didn't like this.
I think it's completely fine.
Why would you do that? Or e4?
Queen f4, yeah.
I mean, yeah, E4 as well. Why
Or
not?
didn't look bad.
But what's the idea?
Not
Queen
even
a4?
close to being better.
97.
Bishop e7, castle.
Castle one. Maybe I should take on d6 and then do ed.
Take where?
d5, bishop d6.
I'm not sure it's Queen a4. Like d3, c4 is not
Sorry, I don't
coming.
understand. After knight e3?
Okay, first I
Oh,
will
take on
Ah,
b6.
you want ed, knight e3.
No, but then bishop goes to c6 also. Or just let that look at it.
We cannot play for c6 and d5.
I think this is not. Knight to take bishop d4 to just move the queen f8. Queen f8.
And then d65, yeah?
What time?
Or d65.
d6. Yeah, maybe knight d3 is difficult. This is the move, yes.
Why is bishop d5 there? Bishop takes b6.
Go bishop b6. Brings up one.
I like this position for back. I think no problem, yeah? Okay. Yeah, this position.
Keep it.
Okay, I mean,
Okay, what about the 4 f5? What about the 4 f5? Sometimes these things work.
Okay.
But then shake, slightly better.
I don't know how to put the pawn.
What?
This is not good. Sorry.
Yeah, this is looks.
Yeah, it's 5. I don't like it.
Should we consider other moves here?
Maybe we need to be conservative for that.
No, F3 is.
F3 is illegal.
Yeah.
Can you fuck an exchange or that's stupid, yeah?
That's too much, yeah.
Stupid.
Or if you.
Yeah, B6.
F5?
Yeah.
Maybe you can go E4, F5, F3. No?
Yeah.
Better way.
E4?
F5, F3.
I'm not sure it's a better way. Why is it better?
You don't mind all this take of this stuff. You take away some options if you want to give.
Bishop 8.
Bishop 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not
Wait.
with this. Wait, there's not. You think this is good for black? Very concrete. Yeah. Really? What's happening?
Wait. No.
Seeing some knight F5, bishop D4, what was that? Yeah, Ray, what's happening? Take, yeah?
Also, there are some weird moves like Queen F1 or something.
Also
maybe this is good, yeah? Because
But knight G6, I guess.
No, but let's try this. Let's try this first move. Let's say F3. No?
This is boring.
What to do? Let's just try.
Wait. Bishop?
Yeah, bishop D3. Ah, CB.
Yeah.
Okay, and bishop 6. Oh, you take H1.
But
Like a rook J, queen, bishop C2, queen G2.
yeah. That's it. Huh? You don't like it?
Bishop like this.
You don't like it? Well, not the back. Listen.
Okay, queen
Not the back, that's it.
queen E6.
Oh, that means it's nice.
E4, let's see.
Forward.
FE? E5?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Slab? Petrov? Oh, no, not something.
But how do we develop there?
Change slab.
Tempo up.
He's not even 0-10 yet, I think.
We need to think, yeah, what to do. What is it?
Create something.
We haven't decided. I just
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start. So, kindly welcome to round number 4. Please, players, you can start your games.
Welcome back to this wonderful event of the Freestyle Grand Slam 4th edition. And now we are about to start the round 4. And we have some great matchups there between Pragnananda and Carlsen. But of course, the other games are also going to be interesting because all of them are still fighting for top 4 seeds. What do you think, Peter? What catches your eye so far? Is there any surprises in first move already? Or because now it's not so obvious as it was in previous rounds?
Yeah, well, this F4 hitting the pawn on A7, it's a very tempting move, yeah, because you win the tempo. But black plays knight B6. And then the question is, and this is what we have seen the players debating, that how do we use this extra tempo? And there wasn't any way to use it. And we see, for example, Vestiges playing F4, knight B6, knight B3. Nicholas, who has already analyzed the position, actually told me, yeah, there is nothing better. You have to settle on F4, knight B3 kind of stuff. But it's also not a move that you are afraid of with black, yeah, and the players don't have access to computers, yeah, so it's clearly they're relying on their instincts and they are analyzing lines which they feel are more critical. So Vincent is out of book on move 2. And what? Levon playing the move Queen G3. I have never seen the Queen getting activated so quickly. And you ask me that what do I see something special where Queen on G3 was not yet played, but now I have to scream it out. Wow, that's a surprise.
Yeah, that's...
Hitting the G7 pawn, that's the justification, yeah, because the pawn on G7 is vulnerable. So please, how do you defend that, sir? Yeah, knight G6 runs into F5. Super sharp Levon.
But there is a nice trick, guys. G6, Queen A3, and you cannot go Rook 8 because Bishop B6, Queen C3 check.
Yeah, and then you win the Rook. This is Mr. Smartovich, Levon Aronyan. He is extremely sharp with all this kind of things.
Unprotected pieces.
Yeah, let me even pull that game up on my screen so that I have it already. This is very intriguing.
And it seems like Levon is very confident. He's looking around.
I think he's also very happy that none of the other boards feature this position, yeah, which is also like it's a total shocker. Queen G3. Please find the move.
So what is it? After G6, is Queen A3 really a move? Or I was just joking?
Well, you are not threatening Queen takes
No,
A7.
I'm not threatening. That's the only problem.
But still, just kind of funny, yeah, this Queen G3, Queen A3 business. But
in that case, why is it so special to bring out the Queen to G3?
I don't think that it's special, especially knowing that Nicholas told me that there is nothing better than to play F4, knight B6, knight B3. But Sindarov doesn't have this information, that actually don't have to worry about it. So it means that he wastes some time and he goes F5, he sacrifices the pawn. Wow! Levon immediately blitzes out Queen G7, knight G6. And this is one
Another
of those,
gambit.
yeah, one of those freestyle gambits that both players actually would love to avoid. But now that Levon voluntarily went for it means that probably he had kind of anticipated this in his preparation.
Well, that's a good question. How can black kind of trap the queen?
Well, probably it's impossible to trap it. It's more like he wants to get some tempi, but where are the tempis,
Well,
right?
black can go maybe E5.
Yes, okay, that's logical.
F takes E5.
Yes.
And then it's the question.
And then it's the question, yeah, I wasn't sure what to suggest.
Because after H5, you can go E6. Right?
Yeah, I'm also
and then
burning
you
a
escape,
little bit.
rescue your queen.
Yeah. There is also the chance of maybe somehow activating the bishop with bishop d5, which, however, invites the move knight e3. But yeah, so many things to take care of. And e5 on the board, yeah, this is the thematic way.
Yeah, I mean, it was so inviting to
Yes.
play e5. The only problem is that after f takes e5, I don't know what to play.
What is the follow-up, yeah.
What is the follow-up? I mean, white also has an escape route with the queen on h6.
Yes.
And the other one is to give back the pawn, right?
It has.
But is there any other move than f takes e5?
I'm a little bit surprised. Okay, but this explains it all. That with f5 and knight g6, actually black was setting bishop takes a2. So that's the reason why Levon instantly blitzed out the move knight b3.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That is okay.
Okay, but I'm highlighting it because I haven't showed it. So yeah, be careful. It's not only about trapping the queen, but trapping the rook on b1 by picking up the pawn. So it's a multi-purpose kind of situation. That's why Levon opted for knight b3. And after e5, he played the move e4, a sensational move.
Wow, look at that center pawn.
Yeah, is it good? No, that's the question, but it's fantastic.
But it's beautiful.
It is. Let me highlight these pawns.
It's beautiful.
It's crazy. Insane action. Levon the artist. Yeah, he loves to.
But Sinterov is the guy who is not going to be shy of it.
Exactly. He's not impressed by
He's
all
going to be
this.
partner in this to make some firework kind of action. Mutual artwork on the chessboard.
For sure, yeah. He feels like, okay, you think only you can do this. That's why I'm playing chess, because I can do this myself. Bishop takes b3. Wow, very interesting. Giving up the bishop, it's clear that long term this looks strange, but he wants to use the momentum. Yeah, rook g8, queen h6. But in long terms, giving up the light square bishop for a knight like this, and also now black's knight on b6 is kind of beautifully
I'm expecting
controlled.
something knight f4, e takes f5, bishop g5, bringing all the pawns there. And the queen on h6, I don't know where it's going to be going. Knight f4 on the board.
It is played, and yeah, g3 blitzed out. After bishop g5, will Levon just take on h7? Just collect?
And then the f5 is not taken yet, so it's a black pawn. White can capture that.
Wow, so Levon is not seeing any ghosts. And
But he plays so
931,
fast.
is this still part of Levon's prep? Where was he hiding? Yeah, that the other people did not see it, no? This is the biggest question. Is there some hidden corner where Levon is cooking all his stuff? Incredible. I thought he will get up and go for a walk. Yeah, this is part of my prep, you know. I can chill, look around, order some lunch or whatever. Break was not long enough. I will finish my lunch. Incredible play by Levon. And poor Cinder, I feel like because he likes these crazy things, he was provoked into, but maybe he's now regretting it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so easy. G3 is a very good move, so White did not take and captured on f5.
Yes, let me just show one line which is very funny, yeah, that bishop g5, queen takes h7, and seemingly another move, knight g6, and then we want to trap the queen. It is met by e takes f5, and after rook h8 we can collect the knight, yeah? So this queen is doing the dance, collecting things. Incredible. So after g3 now,
Knight e6.
Knight e6 had been played. Not a happy move. The retreat.
Not a happy move at all.
Yeah, also simply the h5 square is also available for White's queen now. Yeah, the bishop is on d1. Yeah, so e takes f5, and whenever you go bishop g5, queen h5.
Actually, from the black camp, the white square bishop is missing a lot.
Yes. Absolutely.
Because where is the attack? Okay, he brings his knight to d4, and if I don't know if White wants to take it, of course, there's one very strong piece for black if the bishop shows up on g5.
Yes. This is the only hope. Yeah, bishop g5, somehow putting pressure on the king on c1, and still trying to control White's queen.
It's like a psychological pressure, I feel, not a real threat.
Not at all. It's also White to move. There are no threats. Also, this king situation, the knight on b6 out of the game. Yeah, Levon just protects g4. A little bit.
Don't be cynical.
Yeah, I feel that he's a little bit overdoing it. No, he's so much ahead on the clock. Why is he rushing this?
No, but he doesn't play g4 only to protect the pawn on f5. He wants to play bishop e3. He wants to improve knight g3. So he wants everything, not only the extra pawn, but also a good position. Bishop g5, of course. It has to be on that square.
And
knight
a
d5.
super important game, yeah. If Levon wins this game, then he will be 3 out of 4, which is almost guaranteed qualification. Yeah, the same applies to Sindelov. If he wins, it's fantastic. But if he loses, then he will be back to 50% into the danger zone. And he has already played with Bibisara. Yeah, and now this is what I felt right from the beginning, that if Bibisara will start to lose, it will be very difficult, because she constantly will feel that she is up against the monsters, and it's so difficult. Yeah.
Well, and we shouldn't forget that basically she's clearly the underdog of the event. She has more than 200 rating, 250 less than the next player, I believe. So it's very difficult for her, of course. At the same time, she's a very good freestyle player. She gave a very good fight against the toughest opponents, like Hikaru, like Fabiano, I think, in the Granca tournament.
Yes, of course, but when you play in an open tournament, it's completely different, yeah, because it's just one game. You also play against other players where you gain a lot of confidence by winning against slightly weaker players, and then you feel like, yeah, you are strong. But here, when you are in a monster field where everybody is 2750 plus kind of player, then if things starts to go wrong, it's so difficult. We have seen Ding Liren suffering in the first Weissenhaus event. He was losing game after game, yeah, because also freestyle doesn't give you a chance to have a safety net that you rely on your opening or something. Yeah,
yeah. There is no
crazy.
Easy draw if you after a loss.
Exactly.
Who has that psychology?
So takes on d4 and queen d3. I think Levon is super happy. I almost feel like we can move on to another game, because I think Levon just controls this.
So let's go to Magnus's game. What do you think?
Or to bird's eye view.
Or bird's eye view first, of course.
Let's get the bird's eye view first.
Let's have the bird's eye view, see what's going on the other boards, and then switch and focus into one specific game.
Exactly. So we have already seen Levon doing great. Pragnanda Carlsen. Wow, that's a strategic battle. It was a completely different kind of scenario. It's e4, e5 structure, but the A pawns are missing, yeah? So there is a very strange kind of tension along the A file, which if we will choose this game, then we can go deeper. It's a very interesting position. What about Wesley against Vincent? We both know that both players actually need to win. Yes, Wesley already bounced back against Bibisara, but still that's not enough for qualification. He has to keep on winning. Vincent needs a win to keep his chances alive. And he gets this c6, bishop c7 setup. I believe that this actually is very much Vincent type of position. The game that comes to mind against Ali Reza in Weissenhaus, there also this c6, bishop c7 construction was very vital. So Vincent is trying to fight back. And what about Abdusatov against Asabayeva? What's going on there? Well, there is a pawn on c5, but I'm not able to understand it from distance.
Well, there also I'm missing the white square bishop somehow.
Yeah, long terms.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I understand that those white bishops are still in the back rank on f1 and g1, but okay, on g1 also it stands very well, because once the black pawn will be pushed from d7 and there is going to be exchange between the c5 and d7, that bishop will play a key role there, or it can play a key role.
Absolutely, I perfectly agree with you that this is not the kind of equal position that humanly we understand. We believe that white has the advantage, no matter what David Bar says. So, having looked at these four positions, should we also check out the other group?
Yeah, let's see the other group also, and then we definitely have to come back to Magnus's game, because they are leading in the group. So, whoever wins, it's a great lead already in the tournament. So, what do we have? Savian plays against Caruana. We have very classical kind of game setting already. We are getting closer. I mean, this could be a completely regular chess.
And some
position,
e4, e5 structures. Yeah?
Yes.
and Lenny's position is very similar to the Magnus's game. It's kind of.
Yeah, because also the knight is on a4, and they have both exchanged their pawns on a4, a5, I believe.
high-quality clash. What about...
It's very positional, no? Lenis.
What about Arjun against Hikaru? Well, there also the light square bishop is missing, yes. So, but at least one has the feeling that white's king is a little bit vulnerable on the dark square. So
it's interesting. Why do people give up their white square bishop in this today round 4?
It's interesting, but the only game where I feel like it's justified, it's in the Hikaru's game, because this is. Also, the bishop on d1 is not feeling so happy. If you play e3, then the bishop on g1 will be kind of
White has no harmony at all between his pieces.
Yeah, basically.
At all. And what is that king on b2? I'm sorry to be so rude, but what is that king on b2 doing there? What kind of castling is that?
Yeah, and how did we get there? It's another kind of question. And what about Hans Niemann against Vidit?
That's also exciting, but it's a very healthy position for white. It's also very, very much a regular chess kind of position, right?
Yeah, but looks good for white. Actually, it looks like white is pressing. So far, Niemann is quite impressive in this tournament.
Nicholas, what is your take on the games, and which ones are the ones which keeps your eye busy and curious?
So we can take a maybe closer look at the Hikaru game. He's playing
great
against
pick. I like it.
Erigaisi on 50%, 1.5 out of 3. Hikaru on 2 out of 3. So maybe we can just roll it back and see what happened, how we got to this position where Hikaru is
wait a second. So it was f4, knight b6, and then b3? This was the move order, or what?
Yes, sorry. f4, knight b6, b3.
Wow.
Already b3 feels
very
knight on a1?
Quite strange with the knight on a1. I'm not sure why he felt like he needed to do that, because what are you going to do with this knight on a1?
Okay, he's maybe very ambitious. He wants to go c4, knight c2, and that's how we ended up in the position.
That's what he did, yes. But it's also weakening the king, and the computer doesn't like it so much. And I think Hikaru went over early, took over early f5. Was played. This was apparently a mistake.
Another ambitious move, yeah. So the mistakes are because of that.
Space.
Yeah, yes. Too much ambition. Yeah.
Maybe too much ambition. This is how Arjun plays: g6, knight to e3, and now. Yeah, there's just no harmony, as Jude was saying, in the white position.
But this we have to pause for a second, because bishop takes d5. This is something very special, that Hikaru felt like, wait a second, I'm ready and willing to give up the light square bishops because I will have other benefits. This is a very interesting moment. Maybe it was the move that Arjun underestimated, or what's happening here?
Knight takes d5 was also possible. But maybe he felt that he didn't want to give white display with e4 and bishop g4 and so on, or something along these lines. So bishop takes d5, knight takes, and now queen f1, protecting the pawn on f5 was played. Castle. Makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Putting the rook on the half-open d-file. King b2, not a happy move. King to b8, well, just a normal move. Improving the king position. e4, knight to b4, bishop e3, knight d3 check,
yes.
king a1, and queen to c6. This is knight e1 back. This is looking really difficult for white. Obviously, you have basically all of your pieces still on the back rank, on the first rank, and black is having a great rook here, great knight at the moment, which will be exchanged now most likely, but still you could trade, play bishop c5, try to get a good knight versus bad bishop situation, exploit the weakened dark squares, exploit the weakened king position. The pawn on d2 is a weakness. So
I'm sorry, can I ask a very primitive question? Can't I take knight e1?
Queen e1?
G takes f5 and take on g2.
But you really want to go pawn hunting. It's not your style.
I just wanted to figure out.
Opening up this bishop, right?
Then the bishop from D1.
Finally, you go bishop c2 and
Maybe
d4.
bishop c2, bishop e4, yeah.
Yeah, no, don't do this. It's not your style. You would be so happy. Bishop
No.
c2, bishop e4, and contemplate.
Hikaru goes for
Goes
just
bishop
take
c5.
bishop c5, split the bishop pair, and then go after the weaknesses.
Yeah,
in the
because
white
rook
camp.
c1 is not possible to check.
Yeah, do to bishop d4
This is
check.
a very important detail. Yeah, rook c1, this bishop d4 check.
King b1 and check on e4.
Yes. All right, so Hikaru looking good.
Yes, very good. And if he wins, then he's totally safe.
By the way, do I see this right? Arjun only has 40 seconds on the clock, if I'm not mistaken, against 4 minutes by Hikaru. This, of course, is adding to the problems that every guy is facing.
Is this the jet lag or is this Hikaru? Or it was Arjun being too ambitious? Yeah, it's all
Probably
together.
Arjun
Yeah?
too ambitious.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back. Now we can switch maybe immediately, either go back to bird's eye view, but I would like to focus on Magnus.
We need to see the Prague game.
Pragnananda Magnus, yeah,
We
there,
need to
let's
see
go
it.
there.
It is very sharp.
First of all, it's not only 2.5 points versus 2.5 points, but these two gentlemen has been dominating 2025.
Look at the time of Magnus.
Yes.
12
10
seconds.
But
8,
what to do?
7, 6.
Okay, 6.
A6. Protecting the d6 pawn. But Magnus
Wow.
down to 15 seconds. You don't see this often.
Crazy.
Such a time disadvantage for him.
Wow.
Absolutely. Pragnananda, winner of Vaikanze, winner of the Jermuk tournament, winner of the Bucharest tournament. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, wow.
He's on fire. War number 4 right
Sindarov
now.
has won against Aronian.
What a shocker that
That is a complete shocker, as Aronia was looking so good.
Wow.
On the board and on the clock. We have to check this later. For now, we'll stay with this game.
Yes, because, okay, we have to decode, yeah, this what's going on. There is so much tension on the A file. This is the trick. That's the reason why Magnus is also going crazy and burning so much time on the clock. There is this double problem with the D6 pawn and also the pin. So he's trying
So actually,
to...
what happens on b3?
Yeah, he's trying to solve these problems, but is he able to solve them? Probably G6. Okay, Queen B4, that was the other question, yeah? B3, Queen B4. And how do you defend with 10 seconds? Yeah, Knight C5. Only move, setting up.
But knight d6. It's not good enough?
Well, looks good enough.
This
no?
is a pawn.
Looks good enough. For Magnus getting crushed in 10 moves, this is crazy.
But after knight takes d6, actually black can move the king because there's also knight takes d3. This is ridiculous.
Absolutely crazy.
What are you trying to tell us? Knight d6, you
King
go
b8.
king b8?
Yes.
Insane.
This is insane. Will
On
he
the
play
board,
king
let's
b8?
see. Will he play king b8?
He needs to, no.
No, he does
He needs
not.
to play king b8. King b8 would have been a brilliancy.
Yeah, it would have been the position of the day, definitely. Knight d6 or position of the year. Crazy.
This is just a lost endgame now.
Yeah, knight
Just busted.
takes b3 and okay.
Oh, rook a8 is also
Yeah,
a
rook
very strong
a8
move
seems
here.
to be quite promising one, though I don't know, after king d7, just queen takes c6?
Or queen a7.
Queen a7 and bishop c7?
Well, then
There
you're
is a
stuck
great
with the
pin.
bishop on g8, yeah.
King d2 or something.
On
and
the
black
board,
cannot-
rook a8 checkmate.
Wow. Magnus is getting back in time, closer to Pragnananda, but the position,
It's horrible.
he would like to change it to something
Queen takes
else.
b5. Okay, I'm not sure I'm liking this to open up the g8 bishop. But okay, black is completely
But
pinned
where
and
does it go?
paralyzed. Yes.
And the d1 bishop shows up on a4.
King c7.
Bishop
Okay.
e1.
Okay, but king b7,
King
I'm going to
b7.
kick that rook away. And be careful. I think that Magnus actually survives this. I don't
be.
like this c takes b5 structure. I don't
So
like.
what about rook a7?
Yeah, rook a7.
Are you really so happy?
Yes, I'm happy. I'm more happy than before.
Yeah.
But it might still be very
Which
bad. Yeah.
tells everything about the position before, right?
Exactly. But yeah, rook a7 check is kind of nasty because not only that the pawn on g7 is falling,
you
but my coordination
Yeah,
is...
you cannot go king b6.
Yes. And I so much wanted to go king b7.
And now Pragnananta goes down to 30 seconds.
But we have seen him do that against Vincent even all the way to 1 second. Rook a7 on the board, king b6.
Rook a6.
And king c7
King
back.
c7.
No, rook g7, king b5. I still go there. I continue saying that I just don't like this direction for Prague. This whole cb5 operation. Now his bishop on d1 is the king on b5 dominates the bishop on d1.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I understand what you're saying. Bishop b6, bishop e6,
Maybe rook a7
a8.
back in order to get bishop a4. Okay, he got bishop c2, maybe king b1, rook c1. He just wants to go.
Now rook c6 is strong. Rook c6.
And king b1, bishop a2 check or what?
Exactly. I think so.
Oof. Yeah, now Magnus is up on the clock.
And he goes rook c6.
He will go rook c6, yeah.
He
No, but this c takes b5. No, poor Prague. Yeah, he played brilliantly, and
he let him off the hook.
Yeah,
Yes.
why on earth do you change the structure? It's
king b1.
This is what I'm always telling during my lectures. Yeah, that if you are having everything under control, it's in your opponent's interest to change things.
And now actually rook a6 is the way to do it.
But this is very difficult.
But why not bishop a2?
It's just not enough, I
Not
guess.
enough, yeah.
You're still 2 pawns down, and the rook on c2 doesn't do so much.
But
And
what is
also
rook a6?
the light squared bishop is the worst piece. Oh, he does it.
He does it because rook a6 was not human.
Yeah,
Sorry.
not human. You played rook c6 and then you played rook a6. No,
Yeah,
they call the arbiter, no? Excuse me, yeah. There is some checking necessary. No, this is the human way, but yeah, unfortunately,
But now
human way
it's
is
2
not.
pawns.
Yeah.
And white has gotten rid of his worst piece.
Yeah. And the pawn on f6, the structure is damaged.
Okay, rook d2, d3 is hanging.
Well,
Yeah,
then I
correct.
activate my rook.
Then rook c1.
c1 and
Yeah. Rook f8, a very sad move, but Magnus is trying to go bishop a5, yeah? He wants to activate that bishop.
But now maybe rook d1 is better and then king b3.
rook d1 is a great move.
Yeah, just taking away order. But king b1 played, so Prague is not afraid of rook d2. Rook c1 will be played.
But why is he so happy giving up the pawn on d3?
I don't know. These youngsters are absolutely fearless. They don't care about these pawns. Yeah, they are looking at their own benefit.
Rook d7 now with the idea of rook d5 and rook c6.
That's a nice
Further
idea.
That's very
activating the
nice.
rooks. Can he find it?
Of
yes,
course.
he does.
Yes, this is Prague, yeah.
Of course.
Because we are the old guard. Yeah, we want to restrict the opponent, and they don't
Peter,
care
it's
about
only
this.
us. We have the third guy. He's not so.
Ah, yes, of course. Okay. But compared to Prague, still, yeah, these youngsters, just barely 20, they are insane. They just don't care about safety and things like this. They just want the maximum out of every position.
But it's very nice. The only thing is, it was not so obvious at first to me. that
Vincent
you give
won.
up.
Vincent won
against Wesley with black. I
Big,
told you.
big win for Vincent.
C6, bishop, C7
Keeping his
construction.
hopes
Yes.
alive.
Huge win.
Yeah.
I mean, still a very tough road ahead, but
Yeah, at
He's
least
on
it's
the
the
board.
first step. Yeah,
Yes.
first step has been done.
Rook d3, check. King a6 back. Rook d6. He
A
went
little
not.
teaser, yeah? Rook d6. Because after king
But I
b5,
thought he
you can-
wants rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6
Well,
looked so natural.
this is also good.
But maybe it's the same.
He cannot take on f6. And he does.
With bishop?
Yes.
He
yes.
does, yeah. It is so nice to be young and not seeing any ghosts, yeah? I just envy them, yes.
Yeah.
Because
We can have a close-up on the players, by the way. As we're not doing too much analysis anyway.
yes, there is
Since
not,
the moves are coming in so quickly.
not much to analyze. Let's
Yeah, let's focus on the
focus
players.
on the game and the show, yes. But finally also Magnus opened up his rook on f8, the pawn on f3 is hanging. Sometimes we see some miracles in rook endgame, so that's why Prague is not planning to collect on d4 the pawn. He is trying to win the bishop probably.
Rook c6
Rook
again
c6.
looks strong.
Exactly. Domination is the name of the game here.
Oh,
On
there
the
we
board.
go. Sliding it in. King b7, and now slide the rook over somewhere. Rook h6.
On the board. Prague is super sharp.
And rook d7. The white king is just much safer than the black king. That is making all the difference here.
And Nodirbek Abdusatov has won his game against Bibisara.
Yes.
So Nodirbek is bouncing back after his loss against Levon. But all eyes on Prague.
And in Group A, Niemann has beaten Wiedit.
Well, that's Group B, no?
Group B, sorry. Group B, Niemann has beaten Wiedit.
Wow.
Moving to 3.5 out of 4, whereas Wiedit, I believe, has maybe
half
out of 4.
3. Yeah, half out of 4, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and look at Magnus's body language. It does not signal any belief
Rook
of
G6.
saving this.
Takes on f4? Or you just want to take on d4?
Yeah, now already you can actually
You can
just...
take on h7, take on d4.
Yeah, it's...
A little bit too much of an option.
Too many pods.
And f4, yeah? Yes, cementing, protecting everything. Rook e1. Magnus is fighting, but okay, you can't survive these pins. Yeah, rook h6. Rook h6 just wins the game, no?
Yeah. And bishop c7.
Rook h6 and pins everywhere
Yep.
on the board.
Rook b5.
Rook b5, rook a8 check, king b3.
Well, rook d7 is not bad either.
Yeah.
But rook b5 just wins the bishop,
He's
no?
so sympathetic, no? Rook b5, yeah.
I go rook d7.
Yeah, too cruel.
Rook b5,
Rook b5,
that's it.
yeah. That's the gentleman move.
Wow.
And resignation by Magnus Carlsen. Pragnananda.
3.5 out of 4.
Powerful performance. And he has
Incredible play, yes.
pretty much secured himself qualification already, unless he loses now all the games, which would be a big surprise. Whereas Magnus, he's not safe yet. He's on +1. He's still in good shape, but 3 more games to go.
Nakamura, what is
They are discussing with Arjun, yeah? So what happened there?
Hikaru has won.
He has
Hikaru
won.
won.
So he's doing really well.
Yeah, so basically then Hans and Hikaru are running away with the B group. And then all to fight for 3rd and 4th place. Yeah, for Dominguez, rock solid so far, and also Caruana. Ray Robson is fighting back after that tragic loss to Hans Niemann.
So we have 2 games remaining.
And 6 games decided in this round.
Yeah, so should we pick any of the
All
please
games
tell
decided
me-
so far, yeah,
Yep.
that we've seen.
Tell me where we want to go. We
Let's
haven't
go
seen
to-
Dominguez
yes,
yet.
let's
yeah?
go to Dominguez. Let's see where they are standing.
Well, looks like he has chance, but it might be holdable for Ray. It's probably draw. Now he's just in time there in the e5 pawn.
Just in time.
Yes. So Lenny will continue with 4 draws, but that's actually good. He has all the chances to qualify. Rook e5. White's king is too far away on h4. This is not yet a dead draw, but
It is.
yeah, unfortunately, I was trying to sell it. I was trying to sell
Especially
it.
now,
yeah.
rook b5.
Yes, rook b5, rook c7.
b5.
We pretend king c4.
Rook b1.
Yes, rook e7.
King g4.
Rook e...
Yeah, we
no,
see the
I
line.
go rook
yeah.
e1. I don't give that.
Well,
You go king d5?
No, but
I'm not a believer in winning, but I'm at least trying
But you agree in the draw.
or pretending.
E5 played.
Yes, our line is being played out, and your move was rook b1. I was playing rook e7, and then king g4, rook e1. Niklas or Judith? Rook b1 played.
No problem. King g4 will be played, of course, because you want to.
Rook g7. Wow, novelty. Surprise, improving on our line, cutting off the king.
Actually, it's a nice try.
It's a nice try.
Good
Yes.
try. Very good try.
Unfortunately, it's not enough because e6, king d5, rook b6, for example, is also quite effective.
But then king c5.
Yeah, and then rook back.
And b5.
And then rook e1.
King d6.
Yes, it goes on.
Still posing some problems here.
Yeah, rook e1, but now there is no king d6. Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah, no. This was too easy now for me.
But wait a
he got
second.
confused.
Wait a second, yes. Okay, Lenny, of course, can always just push b4 and give the rook, but there are no winning attempts anymore.
No, rook e7, king g5, b4, and he will have to give up the rook.
Yes, exactly, but there are no chances here.
But this was not expected.
He didn't need to allow this.
Yeah, we felt like, but okay, the clock is ticking with 10 seconds on the clock.
5, 4.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay, so...
Shutting it down.
Agreeing to the draw. White's king is too far away to hope for anything. So both gentlemen will have their chances because they are both on 50%, 2 out of 4. And this is the typical way. Draw, which gives us the chance to move on immediately to Sam
Let's see
Sevian against
if
Fabiano.
Sevian is still playing with Fabiano.
Wow, but this is a horror. This is a horror for poor Sevian. It's a locked position. Black has knights, and black is a pawn up. He can jump around.
And he can play this forever.
But okay, now white is getting some down. Wait a second. Rook e8, apparently a mistake by completely. It steps into some forks. Yeah, rook f7,
Rook
knight
f7,
d5.
then knight d5.
But okay, rook g8, of course. Yeah, rook g8 was played. And then
knight
king
d5.
e6. Knight d5, king e6.
Yeah.
Part of
And
the
then
plan.
come back with
And
the
then
rook.
come back, yeah.
And
it's
then
not
knight
so easy.
c7 is a threat.
Yes, not so easy.
It's not easy for Fabiano to win the game, but of course, the time. Look at that, Sevian. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and makes a move.
And knight b4.
But now bishop g5.
Wait a second, but with 10 seconds on the clock, will
bishop
you be able
G5?
to look at your
No.
chance?
Goes
King
down in
d2 is the
clock.
natural move. And now king e8 going rook f8, fighting for the f file. If he's able to trade rooks, then of course, it's a giant step forward.
Ooh, white needs to go knight d5 now, otherwise it's clearly worse.
Yeah, but this is now a big problem.
Ooh.
Fabi
Now
will
black
win
is
this.
active.
Yeah, the knights are jumping.
Knight goes back again, and
Yeah, white has lost
has
his
a
chance.
refill for the knight on b4. But he's going knight d4 next.
Yeah.
Simply with so little time, you cannot play against the top guys. Yeah, it's because we see youngsters have the tendency to go down on the clock.
He should not have traded on d5.
Okay,
was a
but
good
don't be
trade
so
for him.
harsh. Or you want some g4, h5 opening up on the king side, trying to get
Maybe
counterplay.
kings, but now
Okay,
knight
king
c2.
e2. Yeah,
but
I
knight
understand.
c2.
Yeah, knight c2, but still. King d7, not easy to break now.
Now rook
Rook a1, and then
Put the
bishop
rook on
d2.
a3 maybe?
Yes.
Bishop d2 sometimes.
Yeah.
And if the
Not
rook
easy.
moves away from f8, maybe I come in with king f3, king g4.
Well, or you switch back to rook f1. You
Well,
never
okay,
know.
but the d3 is still hanging, so you have to waste your time with rook a3.
King c7 wants to support.
Yeah, king b6, a5. But even then, nothing is moving. Yeah, so maybe white can actually set up some fortress. Or against the knight, it's impossible. Very difficult to figure this out. It's simply very important to be on the right side of such position. Yeah, if you are pawn up, yeah, Sevian is trying to set up this blockade with rook a4, but we can never be sure if that's enough. And yeah, Fabi wants to go a5, king b6, then open up the rook again, try something on the other side.
What is Sam doing? It's just
Not
waiting.
good to start allowing to push.
Well,
the
he will
pawn.
go back, rook a4.
No, he doesn't.
He goes rook f1. Wow.
Going for the counterplay along the f file. Rook f7.
It's not a bad idea at all.
Not a bad idea, definitely
But
not.
is it enough?
It's an
Yeah, but-
all-in move, yeah? He did
but
not believe.
the thing is that after a4, white goes rook f7 and rook d7, maybe.
Of course, yeah, you go
Not-
after the d6 pawn
not-
and you try to
yeah.
pick up everything. a4,
And he gives everything.
he just wants to push.
Well, the a pawn can might as well decide it. So
Yeah, rook d7,
rook d7, a3,
and then you
you have
just
to bring
run.
the bishop back.
Yes. Bishop c1, a2, yeah, he goes bishop c1
One
first.
first.
Played with 3 seconds on the clock.
a3.
A3 is logical.
Yeah, a3, so...
Oh, he takes immediately on a3. That was a bit premature. Why did he do that?
Why did he do that? Rook d3.
No, it's not enough for white.
Yeah, not.
This is
Well,
not
he
enough.
thought he goes rook d3 and then rook d6, rook g6. He captures all those pawns.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, I don't believe in this.
it should be too slow.
actually, maybe knight d3 is better.
But then rook d6?
King a5.
Yeah, then rook take g6.
And king b4.
Yeah, and d6. That was the line that I was also calculating. I wanted to make it work, but I wasn't sure finally. It's a tricky line.
It is tricky.
Because after king c4, this and rook 8, I have rook d6, hitting the knight on d3.
The
yeah,
knight,
that,
yeah.
yeah, that was also my calculation.
Rook takes d3 is good.
It's the professional move. Yeah.
Okay, king a5 or king c7?
And e4.
And knight
Yeah,
c2, knight d4.
knight d4 is
Oof.
there.
Yeah, this hurts. Let me put it on the board. Yeah, knight
And also,
c2
it's
and knight
important, I
d4.
think, that after rook g7, king d6, e5, d4.
Yeah.
So
You
that's
just
why he went
enter.
to c7, yeah.
Black will always hide.
Check, king d6. King is heading to e5, d4.
And that will be a giant step for Fabiano. Yeah, he gets to +1, which is in such a tight group there.
Well, he needs it desperately.
Well, okay.
Definitely not. It helps.
It helps, yeah. Desperately to make it clear that, yeah, he is going in. But, okay, still 3 more runs to go.
All right, what can he try? He needs to push the h-pawn. What else can he do? Okay, he gives another check. I don't see how that's helping him.
Maybe he wants to go king e5, rook e6, and king d4, d6. That's why he goes check.
Of course, yeah, he wants to lure
But
that king to e5.
But you can go king f5, yeah.
And then it's just nothing.
Yeah.
My king is well placed on f5, protecting an e4 pawn, keeping an eye on the rook, close to the kingside pawns. So h5. But now knight c2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when
That's
that
going to be
knight,
decisive.
yeah, when that knight enters the game, delivers a check, then suddenly White's king will feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it all is coming very quickly. But no,
he goes
rook
okay, see, okay,
e3.
this, be careful, this might not be so simple.
Yeah, I need to bring that knight in.
But he wants h6, rook a2 check, yeah? Where is White's king hiding? King f1, okay.
e3. Oh, then rook e6.
This is
Yeah,
far
rook-
from clear, guys. Knight d3 should be played now, apparently. But already the advantage has decreased. Sam might save this
Interesting,
one.
he didn't play go knight. He didn't go knight c2.
Maybe he didn't see this idea, because if you see it, you play it.
Yeah.
basically.
But maybe he also rushed a little bit too much because he had a lot of time.
And
on the
it
clock.
looks like the position is so winning. I mean, you have an active king, you have a pass pawn, you have an extra knight. But White has some passes as well.
Look at the spectators. Full house. And the
What an
gorgeous,
impressive playing hall.
yeah, gorgeous playing hall, amazing.
And for the first time, live audience here. The Grand Slam. Even Magnus is watching.
Yeah, it's such a
this
thrilling position.
endgame. And Caruana going down on time, down to 20 seconds. I mean, things can also go really wrong.
Yeah,
It is
H
possible
and D
still.
pawns are going, yes. It's a
Yes.
very tricky stuff.
This is
And also
still a thing.
Sevian's body language signals like there is hope
Yes,
in
he's
his
feeling
body
it.
language,
He's
yes.
feeling it. 5 seconds for Fabi.
Oops.
Gotta make a move.
Oops.
Now it's already equal. King G1.
Yeah, then the rook has to go to H5.
And he
or
goes
what?
King G1.
Of course he goes.
Why? I mean, rook E6 was possible.
No, but okay, you want to kick that rook to H5. No, this H5 rook is a bit strange. Yeah, D6 is played, but not the knight.
Super sharp. E3 only move to not lose for black. E3
You're
only
kidding.
move to not lose. I'm not kidding. It's played.
It's replayed. But this look on H5.
King F1, only move before white.
And
Super sharp position.
Yes, crazy
Super sharp.
stuff.
But King F1 will be found because otherwise E2 and rook H2, knight D3.
Yes, indeed.
So
Black
there's
striking
no other
first.
way, right? So King F1 is a must.
Down
He's
to 5
down
seconds.
5 seconds. He needs to play it.
3, 2,
And
1.
finds it.
With 1 second he
Rook
plays.
H2.
Yeah.
Now King G1 back. Only move.
What a
King G1
repetition.
Crazy.
But what
Wait.
is King G1? E2?
Yeah, I don't understand.
King
either.
H2,
plays it.
E1, H7?
This is crazy.
No.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Yes, it is.
It is.
This is equal. He can take the rook, and black doesn't have more than a perpetual.
Unbelievable.
Probably.
Yeah, it will be
This
played
is
out.
ridiculous.
What a save by
H7.
Sam if this really works
My
out.
goodness. Yeah, it seems like it does. I cannot believe it myself. I mean, queen and knight.
Because once the black queen can go to H5 to stop the H7, rook G5.
Yes, there is this.
But why? No, maybe only D7.
What a game.
How is this a draw?
Queen
Queen
E2 check.
E2, King G1. And if
Yeah,
Queen H5, D7.
Yes.
D7, yes.
Too many pots. Crazy.
And if knight C6, then rook takes C6, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
the rook,
Yes.
incredible.
Wow. What a save.
Incredible. Well, okay, it's not over yet. Look at this, Magnus is there.
why is
He
this-
just cannot move away. It's just too fascinating.
But black is picking up the rook.
Yeah, but, And then check.
And this must be some
So
kind
actually
of
black can
perpetual.
get this. Take on
must be-
G6,
And then
H8,
take
King
King
D6,
D6.
Queen F8,
Queen F8 probably, right?
King C6, Queen C8, King B6, Queen B8,
Yeah.
King
King
A5.
Queen B5 mate.
Oh,
That's why you cannot. Yes.
so this is it. White is going to win the C5 pawn, and then it's a draw.
Incredible stuff.
Oh.
Chess is beautiful.
Ridiculous. Fabiano must be.
He cannot believe.
He cannot believe.
Of course. I would
How
not be
is
able
this
to
possible?
believe at all.
This will hurt.
Okay,
Yeah,
he goes
he-
King
he
E4.
goes
Good
But
try.
then,
Good
but then
try.
Queen H4, D7.
Queen H4 only move. Queen H4 only move. But it
And
is
now-
an obvious one in a way because you're
But
protecting
why
G3.
white is not winning?
Well, I
But
guess
you
there's
always
some
have knight
perpetual.
C6 in the pocket.
Knight
Yeah.
C6, yeah. That too.
Yes. Queen H4 will be played, yes.
D3, D7, and then he wants to go Knight C6 and play
And
the Queen endgame.
Play
I
the Queen
suppose.
endgame. Yeah.
There he still has great chances, practical chances. There he has practical chances. I mean, D7, Knight C6. Yeah.
This game is keeping us on the
Real
edge of our seats.
entertainment.
Absolutely. And do we have to play D8 Queen?
Yeah,
Probably.
what else are you going to
Yes. Yeah.
do? Nothing else to do. And he does.
Yes.
He does it. He plays it.
And now just protect the G2 pawn. I mean the G3 pawn with king move.
Yeah.
Yeah?
King G2.
King G2.
Or king somewhere.
Okay, we
Yeah,
have to mention that the C pawn is actually the strongest pawn in all these queen end games to be pushed, but there is this G pawn which will always give counterplay. Yeah, white will start pushing his own pawn.
Yeah, and he's going to be fast probably. I mean, let's say Queen E4 seems to be the most natural, but then King H3
King
and
H3.
G4 immediately
Yes.
be pushed, and from there on, white can exchange also queens.
Wow, but if Fabi really does not succeed, and it looks like he might not, then he remains in the danger zone with this 50%.
Absolutely.
Nerve-wracking situation. Queen e4 check, king h3 is what we are expecting.
Yeah, what will be? I mean, king h3 is the logical.
Of course.
Yeah, why not to go forward? Maybe queen d5? What do you think?
Okay, but I'm not that scared. But yeah, Fabi,
After that, actually, you can take and king g2, yeah?
But also Fabi will clearly find some ways to continue, but okay. Yeah, queen e3, setting up the trick. Yeah, king h4, queen d4 check. Queen d4 cd. But of course we will not be falling for this cheapo. Queen a5 back. Queen a7, very clever, very smart. Pinning that c-pawn, so the c-pawn will not be able to move. Queen h6, king g2. No, king g4, wow, good nerves. Good nerves. Youngsters
Queen
going
d6.
forward.
Queen e6. Somehow he will centralize his queen.
King h4, no? Yes, king h4.
Queen f6.
King g4.
Queen e5. Eventually you have
the Magnus style, yeah? But then queen a1 check. Yes.
And then it is a draw.
And then it's easy already. Yeah.
No, he will not give it to a draw for some time.
And for Sevian, this is so important because he remains on -1/2 point behind, but he's there in the chasing pack. Just one win at any moment, and anything is possible.
Yeah, 50% might be enough for a tiebreak. So I'm not sure if we mentioned this yet, but if there are players tied from the 5th to the 4th or 3rd place, then all the players on the same points will play a tiebreak after the 7th round.
So maybe today it will be a marathon day, it will simply not end. The action will last
forever.
Past
if we
midnight.
have such action,
yes.
I don't mind.
Of course.
This is amazing.
We want to be entertained, and we are being entertained. Yeah, queen d7 check.
It seems to be ending in a perpetual now.
What a save. Yeah, basically Fabi plays it out of frustration. Yeah, if the game would have been logical up till this point, I think the players would already be shaking head with smile, but like this, clearly the frustration is there. Yeah, and the handshake anyway.
Handshake, draw agreed. Painful draw for Fabiano because he had it in his hand. It seemed that it's not a very difficult game to convert from the winning position into collecting the point. So this must hurt, and he does not have so much time to recover because all the other players have finished already quite some time ago. So after a few minutes, they are going to have a draw for the 5th round. So let's see the cross table. What are the standings after round 4? We crossed the halfway already from the tournament because it's a 7-round round-robin tournament for 2 groups, for A group and Group B as well. So we will see already by now that who are the players who practically qualified, like Pragnananda, killing it,
Exactly.
3.5 out of 4 games, just one very convincing win over Magnus Carlsen. Sindarov is there with 3 points, and he missed his opportunity against Magnus Carlsen. He was winning there, and Magnus is only with 2.5.
And look at this, because Levon losing this game, he's in a danger zone with just 1 point ahead of Vincent and Wesley, and they will still be facing each other. Vincent against Levon is still there in the cards. A lot to play for.
Well, basically for Levon, it was a very painful loss, and it was a very, well, we were talking about it, that how important the Sindarov-Levon game was, because whoever wins goes to the pack where practically you cannot really avoid qualifying, right? Unless
Yes.
you go crazy and you start losing games.
So if we will have the chance, then we definitely should check out that game, that what happened. But let's see Group B. Do we have... because that was the... No, we don't have yet, because the Sevian... no, we have.
There we go.
Wonderful. Hans Niemann and Hikaru Nakamura dominating the Group B with 3.5 and 3 points. And there we have this three-way tie for the third position between Lenny Dominguez, Ray Robson, and Fabiano Caruana. Now we see why we are mentioning that it hurts Fabiano so much not have been able to convert this winning position. And Arjun and Sam Sevian are very well in striking distance. This is a crazy group.
This is very tight. So just to point it out again, if it ended right now, then there would be a tiebreak between Dominguez, Robson, and Caruana, all on 2 points. Of course, we still have 3 rounds to go, so anything can happen, but this can definitely
I
go to
would also
tiebreaks.
like to highlight that we can even have a tie for third place till the 7th. Then also all the players will be involved in this marathon playoff. We are hoping for the players definitely not. They will be kicking us. No, don't do this to us.
But we have a lot of games which are decisive. We have, even in this round, we had 6 decisive games, only 2 draw, and actually we should have 7 decisive.
Well, actually, this draw was like, I don't know, it was the game of the day, the save of the day. Yeah, this incredible, we haven't seen, it's a study like of escape.
But it was an
by
incredible fight and
Savian.
saving by Savian.
With 1-2 seconds on the clock. He played this King G1, King F1 maneuver with 1 second on the clock. Can you
some
imagine?
moments it was incredible nerves.
But also if you are Fabi, and the guy plays the only move with 1 second on the clock. No, crazy.
99% of the time you just win in these kind of situations. But here everything was arranged in such a way that just did not work out.
But I think it was also important because there was not so many alternatives for White.
Right.
So
He had
this
to
is
try
why
it and just had to hope. But it wasn't like he saw that from far away.
Of
it was
course.
just
Of
in
course,
the position.
impossible. But I think, Nicholas, you have already checked a little bit the Levon game.
Yes.
Can you quickly show what happened there? Because it's so
briefly.
important.
Yeah, no, totally. And Levon will really be kicking himself because if we bring the position up, he was up 3.5 minutes on the clock. He is in a winning spot with 2 pawns up here in this position. He could have played a move like Rook A1. He still has some coordination issues to get all of his pieces into the game, but he is definitely much better. So instead, here after only, I think, 10-second think, he plays knight to h5, probably stopping bishop f6, but allowing moves here like queen e4, knight c4 even, some tactics suddenly along the d file, which Sindarov, being very tactically aware, spotted. And these are the kind of tactics, they just happen in freestyle chess, basically. You would normally never see this in a normal chess game, where if you take on c4, the d file's opened up, and there's a huge issue on d2 because there's a checkmate looming there. So this is definitely something that Levon missed because he rushed. And here he needed to play now knight f4.
Wait a second, Nicholas, can you just show one more time this line after BC, DC, queen c3? For example, rook d2, queen e3. Is that a beautiful mate?
That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful.
brilliant.
I mean, it's not necessary.
Yes, but yeah,
Queen
just
E3
show
is
this. Yeah,
just
chess
very,
is
very
beautiful.
nice.
Yes, crazy.
Brilliant.
Queen
way
e3,
of
bishop
finishing.
e3.
So this is
Checkmate.
only, you can only see this in freestyle chess, such checkmating patterns. And yes, so after knight, already in one move, he has given away all of his advantage, Levon, and now he's on the back foot. He has to go knight f4, but queen e4 is a powerful move by Sindarov, offering a queen trade, once again trying to open up the d file. And here White would need to trade and go into his endgame. It wouldn't be pretty, but you have some chance to hold. Instead, Levon blunders the rook on h1. He goes c3 and just leaves this rook hanging. c3, honestly, just a very shocking move because there's not only queen takes h1, there are other moves as well. And now after b takes c4, d takes c4, Queen F2 was played, Queen E4, and he resigned. Just
wow.
So painful for Levon, out of a position that he was 2 pawns up, clearly better, if not winning, ahead on the clock, and he throws it all away in a few moves, and that could really come back to haunt him.
That's a very painful one, because when he was playing so fast in the opening, he made this very original queen out to G3, and he was practically blitzing completely until he got an almost winning position. Huge advantage. And then with the knight, goes away to the side, just seeing some ghosts with bishop f6. And then basically he lost the game in one single move, right?
Yeah, then already one mistake, then another one, he got nervous and so on. Yeah, we know this is a chain reaction. Yeah, it's completely crazy. Yeah, when you lose control. At the moment when you lose control, then you lose everything. Yeah, all the mistakes just follow naturally already.
And of course, like Sindarov is a player who is there, ready to hunt you down.
Of course.
It doesn't matter what kind of position. He's there and observing the situation. And if you make a mistake, he's going to hunt that moment.
Immediately, instantly, he jumps on those chances.
He's so young. He was part of the golden Olympic Uzbek team in 2022 in India. So he's very talented. He loves freestyle chess. I was traveling with him together to the Grand Canyon, and he was telling that, oh, freestyle chess is so cool, so much fun. He plays, analyzing. And of course, freestyle is something that the youngsters love it, especially the players who are extremely creative, interesting players. They are ready for complications, and he is one of those creative players. But I think we can say that all the Uzbek youngsters, they are famous for that, calculating, fighting, crazy ideas, make it work the way they can. And he had his opportunity also against Magnus. So he's very much in a great mood and great form, I believe. This is what we can say. But we are just about to start very shortly the draw. So the players are going to be playing their fifth different kind of position, which is quite hard, I believe, when you had a difficult game. And of course, we can say the most difficult game, missed opportunity, was by Fabiano. And for him, it will be also difficult to recover. But of course, let's see also how Levon is able to recover and play. So let's throw it to the drawing.
4 games down, 3 games to go. Each group currently has a sole leader in the so-called white group. It is Pragnananda on 3.5 out of 4 after beating Magnus Carlsen in the so-called black group. It is Hans Niemann on 3.5, so 3 games left. All still to play for who is going to make it to the top 4 and qualify to the higher bracket. First of all, we're going to find out the next position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage one of the biggest chess content creators in the world from Sweden. Give it up for Anna Kramling. Anna, welcome. Are you ready? Position 503. Anna, thank you so much. Vegas to you actually is the final stop on the US chess tour that you just did with your mom. Where is she? Shout out to Pia. How was the adventure and how is it to be finishing up here in Vegas?
It has been the most amazing adventure. I've loved every single stop of the way. I've met so many amazing people, and I can't believe we're watching an amazing chess tournament at the Wynn Las Vegas. So this is the perfect place to end the tour. Thank you.
And a pleasure to have you here, as always. Thank you so much for your help. I'll invite you to put the ball onto that stand. For now, the players, as always, will have 10 minutes. So to the players, best of luck, and to our audience, have fun.
I don't know. D4, G6?
What if
Before you want to play
For what? F5? E5?
No.
But also maybe G6, or we want to play with G5 maybe, yeah?
No.
Why not?
No.
But no G6?
Yeah, you can play.
You don't like?
No, D4 should not come C5 or E5. I like C5 actually. Okay, better. I mean, good Sicilian. B4? What of C? Nice C6. Nice C6. Probably C4. C4. Yeah, it's gonna get boring. Maybe G6 first. G6, C6. Yeah, C6, maybe E5, maybe C6.
Ah, F5, knight F7, yeah? It's very nice.
I'm not sure about F5. But what to do for right? I mean, seriously, like
E4?
B3 looks like that.
G6?
C3?
E5?
Ah, this looks correct for white. This looks right. Before I like.
Bishop H6 or what?
But it's not such a threat. Let's say G3.
No, Bishop F5. F4. But I mean, let's try Bishop H5. Maybe we're gonna cancel alone, right?
So we can go D4, D5 first. Copy.
Let's say G3.
C6.
Bishop F4.
Bishop.
Oh.
G3. This might be a problem, yeah? Already.
Yeah, C3 looks logical. Yeah, C6, C4.
D4. G6, C3, C5. Okay, let's finish the diagonal. Like,
F4 and C3.
C3.
Yeah, C5 looks logical. Thanks.
Ready, D5?
Yeah, but C5.
It just takes it.
Pieces are terrible.
Strange.
What?
I think like it should be fine for white.
This is fine for white.
That bad, but doesn't look good.
Sorry,
Bishop E3.
Yeah, but black is getting everything, no? Knight E6.
No, if we take I feel like I'm gonna go for this one here.
I kind of like one C4 actually.
We can play G3.
Here.
I think after C5 it takes C5.
This is also possible. But I mean, anyway, it looks very comfortable. Like the pawn on E4 is awful.
Okay, so we'll play G3.
No,
I like first one C4. But
C4 is like most logical, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
C5 is again possible, right?
what?
G3, Bishop 5, E4, take, Queen 5.
I'm actually here C5.
No, but we should look at C4. We should look at C4 too, though.
Maybe.
C4?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I was thinking about. It's not stupid.
I mean, E4, you want to take with bishop?
No, but okay, what
C5 here.
Yeah, C5, take bishop F5, E4.
No, what about C4?
I take. You have G4, yeah?
Yeah.
good or not? I mean,
Let's try with C4. Why not? Because if you C4. Okay, I think G3 was. No, B3 is able to play B6 and C. Okay.
B3, G6.
I want
before
knight C3.
It's too much.
Knight C6 maybe. Should we go? Yeah, I was thinking like if they go 96, maybe if you put knight D5 first, we can.
Yeah, 95 can be B3.
Yeah.
Okay, B6.
B3. No,
we can't do this.
Yeah, no, it's very safe.
Yeah, black can go bishop b7, d6, knight d7.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't know.
Okay, so D4.
I like D4 more.
So D4.
D5, G3.
G3, G6, C3.
I mean, also, if we're always considering
sure.
this stuff for...
But why aren't we going c3 first? So we were g6 was the problem?
G6, bishop 4.
I'm not sure it's good though.
Yeah. Bishop 4, knight E6. Like what?
Bishop G3?
Knight g7.
No, but then you're bishop on H1.
Yeah, bishop 4.
Probably going to transpose, right?
Yeah, it's probably G6, G3.
It's G6, bishop at 6.
We cannot make some, something quick work, yeah?
No, C3 should be.
And C5 you're saying, yeah? But C5 like
D5
bishop of it's not dangerous. C5 D5?
No, can we play C6? Can we play C6?
C6? G3?
E5.
You want this first.
E4, E5
here? Sorry, G3, E5?
But C5 D5, I don't know. D5? D4? C5
Sure, we are better after bishop f5?
Yeah, I was not sure about D5.
Just bishop f5?
This is easy.
We have a small advantage.
Not necessarily.
You take everything?
Yeah, take and some c6, f5.
C6 I'll take bishop F4 in C8.
Well, we got knight d7 first, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, knight D7 first, knight D2 let's say.
But the knights are bad.
Yeah, your knights are
Oh, sorry, right.
Knights on D4.
I like this.
Okay, of course, no, before is D5. Maybe if they start with G6.
Before G6, do we go D5?
No.
Players in the starting 2 minutes.
No, you can try.
Everyone will play D5.
I'm not sure about D5.
With like D5. But I shouldn't play D5.
Before G6,
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
B6 or something.
Well, b6 is already a slight achievement. We go c4 and...
Very safe.
Yeah.
In the meantime, to the audience, please keep your mobile phone in silent mode. So welcome to round number 5, start the game.
We are back in Las Vegas for the Freestyle Grand Slam, and it's round 5 already. And we see already the bird's eye view with the 8 players, 4 boards right here. Let's see what are the decisions in move 1. I see they agreed kind of to play d4. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, d4. Well, actually, what I think, it does not matter at all. I'm looking at for the first time. I just wanted to highlight that in the very last second we saw, I think it was Magnus, not suggesting b4. And it was the move that actually was nice for my heart. Yeah, I just sense it like, yes, b4, what a nice idea. I have no idea if it was good or not. But yeah, unfortunately, we haven't seen yet b4, but Magnus is thinking, let's go b4, Magnus, just to see. I think that you kind of suggest in the very last second. No, g3.
And he goes g3.
Quiet g3.
Let's open up the diagonal for the bishop.
Well, and we have a Karo-Khan on Vincent Climax and Abdusatolov. d4, c6, e4. Because the pawn on h2 is protected by the knight on f1. This is also a very kind of rare situation. Yeah, normally the pawn on h2 is attacked in such situations. g6. What is Nodiabek doing? Giving up the center like this? I'm hearing from the players that grabbing space is very important in freestyle chess as well. In this regard, I'm a little bit shocked to see this, that
giving away the center completely.
Where is the justification? Is this c3 e5? Is that the move?
But it's also interesting to see Bibisara, Sasabayeva, Aronyan also in the direction of the Banco Gambit, right?
Yes.
In the semi-Banco Gambit as well. We're going to see actually a pretty natural, classical chess kind of position. I believe white is going to be castling. The queen will be out, e4, knight e3. So that can be a healthy kind of setup. And for Aronyan, it's a big question how he will make things work and qualify, because he made a big mistake in the previous round. In round 4, he made, well, basically he made his life very difficult, missing this opportunity.
And now it's like a must-win game for him against Bibisara, yeah? Because, okay, since your rivals are winning against Bibisara, then you feel like if you have already lost some points and he has already lost 2 games.
At the same time, of course, he plays against the underdog of the tournament. She's the weakest link of the group. But at the same time, you know, she's not going to give the point for free. Aronyan will have to fight for it. And of course, Levon can have his demons after the last game. This is going to be the question. Whether can he just exclude what happened there and focus and play very well in this game.
Yeah, look at this, what Abdusatov is doing. It's kind of crazy, but it might work since it's a 10 minutes game, but he just instantly blitzes out his moves. I don't really understand why Vincent played knight d3, to be honest, because it looked to me much more natural just to play g3 and then f4, kicking that queen away from e5. And then knight d3, d5, and e takes d5 runs into bishop f5, trapping the queen. Can you imagine? Of course, e takes d5 will never be played, but just highlighting this, that we will have to watch out for such motives.
I don't like the bishop on h1 in this position.
Yeah, but that's why. Why knight d3, g3 followed by f4 in the Scotch defense
but still, probably g3 is the only move now here for Vincent.
But okay, now it's too soft somehow. Of course, g3 has to be played, but how do we fight for advantage? I was hoping for advantage. This simply Abdusatov also playing too provocatively instantly. Yeah, normally such attitude has to be punished.
Okay, we've seen this here. We'll come back. Let's have a bird's eye view, I suggest, on the other group. Let's see what's going on over there. There we have the Niemann, Hans Niemann. He's playing incredibly well, 3.5 out of 4 games.
Look at that, 4 queens on e4.
Yeah, that's amazing. So that was some thematic.
And we see some similarities from the other group, but here we see actually the structure is almost all the same, yeah?
Yeah, and the light square bishops had been trade.
Swapped, but only in Niemann's game.
Niemann's game, yeah. But that makes perfect sense, yeah, because in all the other games where black was unable to trade the light square bishops, then the space advantage and everything makes a very nice impression for white. It's not just because of the evil bar, but just by looking at the position. So I think that only Hans was the one who actually got the spirit right. And I would like to give extra credit to Hans by actually not only doing incredibly well in the tournament, but sitting alone, always thinking by himself. It also shows a lot of confidence that he believes in himself, that no, I don't need the input of the other players because they are also in the dark. They don't know what's happening. I believe in myself, and that actually is super impressive.
Yes, absolutely. It's good that you highlighted, because it is something I noticed also from the very beginning, that he wants to put himself into the zone, understand the position as much as he can understand the position in those 10 minutes. And we see a simplifying position there. Kind of this is the position you might say that it's the boring kind of end game. But I think Hans will be playing it with the active style, though I don't think it will be great, huge complications looking who he's playing with.
Yeah, first of all, yeah, he has to be energetic, because if he just ends up in a slightly worse endgame without any counterplay, then it will be very much the direction that Lenny is dreaming of. Yeah, knowing that you play against a player who plays very fast, then you already traded a lot of pieces, it's an endgame, then that will mean that the time pressure won't be such a problem.
And of course, already we are round 5. We have 3 rounds to go, including this one. So the players are checking already in back of their mind. Of course, they have, what should I do? Should I make risky decisions, or I should burn everything behind me? And of course, Lenny is a player who is not the burning kind of person.
Yes.
He likes stability all the time. Even for this reason, it was surprising for me that he is a Nidorf player, sharp, fighting so hard, but he is there for tying for the 3rd place, and of course he wants to qualify, and he knows draw after draw,
exactly.
No problem.
Don't
you
do
go
anything
forward.
stupid. Yes.
Others can force things, lose, win, whatever. But if I just scroll ahead, half a point here, half a point there, it may be just enough to qualify.
Yeah, and who knows, he might get then a chance suddenly.
And if there is a chance, then he is going to be ready to accept it. And actually, he has a very nice position. Maybe
He already, yes, he got something. This is the Lanier kind of small little advantage which he's so happy with, and he can do quite a lot with. I believe, yeah, Hans needs to be super careful. If white gets castles in quickly and then rookie 1 check, bishop f4, yeah, just a couple of moves and all the weak squares in black's camp. And look at those knights, knight d8, knight f8. Yeah, they are protecting some squares, but they need to be developed.
Well, we've seen a knight on c5 in the very beginning by Hans, a winning move in game 1. Now Lanier has the knight on c5. Of course, it's a positional position, not a tactical one. But to have a knight on c5, keeping an eye on the b7 pawn and on some weak squares, controlling e6, d7, it can be very useful. It can be quite annoying from black's point of view.
Yeah, so we have seen quite a lot of games. Any favorite? Nicholas, did you check something that you would like to share, or something very special, or what's the situation?
Yes, I can share one curious little detail, which is in 3 of the 4 games here in Group B, the same position was on the board after 5 moves, which is this one. And in this position, actually white is clearly better, but there's only 1 move to do it, and none of the 3 white players, Vidit, Kawana, and there was one more, Nakamura, played it.
Then wait a second, don't reveal it. Judith, any guesses? I'm just going for bishop h6 because you told us that there might be a special move. I go for bishop h6. I don't even know the position. I don't want to calculate.
All right, so 2 more moves thrown into a ring. Vidit played bishop f4 here. Nakamura played knight to d2, and Fabi played queen to e2. The best move, bishop f4 is actually second best. Bishop h6 and g4, I don't know about. The best move was f4, which is maybe a bit surprising. I assume that the players didn't play it because of f5, followed by e4, setting up a protected passed pawn in the center of the board. But white is very quick to attack this pawn chain, going g4, threatening to take, and the rook on g8 is undefended. So if you have to take back with the bishop, then the pawn on e4 is weak, and this is actually very promising for white, already clear advantage. But just goes to show how difficult it is that three of the top players, they all went into a different direction, but none of them found the best move here, going f4. So, curious little detail I want to share.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you very much.
So let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's pick. We have some very interesting matches.
Yeah, Judith, it will be your turn to pick a game.
We can actually go to maybe Kamir's game with Abdusattorov because they are on the side and they are both very much fighting and trying to get back on track and somehow to be able to qualify to the top 4.
Okay, I think Nodirbek is +1. He's doing fine because Levon is the one who is on 50% and now Vincent is fighting. But if Vincent succeeds in this game, then Abdusattorov will also not be in a safe spot anymore. And somehow this position leads always to some endgames, some delicate endgames. It does feel like white has some chances with rook e1, trying to target that king. Vincent goes in a completely different direction. He wants to activate that rook from a1 by pushing his a pawn. He's hoping that if I get the pawn to a5, then I will be able to threaten with a6. And if black plays the move a6, that's the big question. How is Vincent planning to put the pressure? Because black will have the chance of castling.
Yeah, the h1 bishop is also something that needs time to recover from that corner.
And Vincent down to 4.5 minutes. Yeah, a5, a6 played, and all of a sudden I prefer black. What is I felt like some energetic play was required.
Yes, a4, a5 was too slow.
Was too slow, yeah, and it's very nice now for black, yeah. And we know that Nodirbek loves to play quickly, so he will be pushing on the clock as well.
Well, actually, maybe this is not so sharp.
It's
maybe
not so sharp. We can
go
move
to
on.
another game.
Absolutely.
We have the game, Magnus's game, of course, very interesting, I believe. Also, Sindarov's game. What do you think, Sindarov?
Yes, Sindarov against Pragnananda. I want to see that.
Sindarov.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, two incredible youngsters playing one brilliancy after another. And
Pragnananda is in incredible shape so far.
Yes, but not in this game. However, it does feel to me like white actually got the dream, like space advantage, and black is passive, the knight is stuck on d8. White has been able to get the grip, so black was unable to break with e5. Now the knight is coming, knight to e3.
Actually, Sindarov has an amazing position.
Incredible position. Yeah, just maybe even, but already Prague down to 2 minutes. I wanted to go back and to see how we got here. Maybe if now Sindarov spent his time, he has after all more than 8 minutes.
More than 8 minutes?
Yes, this gives us a chance at least very quickly to go through without much of commentary, but just
going back from the start, how they developed.
Yes, so it was d4, g6, again the same kind of stuff. d5, g3, c6, e4, so the break is happening. And if knight d7, e5 was not played by Prague, but then he just remained passive. Queen e2, nice prophylactics, queen d6, knight d2, now the knight will come with a tempo. Yeah, castles knight e4, the bishop develops to h6 with a tempo, and that's how we reach this position, and f4. Getting the grip, knight f6, knight e3, and we're in the current position. Wow, something heavily backfired in Pragnananda's plan, or did he have a plan? That's another question. Knight takes f6 played,
well,
which indicates
he wants f5.
After ef he wants f5, because certainly you don't want to let black play f5, yeah, but immediately blitzes out the move. I'm tempted to take with the bishop in order to get access for the e6 square for my knight. At least otherwise it looks
Yeah, but
horrible.
after bishop f5, white has to take it.
Yes, bishop f5, knight takes, g takes, and probably white just castle short. I think short, because then the rook is already hitting the f5 pawn. Wow, Prague in a lot of trouble.
No, he cannot take this pawn, I think. He needs to go bishop d7.
But then the knight is on completely buried on d8.
Well, you pick your poison.
Yes. Yeah. Oof. No, this is horrible.
Very nice decision by Sindarov. Bishop d7. The position looks extremely promising for white. At the same time, it's maybe not so easy to build up.
Well, now the question, where do you castle, short or long, yeah?
This is a big question.
We have a very big and nice
I think short.
option. Short, yeah. Black will play g5 anyway. I believe that black will have to play g5 because I will have to lock down the f-file against short castles. Because I will otherwise probably get checkmated on f6. Okay, he goes queen f2.
For the moment.
Yeah, talking about Sindarov, I wanted to ask you one thing, because before we have seen his incredible tactic against Levon, and something came to my mind. Whom does Sindarov remind me? Please answer this question. Nicholas, also, you can think about it, but it's Judith's task too. Whom does Sindarov remind me? The young Judith, the eye of the tiger, always when there is suddenly a chance, ready to jump on, and really incredible. I had the feel, and he plays also in this style, yeah, that he is always looking for chances. You cannot keep him under control. You were also like this, that no matter what we were doing, always you got your chances.
It's very funny that this is what you say, because I was traveling with him and Bibisara in one bus, and then we were talking, and he told me that, well, his coach told him, you have to learn Judith's games.
You see, I didn't know this conversation, but I know my business. Yeah, I know what chess is about.
So actually, I was very proud of that the young generation also in connection with my games.
Well, it also shows that the Uzbeks have the right mindset. Yeah, that you have to learn the spirit of players. Yeah, and you had this incredible spirit in all this initiative stuff, and it's all the aggressive stuff. And this is what I see in Sindarov's decisions in every choice. Also here, he had a chance to play for some strategical nice advantage, but he went for knight x f6, f5, g4, queen f2. Now, who knows if this was best or not, but it also characterizes him very, very nicely. Yeah?
Well, it's definitely he's not going to the more solid and quiet moves. And I would think that he had in mind to castle long. And this is why also
queen a5 was clever.
Yeah,
yes.
Queen a5, just in case that if you have these kind of thoughts. And finally, the knight starts to be regrouped, optimizing its place to d6.
Yeah, well,
and then rook e8.
Knight gets to d6, rook a8, the access to the e4 square, and white still has to decide what to do with this king on e1. It's getting a little bit more sharper for my taste than it should have, but okay, let's believe in Sindarov.
But maybe it's time to play g5 with white. What do you think?
Well, if you have already played it like this, then probably, but it opens up things, yeah? And
well, f takes g, f6, rook g5.
Yeah, but there are no real mating threats. And then, okay, once again, for me, as a black player, it's very nice that I know that I'm worse. So, okay, important to create some chances. Yeah, I'm not worried of, because as long as I'm not getting mated and I feel that I have the chances to fight here, I'm happy.
Well, there's actually quite a clear path, I think, for Pragnananda now. It was clear that he has to activate his knight from d8, and there is not much of an option to do that. But I think queen a5 maybe was a good idea by him.
Very good idea.
Because a3, like if black goes knight d6, it's not only the e4 square, which can be some good counter chances for black, but also to play knight c4. And even in some very strange situations, I would maybe, it's a crazy idea, but maybe I can push b4, sacrificing a pawn, c takes b4, then play queen b6, attacking d4, and play a5. It depends, of course, if you stay with your king here on e1 or
yeah,
there
definitely.
you go.
The biggest thing, it's already now not the position, but the clock situation. However, we have seen Pragnanda with 1 second on the clock being super happy. That means
I'm not sure super happy, but super smart and making good
Yes,
moves.
but basically it was his own decision always to go down to 1 second. The position actually did not force him exactly. And in this regard, it reminds me of Artemiev. Yeah, he was the one also who really enjoyed playing his move with 1 second on the clock. And it drives also the opponent crazy. It has an effect.
But nobody beats Grischuk going down in time.
Well, he goes down on time, but he doesn't go always so down to 1 second. I think he plays a move with 2 seconds. Yeah, he's old school.
Old school, yeah. Yeah, because he's not from the bullet generation.
Suddenly I see the Everbar jumping on the Magnus game against Vasily. Should we now jump right in there to see what really happened? Because
let's see that.
That would be horrible news for Vasily fans. Apparently he made a big mistake according to the computer. Double question mark for queen d7.
Oh, so
knight c6 kind of stuff.
Knight
no?
c6 or knight e7 first?
Because the knight on e6 is hanging at the end.
Knight e7 just wins material.
Knight e7 wins on the spot.
Yes, it
and
does.
look at this. Magnus is leaning forward. He's about to play knight e7. He will play knight e7.
Knight e7. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yes. Incredible. And that's the end of the road for Vasily then for today's qualification. It doesn't look good.
Yes, that will be the end. He'll be on 1 out of 5.
1 out of
that
5.
Will be too little.
Yeah, but even if he's not qualifying, he will still be able to reach the 3rd place. So it's not the end of the world, but of course it's not his day. That's very clear.
But wait a second. Knight takes b8, knight eg5.
h4.
Oh, don't play spoilers. Yeah. I was threatening knight h3 checkmate.
Yes, yes. You can threaten, but just for 1 move.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll actually, what is the, Magnus has 4 minutes, 20 seconds, so he can calculate. Otherwise, just maybe taking on e6 is already beautiful.
Yeah, but then there's queen b3.
But there is no reason not to take the exchange, right?
Of course,
Indeed.
if you have time to calculate, yes.
Indeed.
Yeah. So this is not going to be lasting long anymore, I believe.
Yeah, Magnus bouncing back after a loss. Levon is about to bounce back as well against Bibisara. He very quickly got the upper hand and puts pressure on the clock. 8 minutes, 45 seconds
Actually,
for Levon,
this is
by
the
way.
first round where you see in the middle game completely classical kind of positions, classical chess, right?
Yes.
I mean, it can be this one, but also if we see some of the other positions.
Yeah, it was
H4.
connected with the king on e1,
Yes.
right? The king on e1, bishop on h1, it had a harmony. Yeah, Vasily takes on f2. What else to do? Of course, yeah, he needs to fight somehow, but this is really hopeless.
Yeah, taking on f2 after that, taking on c5.
Well, or maybe even just some e4 break, yeah, because this knight on f7 also pinned. Yeah, that is, I think, the biggest problem. If king would be on h8 and knight
Okay,
h6,
after
knight
e4,
g4.
f4.
Yeah, you have to. You have to.
I'm going to fight.
Of course, yeah, Vasily will fight, but yeah, it's pretty hopeless.
Not very optimistically, but...
Yeah, we talked about this in the break, yeah, that it looks like a very bad situation for the players who are not qualifying, but actually it's not end of the day because they will have all the chances to even get to the 3rd spot. Yeah, the double elimination section will start, and if you start to play well, and also I believe that Vasily was playing horribly in Zagreb in the very first days, and then in the Blitz section he started winning game after game, and he finished 2nd overall. Yeah, so Vasily is famous for doing some incredible comebacks, but he needs to find his comfort zone, yeah, because then he's a completely different player.
He's fighting. Queen c8, I like. Queen g4 wants to show up there. some inconvenience.
I feel some responsibility for e4, yeah, because I suggested it. And now you are coming with queen c8, queen g4. And I feel like, okay, now I have to justify. Can I actually take gf, queen g4, king f1, queen d1, bishop e1?
Strange taste.
And rely on this f file. Okay, because I have to open up the f file, otherwise you get tremendous counterplay. So I have to play. I'm not happy taking gf, but probably I have to.
Well, maybe after gf, I go queen g4 check and e takes f4.
And of course, you take ef4. That's the issue. That's the problem. I'm not so sure yet that I like my suggestion.
Well, rook b2.
But in Magnus, we trust, yeah? Rook b2.
But why do we trust him?
Well,
in this position?
That's the question, but...
Queen g4.
Queen g4.
Queen rook b8, bishop f8.
But...
does he want to do rook b7?
But then queen e2 check.
That's queen e2.
But maybe there is no perpetual. He calculated
no,
that
there is because I cannot go king g5.
Yeah, but king g1, queen d1, king f2. Can you walk around like this? And yeah, Wesley goes bishop f6. Okay, still queen g4 is there.
Yeah, queen
Practically
g4
this
there.
is not over.
Queen g4 is there. For the computer, it's no big deal, but for humans, it's annoying, right?
Yes. Okay, the good news for that Magnus still has time on the clock. Is he actually preparing some bishop e1 at some moment? Yeah, that he can.
I don't know. I was wondering, can you go queen d5? I mean, if that works.
Yeah.
Queen g4, rook b7.
He goes for this queen d5 business. Queen g4 blitzed out, so.
So the question is, I mean, rook b7 must be the plan.
Yes, okay, but yeah, how do we calculate this? I feel still jet lagged for this rook b7 line. Yeah?
But actually, bishop e1 is possible because if bishop h4, then rook b7. That's also an idea.
Yeah, because okay, this rook b7, queen e2 check, yeah, king g1, and then queen d1 check. I don't feel that I have slept enough in order to calculate this like a machine.
And you also feel like, why did not need to allow all of this? It seems so unnecessary, but now...
Too late.
It's too late. He should play bishop e1.
Yeah, he should play bishop e1.
Rook b7 is possible, but...
Is it still winning?
No, neither is winning actually at this point. White is still clearly better, but winning, it's not winning anymore. So, Wesley's
fighting. Yes, to stay in the race.
Yeah, we thought immediately that, oh, blunder, exchange, over. And then we are here, and actually, Wesley is kicking
and look at this. Magnus is now done on the clock as well to 140-something seconds. And he needs to calculate. I'm pretty sure that he also did not intend to calculate too much in this game anymore.
Because after bishop e1, f takes g3, maybe. Isn't it the best?
Well, I also have the feeling that if bishop e1 would be so strong, then Magnus would have already played it. So I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, fg, of course, yeah, because rook b7, you still keep the queen e2 check business alive. And yeah, Levon has already won his game against Bibisara. So Levon bounces back.
Yeah, important win for Levon, who moves to +1, 3 out of 5. And in the meantime, what does Magnus do? He goes rook b8
wow,
check.
He goes
king
for
g7, rook b7. But now queen e2 check should be a draw.
Wow.
Wow. Why is then Magnus, what is he lying on? Certainly he has some idea. And this line, queen e2, king g1, queen d1, king f2, I was just giving up on calculating all those things. They're just millions of checks, right? Yes. How can you find out?
Check.
Let's see what Magnus intends. Vincent also in a lot of trouble against Abdusattorov.
Yeah, no time.
No time and problems. But yeah, all eyes. What is Magnus up to? Queen d1 check, king f2.
So f takes g3 actually loses here.
Wow.
That's
King h6
crazy.
is the move, or what?
King h6 or queen c2?
Yeah, queen c2 was the original idea.
Oh, he takes.
He takes fg.
He takes. It is surprising that this is not a perpetual, but apparently it is not.
Incredible. And look at this. The way how Magnus reacted
He's
to this.
happy.
He knows that that's it. Wesley fell into my
Wesley
trap.
rushed. He still had enough time to calculate.
Yeah, but probably he thought there is no other move.
Yeah, it looked
Simply,
like
it's not that there was many moves and intuitively he says this. He thought there is no other option. Jack, king e3. And the problem is bishop h4, bishop, queen e5.
No, but okay, queen c1 check and then king e2.
Or bishop d2.
No, queen bishop d2, queen g1 check.
And
King e2, queen g4 check. Yes, this was the... But queen c1, king e2, it's so easy to miss this triangle.
Queen e5.
Yeah, it's tempting.
It is the only winning move. Queen e5, yes.
Queen e5 is so tempting. And such a pleasure to play a move like this. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's over.
Well,
don't tell me it's not over. It's
king
not over?
It's not completely over.
King
I don't think
h6?
so. King h6.
So what happens? King h6, queen g7.
King h5.
King h5, vamos.
I still have bishop g5 as an idea.
Yes.
I thought I can go queen h7 and
King
king
g4.
g5. King g4.
Yes, and
g4.
bishop g5.
Wow.
Magnus also
coming.
just realized, and there is also queen e5 check, king h6, queen f4 check, bishop,
Bishop
g5.
g5.
Yes,
This
winning
is
the
still
queen.
tricky.
Wow. Insane stuff.
So
And Magnus
probably
down
the
to
win is queen e5 and queen h2.
Correct, yes.
under a minute. Magnus Carlsen.
Queen g2 and on king g5, bishop d2 or what?
Well, king g5, are you threatening something?
I'm happy to be alive for some more minutes. And then you want me to threaten something? Okay, if you're asking, king g4 is my threat. And bishop g5.
Yeah.
If you force me to
All right,
give an
let's see what
answer.
Magnus does.
So queen
20
e5,
seconds.
king h6, queen h2 is the move that Judith found, and it's supposed to be the move. Yeah, Magnus takes with the bishop.
Takes with the bishop.
And he says, why? What? He's complaining to
Now
himself.
He has to go king d2, only move, to not be worse.
Wow. Really?
Nerves, and he has 7 seconds.
Oh no! Oh, this is checkmate! Queen e1 check, this is checkmate! Queen e1 check! He saw it. It's just checkmate.
Queen
And then
e1, queen
G5
f2,
check.
queen
Yes.
g2.
Yes.
King G2.
Oh
G5
my
fine.
goodness. Oh my goodness, Magnus. And Wesley
Yeah.
has all the time to calculate, and this is so easy.
On the board.
Oof. This is a shocking turnaround.
Oh.
Queen f2 and
Magnus
queen
is laughing.
g2. He's
Cannot
laughing.
believe.
He can't believe it. And now he's in the danger zone. He's at 50%, Magnus.
Wow.
And Wesley still has an
Shocking round
outside shot
Suddenly
to come
Wesley
back.
is in the mix. He's in the mix.
He still has an outside shot. I mean, he's still at 2 out of 5, but
Yeah, but
he still has a chance, yes?
Wow.
wow.
You don't see that often from Magnus. Giving away like this,
Yeah, this is
blundering a
shocking.
checkmate.
This is shocking, and it will give tremendous boost for Wesley. He probably have already given up on all hope. So what else do we have? Vincent
So-
against Abdus Sattarov, what's going on? Is there some chance, or it's completely hopeless?
Yeah, we can go to next just to update our viewers. Hikaru has won against Ray Robson and Niemann has won against Dominguez.
Wow.
So they're both really running away in Group B. Amazing. Both of them have qualified at this point.
But how come that Dominguez lost that game? He was so solid.
Yeah.
What about Vidit Savian?
Impossible.
Vidit Savian and Kawana Arjun are still ongoing.
Okay, we have some great run here.
Yeah, Abdusattorov also dominating. Yeah, his knight is back to c6, pushes the pawn to c3. The knight will jump back.
The black passed pawn seems to be faster than the g5.
Way faster, yes. Vincent down to 10 seconds. Rook b1 c2. The pawn keeps on marching.
Yeah, knight d4 next, supporting the pawn.
Yeah, the pawn is just marching. That's it. Knight d4 or knight b4? Is there a difference?
I would go knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4 is the more natural one. Yeah, just centralized.
And it's on the board.
On the board, yeah. Yeah, so Vincent will be also 1 out of 5. That doesn't
will not be
sound
enough.
good. Yes. Okay, he still plays with Bibislav and Levon.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter.
He would need to get to 50% at least, which he cannot if he loses this game.
Yeah.
And it seems there's no miracle safe here.
Yeah, no chance to get back with the knight in time.
Because White has to give the rook for the c-pawn, Black has to give the rook for the g-pawn, and then Black will collect the pawn a5 and just win with the two passes on the left side of the board.
Hopes.
Yeah.
King f8.
Now even rook's... wait.
Well, everything wins.
Rook c8 and then knight c1 and knight e2, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, that's beautiful. Knight e2.
Now knight e2.
Or rook c8 first, doesn't matter, yes. Knight e2. And promotion next. Gives a check first, now knight e2. Covering g1.
Well, we are spoiled with picturesque positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the handshake. And that's it for Vincent, yeah.
So Abdusattorov is 3.5 points. Going up.
Yeah, Noliebek is kind of safe, but yeah, Magnus is in the danger zone, and here we go. This is Fabiano against Arjun.
And by the way, Sindarov against Prague was a draw.
Well, yeah, actually, Prague was already doing fine, yeah.
Sam won against Vidit, by the way, which keeps his chances definitely alive.
Yeah. It will be very interesting to have a look at the standings afterwards, because it's crazy.
Can Fabi win his first game in the event?
Well, no, because this knight on a2, this is the miracle save. You can never get, this is very famous, you can never get to the b4 pawn. So the black king can go to f6, and you just block the f pawn and just stay with the knight on a2. You can never attack it. You
No,
can,
but now he takes the pawn.
Okay, he takes. But actually, just with knight on a2, you are saving. This happened in Levon Aronyan against Jan Timman, 1999 in Las Vegas World Championship.
In Las
I was there in Las Vegas, in the Caesars Palace. I saw it with my own eyes. Some incredible save. The knight on a2 with pawn on b4 and pawn b3. But now we are in the Wien resort, and we almost see the same.
Fabiano cannot win a game, yeah? Yet.
Yes.
He is in the danger zone.
Yeah, 5 draws. And we hear applause. Yeah, the public is really appreciating the tremendous fighting effort the players are putting in. Some crazy fights.
So do we have still a Vidit game going on?
No, all games are done.
What Vidit lost, yeah?
Yes.
Vidit lost to Savian, yeah. So it will be super interesting to look at the standings, because both groups are out of control. Yeah, now that Magnus lost in the A group, and he's in the danger zone, and Levon Aronyan is fighting back. Nodirbek is moving ahead.
Magnus might be even on fifth place right now.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see the standings.
Let's see the standings because it's getting really hot.
It is.
After round 5, 2 more rounds to go. And let's see how we are standing right now. Aronyan is back there.
And Wesley is also in the mix.
Wesley is in the mix.
Yeah, if he
coming
wins
back
the last
from the
two
dead.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. So Praggnanandhaa still leads with 4. Abdusattorov, Sindarov seems to be on the safe side, 3.5. And then Aronyan is back with 3 points, even though he missed his opportunity against Sindarov. And Magnus is suddenly, after the incredible 2 out of 2 start, in the next 3 games, he had only scored half a point. Where he was lost actually against Sindarov.
But okay, he was winning against Wesley now, yes?
He was, absolutely. But this is the cross table which probably nobody should show to Magnus.
Or maybe they should, so that he wakes up again, yeah? Because this is crazy, this is huge.
And Wesley is there if he wins another game. So, quite impressive. Some big turnovers happening. Let's see the B group. Okay?
Absolutely.
Let's see Group B. What is the situation? Hans started out great, and he is keeping his form. 4.5.
Insane.
4.5. And then we have Hikaru. 4. Clearly, they are going to be qualifiers. And then 1.5 point behind Sevian. Some. It's incredible. He was fighting it there. That he can be up, tying together with Fabiano. And then for Dominguez, of course, it was a very painful loss. Arjun started out with a bad round 1, and he can't really get rolling and get back winning games. They are together there, Dominguez, Erigaisi, Robson. Of course, they have still clear chances. No
Excellent
question
chances,
about it.
yeah. Basically here between place 3rd to 7th, anything is possible.
It's quite interesting that with 50% right now for Sevian and Kawana, they're both qualifying in this moment. This is quite unusual because Niemann and Nakamura are scoring so heavily, and the rest of the field is very close together except for Vidit. So everything to play for in the last 2 rounds here.
Crazy.
Very interesting. Round robin qualification here. What we are witnessing right now in the first 5 rounds are finished, and then we are going to be seeing the drawing of the next position, which I think is extremely hard for the players. Of course, it matters a lot that how it is you won, you lost, you missed opportunities, you saved, but to get again your mindset to have another position. So in the meantime, we are still waiting. Which game should we cover? Can we see actually what happened in Prague's game? How did he save it?
Of course. Let's have a look together.
Because that was a very
actually, when we already left the game, it was already a fight. You remember we were saying that he's fighting back?
Yeah, but it was still not so much
fun.
fun.
Let's take a look. I think, Nicholas, you can take it over just...
Yes, I think we left it around here after the knight B7, and indeed G5 followed by F6 and taking on G5 would have still given White a clear advantage. Instead, Queen F4 was played, inviting Black to go G5, which I think Praggnanandhaa was quite happy to do, closing down the king side, Queen G3. Here, actually, Judith, your move B4 was quite interesting. To sacrifice this pawn. You called out this idea earlier. Sacrificing a pawn and maybe trying to open up with A5. And this king might also feel a bit uncomfortable.
The eye of the tiger, I told you.
Yes. Rook AC8. Now castle was played. Queen back. And the queens were traded here, which should still be a comfortable endgame for White. But actually, the advantage is slowly decreasing.
Could he have played D5 with
Yes,
White here?
D5. Peter, you're spot on. D5 was the best move in this position.
Yeah, looks very promising.
The pieces. And White has the better pawn structure. 4 against 3 on the queen side. Jude, you want to... No.
No, the thing is that, of course, it depends whose hand has this kind of position, right? If Magnus has this, then probably there is something, probably a victory might be the end of it.
I'm also so super happy, yeah? I have D4, D5 breaking the structure.
It's very solid, right? And when you go to a very sharp situation, then Sindarov is like there. And,
but okay,
ready.
he did a nice maneuver actually also, yeah? But it turned out not to be effective enough.
Yes.
But there is only one weak spot on C5, right? And that's not enough.
Yeah, and the black king is very safe, and now black has some play along the H file. The rook is active. So Pragnananda managed to save this. So now suddenly there's some checkmate threats. Look at that. Rook h8 followed by rook h7. Just what I was saying. The black king is super safe. Actually, rook e3 only move because... Wait, what happened here? Rook h8, and you have to give up... you have rook g1 to trade the rooks. Yes. Trade the rook, you get into this position. Knight e1 is necessary to defend the bishops. White is still better with the better pawn structure. But let's see what happened here. The game didn't last so much longer. b4, nice touch.
Yeah, very impressive.
And, well, now the pawn structure is ruined. Knight b5, bishop d1. Apparently there was something better, but even then it was only a bit better for white, I believe.
Yeah, and black already has wonderful counterplay. Yeah?
Yes. And somewhere here, I guess, a draw was offered, yes, by Pragnananda. Actually, in this final position, white is still better, but Sindarov said, you know what, I will have 4 out of 6. I've secured qualification. This is what matters first and foremost. So he took the draw, and both players will be quite happy with the results so far after 5 rounds.
Well, it is a lot of action happened in the first 5 rounds. In the beginning, Magnus was really kicking it, really fantastic moves. But he's in the last few games, he was shaking a little bit. But let's see what we can expect in the last 2 rounds and what will be the qualifying spots. So let's see the next position. Let's see the draw.
Welcome back. 2 games to go, so things are really, really heating up now. Only one player is sure to make it to the top 4, that is Hans Niemann. He has a big matchup coming up in this following round. You can see the players just arriving behind me. And I'm also going to welcome to the stage from the US, a local content creator. Please give it up for Jules Gambit. Jules, ready?
$524.
Position 524. Thank you so much, Jules. Quick question to you. You were in Weissenhaus, you were in Paris. Now it's on your home turf in the US, in Vegas. We have an audience for the first time. What are you making of the first day of the event?
It's very cool, very nice having like a huge audience, a lot of energy, and I love having it in my home country.
Well, we are delighted to have you here, Jules. Thank you so much. I'll leave you, put the number over there. Right here. She's off, it's okay. Just right here. And the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. As I said, only 2 rounds to go. So we're into the money time. Have fun.
What?
E4, D5.
Yeah, E4, D5. No,
So E4?
D5? Take? Queen D7? C6?
So if you don't go C4, then you have to play D4, E4, basically, right?
No, but E4, D5.
No, I know, but he takes Queen D5, Knight E3, maybe?
Queen D7.
Knight D3 and D4?
H1, G1?
Because I'm going to go F3 then. I don't know. F3, C3? I'm so sure.
I don't know if I think the Queen on D7.
Okay.
I'm going D8.
No, but after E4, I mean, is D5 the only option, or do we have other options?
And use C5. But I don't know if it's good. Probably not very
So
good.
it feels weird, like 93, 93, D4. Maybe it's okay.
E5 can't be terrible, but maybe it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, probably E5 is hard to beat.
What about this?
Yeah, D4 is the most
D4,
difficult.
yeah, D4.
But it's like you can't play C4, so it's...
D5 you cannot play C4.
D5? D5, E4.
No, I mean
D4.
D5
I
you
see.
can't play C4.
Sorry.
C4.
D2.
4. C3, E4. How maybe?
Yeah, C3, E4.
Yeah, C3 makes sense. C3, C6. Knight G3
Or
or
like, what's wrong with knight D6 or something?
Nothing.
Just stuff.
Knight G6, Knight G3, right? Yeah, Knight G3.
No, why not C6, yeah?
C6 also.
Hmm?
Knight G3, I guess.
C6 also knight C2? And knight G2? Okay, what's your idea?
Ah, because now you're weak.
What's wrong with E5?
E5?
Yeah.
It's very natural, which is even in first move.
Knight G3 is C6. No, that's... Okay, what about knight G2 first move?
Yeah, no, G2. I think knight G3.
D5, D4? You think it's the better thing?
Yes, no, it's from Scandinavia. No, Knight G3 makes sense, right? D5, you want to go knight.
Knight F5, yeah. G6 you want to
Knight
play?
F6.
Yeah.
Sure.
Knight F5, D5, Knight F5, Knight E6, followed by Knight D6. I don't understand what's the problem here. Just play Knight D6 next move?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's just
Strange to play Knight F5.
No, okay, knight G2, D5, yeah. I think you shouldn't put D5 for any move.
Wait, so D4, D5? D3, D6 is just Knight G3 and then up? E5. Just E5. No, but E5 I take and go Knight D3 maybe. Bishop C3. Bishop C7.
Also, Knight G3 I can play H5. It's possible.
Yeah, this is...
Or, I don't know, E4.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
So let's say E4 instead of Knight G3? Yes, sir. E4.
If I take E5, you want to go D5 or what? No, D5 was like, no, black's completely okay. Like,
How do you play after D4?
I think you should have like 97 maybe.
Decent, take Knight C6.
I was not so sure. You're about to say after Knight G3, D5, C4.
Ah, Knight G3, D5, C4.
Special. I know. I'm sure it's subtle. You want to take everything and play?
Okay, what's the other?
You pass it.
No, better. Better. F4. No, but not H5.
Also we can take
The bishop on the one is the only one.
it's also the same problem.
But we list it.
Yeah, we can call that.
No, but then you can H, your bishop H. And then knight H.
No, but this pawn is
And this?
weakness, right?
This?
Where first no knight G3 was?
E5.
E5?
You want to play F3, yeah? You want to say that the bishop is better placed, yeah? D6 we don't want to play. 92, 96,
not D6.
93, C3, yeah?
Yeah,
Slightly better.
Free tempo, no?
Preparation.
Preparation finish, yeah?
E5?
Yeah, okay, E5 and D4.
Huh?
D4?
93. 93, 92.
Okay, 6, 3. Now black has something like 25, yeah? Before 93.
3?
Force 3. What's wrong with me? But we were gonna play.
We were gonna play 93 anyway, yeah? So this is better.
Maybe.
So here,
And D2 probably.
I'll probably C6, bishop before 97 is that. We should take this one seriously.
But you could.
97.
Seems easier. C4?
No, bishop f4, G3 you want to play. But I don't know, this bishop is...
I think I could.
Well, you don't like C4?
This bishop is a bit idiotic in German. It's too slow.
Well, but you can just go here.
Just like this.
But what's the... Okay, so
F6.
F6.
Like, I was thinking h5.
Bishop h7, castle f5.
Ah, yeah. What is doing?
No, he won't find it.
No, even d5.
Yeah, yeah.
He's not gonna find it.
Nah, he's not gonna find it. Okay, it's not going to. Okay. What about the Scotch?
F3 or C3, I don't know.
Yes, C3. Ponziani, yeah? Good old Ponziani. I'm thinking like 93, then try to play with 92. Huh?
96. Yeah, makes sense.
What happened?
D5.
Aha.
F6.
What about this?
Fine. E4.
Okay, first, not really.
No, but why h5? Knight f5, g6, knight h6.
No, knight 96. Then 96. Just
Ah, yeah.
I don't see.
Yeah.
This knight is not doing anything. No, I think e4 is the best. Just after e4, you play slowly.
And c5, f3, 96, what do you do?
Knight e6.
Knight e3?
No, knight d6.
Knight b6?
Yeah.
Ah, you want to play d5?
C3, d5, take, queen a4.
Ah, d5.
Where is that?
Huh? No, I take first.
First. Take knight f4. I think we're switching.
10%. 44, yeah, I think.
So, welcome to round number 6.
We are just about witnessing round 6 of the Grand Slam Las Vegas leg of 2025. There are a lot of things happened so far, ups and downs, and the last 2 games will be all about how the players can stand the tension. Of course, the ones who are practically qualified already, like Pragnananda and Niemann. Niemann has 4.5, but there are some big questions there for the 3rd and 4th place in both sections, we can say. So there are huge matchups.
Abdusattorov
Magnus. Yes. That's the one which obviously we have to see, right? And it's a funny opening also. And we also have to point out that this exact position, number 524, there is only one small detail compared to the classical starting position. The knights and the bishops are switched. They changed places. So what are your first impressions, Peter, about the position itself?
Well, that it changes everything, yeah. That okay, now we are seeing some Sicilians, yeah, between Abdusatov and Carlsen, and also Vincent clearly went e4, c5 against a survivor. We also see some e4, e5, but clearly the players who need to win, or they think like they need to win, they will try to go for the Sicilian structure. But what Abdusatov is doing makes perfect sense. Yeah, he just wants to occupy the center. Yeah, e4, c5, f3, c3, reinforcing. Will he be able to harmoniously develop his knights? That's the question. And where is that harmony? Is some knight e3, knight e2, bishop f2, short castle natural? Or?
But my question is, how much Abdusattorov is going to be playing psychological games with Magnus, as he knows that Magnus has to win?
No, he doesn't care.
He doesn't care,
he
right?
Doesn't care.
No psychology.
He is
because
Abdusattorov
now he's a clear second spot, so he makes a draw or wins, then for him.
Yeah, but he just can't operate like this. Yeah, he always goes for a full-fledged fight.
Because it can be also quite tricky for Magnus if someone would play very solid, extremely solid, and this is the kind of position you can say that I play solid, right? You go bishop e3, bishop d2, you bring out your knights, you castle, and you can't really think of a more solid position than that.
Yeah, well, okay, later there will anyway be some unbalance, yeah, because black wants to go knight to e7 from c8, then the knight from f8 goes to g6, and then try to break with d5 at the right moment, yeah? So I think it was Jan Krzysztof Duda who once said that they told him that why did you play so aggressive? Well, doing nothing is also risky. Yeah, it was very interesting that not just playing aggressively is risky, doing nothing is risky as well. It's kind of funny.
What do you think, Nicholas? What was the best opening move in this starting position?
So, first of all, yes, it should be said that the position is very close to the standard chess position. Very curious to see that exactly bishops and knights have been switched off. It looks like somebody didn't know how to set up the pieces correctly. But here we are, this is position 524. And actually close to the normal standard chess position, it is fairly equal. I believe d4 was the best move, but they were all very close. So it didn't really seem to have a huge effect. And we saw a lot of the players opting for e4. We saw some Sicilians. We saw some e5. I think Levon was saying in the pre-analysis there's a Ponciani with c3, but he didn't go for it in the end. And now we have more like a Scotch defense in a way here in this position between Levon and Pragnananda. So I think we should go to the Nordebeck against Magnus game and dive in, because here Magnus playing quite riskily, playing the Sicilian. I wouldn't say he's necessarily in a must-win, but he definitely cannot lose this game. A draw wouldn't be a great result, but depending on how Levon is playing, might be still okay. So we will keep a close eye on this one, I think, as the opening is looking good for Nordebeck so far, Jude.
And look at this, bishop c2 was played, bishop f7, now Nordebeck can play bishop a4, ruin the castling opportunity.
And of course he does.
So it does not look very healthy for black.
Yeah, but Magnus will rely on h5, h4.
Yes,
he wants to activate the rook. He wants to play it really in a freestyle spirit. I don't need castles at all.
Yeah, and actually maybe he did it on purpose.
Yes. Yeah.
Provoking that, okay, you can go bishop c2, I'm not going to castle, you're ruining my castle, but I'm going to play h5, h4, and I'm going to be playing complicated. But still, I mean, I guess you would also take the white.
No, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
Really?
But yeah, white plays queen d2. Is he actually intending to castle to the other side?
Nicholas, would you take white or black?
I would take white, yes.
Yeah, so we are 2 against 1.
Yes.
But okay, there was no third choice.
You
so
know
it
the
would be-
reason why I had to pick black, that I have basically told you, yeah, that I'm going to play knight e7, knight fg6, and then d5, bishop f7. So Magnus has done all my moves. I have to sympathize with what he's doing.
That's true. That's true. So let's see, after queen d2, is white really going to castle left side in this game? I'm wondering what after h5 Abdusattorov has in mind. What does he want? Is he going to give up this tension and capture on b8?
h5 on the board.
Because he can capture and play h4.
Castles immediately. I was actually thinking that maybe white would have played the move h4. Of course, it was a very committal move, but it made some sense. But
No,
okay.
he wants to provoke Magnus.
Yeah.
Go h4 if this is what you want. You get it.
But this is what I want. Yeah, I want to play h4. Yes, I just feel so much more happy. And after bishop b8, maybe when I take with the queen, I don't know.
And then I will go knight e3.
Yeah, okay, it's just a complicated position.
King b1.
I'm not really worried with black. I have my counterplay. But I also wonder if, because we haven't looked at the bird's eye view of the B group, just to check out, and then after we can decide, because now this game has settled in, yeah, it will be a maneuvering game. We will keep an eye, but there's so much tension. Niemann against Nakamura. Okay, let's have a little closer look.
They are not exactly playing for the qualification, but it's a huge prestige game. So this is the moment when Hikaru, of course, can visualize, imagine himself winning with the black pieces and take over the lead in his group. But is the position something that backs this up?
Well, it's a very interesting position. I also like black here somehow. Simply the fact that these knights were on c1 and f1, they are not disharmonious that you go knight c3. Yeah, for example, I think Hans's position, if the knight could land on c3, would be lovely for white, but this knight on b3 and, okay, the knight on g3 is fine.
Actually, black optimized his pieces much better.
Yeah, which probably means that he equalized. Of course, yeah, we should just highlight that. Yeah, by having a good position.
Only equalized?
I think that probably it's kind of equalized, but I would pick black.
Me too.
Certainly, yeah, with the knight on f4.
Maybe even h5.
Yeah, h5, h4, you are still covering the f5 square.
I mean, white's knights are not optimally placed for sure. Though the white g3 knight can easily go to e2 and eliminate the f4.
Also, one more thing, forget about the position right now. Just look at the clocks. Yeah, both players have and Hans even gets up, walks away. There is so much mind game involved in this game.
Oh my God.
Yeah, b6 played, covering the knight jump to c5. Who is faster, but also you cannot rush. Yeah, one decision.
Rook c1 on the board, I'm pretty sure.
Or queen d2.
Rook c1 is so natural.
It's a 50-50 kind of situation. Rook c1 played. Okay.
I mean, I want to tie down your knight on e7.
Yes, and goes for another walk. And Hikaru always feels provoked. Whenever Hans gets up, he wants to instantly make his move. Perfectly understandably, queen d7, nice stabilizing move.
White will go rook c2. Or rook c3, he goes queen c1, bishop e3, and I tie your knight on e7.
Clever. Clever. I love this plan.
Just a few moves ago, we both said we would want to play it with black.
Yeah, it looked promising for black.
But when I said I want to play it with black, the pawn was standing on b7.
I don't believe actually that white is having anything in this position, but the way how you described rook c3, queen c1, bishop e3, that gives so much pleasure. Yeah, the old classical good rules, beautifully placing the pieces, maximizing everything. But black also has this a5, a4, kicking that knight like this.
No, classic.
He goes queen c2.
Well, how black will be regrouping his pieces? What is he going to do with the b8 bishop, I wonder?
Well, if I'm able, I want to go a5 to open up the rook as well.
And what do you want to do with that rook?
Well, just, okay, it certainly feels better. I always have this option of going a4, kicking that knight away.
Actually, I'm even thinking with white to go bishop a6 if you allow. Even in the previous move I was considering.
Just to try to box everything, yeah? But then the king side becomes vulnerable, yes? I'm knight g6, knight h4.
Well, that's why he played queen c2 probably, to tie down, the knight first. And now maybe I would choose white. What about you?
No.
Did you change your mind?
No. Basically, I can...
Nicholas?
Not yet, no.
I think I can play with both colors. I don't feel like I'm
You're
worried
still with
any.
black?
I'm still black, yeah.
I changed to white.
I just feel like this playing style in 10 minutes game is very irritating what Hans is doing. Yeah, if I would be sitting there and my opponent would be blitzing out his moves no matter what, it has an effect. I don't think that it will affect Hikaru because he's a master of this.
He doesn't like it that Hans is blitzing out his moves.
For sure. Absolutely.
And look at the time.
Yes.
Almost 2 minutes down.
Almost 2 minutes, yeah.
A knight f5 is a move that can be considered later at some point.
Yeah, because the bishop on f1 is perfect, yeah? So,
yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, bishop d6 is played, yeah, it was
provoking.
A move. It was a move that I was considering as well. Yeah, that I just felt like if I have time to play f5, but probably knight f5 was a threat. Yeah, so Hikaru felt that he needs to act. And a3 instantly, but a3 should be punished. It's a lazy move. This is a lazy move.
Bishop b4 sometimes was...
Yes, but still, okay.
And maybe he wants to go e5.
Yeah, he
and
wants
it was
to go
not
e5.
possible.
But still, I don't know. I just don't like this so much. Okay, if knight f5 is a threat, and Hikaru goes back knight f4 to g6 voluntarily. So he was really bothered by knight f5. Okay,
or e5.
Yeah, or e5. Well, that was this bishop, but bishop g6 was artificial. It was not a human move.
Maybe it's time to go bishop a6.
Actually, this knight f4 to g6, I would say that it shows confidence. Yeah, and look at this now. Hikaru is leaning back. He knows that he has a nice normal position. White to panic. White had the idea of going e5 and knight f5. With this knight f4 to g6, he took away both options. And the knight is already starting the journey to c3, knight b1, knight c3. Let me just highlight with arrows. And maybe that was the reason why Hikaru felt like, okay, the knight is doing nothing on b3. Why should I potentially weaken some squares on the queen side? Very interesting, smart play by Hikaru. Look a8.
They play so fast that they kept us here. But what do you think about going back to Magnus's game? Because there are a lot at stake. Here the prestige match is going on between the players of local players.
Yes, I think that we have already grasped the spirit of the game. Yeah, these mind games, playing on the clock, trying to put pressure, but it's an equal game.
And we'll be back. For sure. I believe. B4. Yes. Still pressure is on.
But let's go to Magnus because it all depends on that game.
And seems like Magnus is may have some trouble or difficulties.
But the last move, rook d8, is criticized by the computer, and white goes g5. Abdusatov is famous for going forward. He's not afraid. He's hoping and looking forward. Yes, g5. Black is in a lot of trouble.
Beautiful
it might be
move.
Serious trouble. Yeah,
look at that. What a center pawn formation. But isn't knight f5 or something the killer?
So risky, doesn't it?
Yeah, but basically, strategically, he was forced to play e5. Yeah, he just felt like if he's not going, then gf, knight g4, and the whole position falls apart. So it's a desperate move. Look at the desperation on Magnus Carlsen's body language. He knows that he can't afford to lose this game, but this is very shaky.
Whew.
And Abdusattorov still has more than 6 minutes, 6:40 on his clock, and he is known to be not afraid of getting chances, no matter who is his opponent.
Well,
Just
knight
playing the
f5
position.
is so tempting, and it's on the board.
It's on the board. But okay, knight f5 is a move that, if it's good, it's fantastic.
These little question marks are like throwing into your face after
Yes.
being happy to offering knight f5. You know?
I hate it.
It's like no, you just made a bad move. No, but it can also be that there was a better one. It's not
Exactly.
a bad move, but there was a better one, according to
The computer.
the computer.
The beast. Yeah, but Magnus is not happy. Not
How
happy
can
at
you
all.
be happy in this position? You cannot take it because then your knight is pushed back. Rook on h1. Phew. Well, Magnus is having some of the most difficult moments in this tournament so far.
Yeah, and it all started like a dream with 2 out of 2.
Incredible.
Yes. And 2 wins
Incredible.
with the black pieces.
He ruined, well, more Vincent ruined for himself his tournament in round 1.
And then Magnus did the same to himself. Queen b6. Okay, it's a smart move. Smart move. Keeping the tension, it's so... I think it's so difficult humanly to keep the tension when you feel like you could release it, but Magnus understands that, yes, I can't afford to take on f5 because the knight has to stay on g6.
So what about g takes f6?
Yeah, probably queen takes f6 is the
D
idea.
takes e5. Just, you said tension. So let's get over with it. No tension.
Well, you anyway like tension. You are not
Yeah,
against
but
tension.
maybe now it's time to push my pawns f4, e5.
Yeah, queen e5, f4, e5. That looks
Yes.
very sympathetic. So basically, wait a second, then gf, queen f6, d5. I might have to take with the knight and calculate all the craziness.
And
of
you
rook
don't care
h8.
about rook h8?
I don't care about rook h8, but I'm setting up some knight c4 counterplay. Probably that's the way Magnus is.
GF is on the
relying.
board.
Yeah, queen f6.
Queen f6.
And d5, queen e5. But knight e2 to g3. Okay, trying to
Quite unpleasant threat, knight h5.
pressure with knight h5. But okay, there is some harmony. There is some control in Magnus's position.
What about d takes e4?
Just like this?
Just like that, I have to do something.
Yeah, you open up the d-file, right? And the
Yeah.
knight on f5, you lose the. I mean, you use the moment that the knight on f5 is then hanging. Well, it could be.
Isn't it the only move?
Okay,
It is
but
the only move.
yeah, d4, bishop e4, and then what next? Because I'm still setting knight h5.
So I take knight f5 just to eliminate one of your knights.
Yes, but knight f5, knight f5.
E takes d4.
And then some queen.
Who is better?
Queen to c2 or something, threatening queen c5.
Queen e5.
You are able to.
But even queen c5 is not really a big
It's
threat,
not a
right?
threat. Yeah, it's
G8.
crazy. Well, actually, Magnus somehow managed
He
to.
might survive this one.
Yes.
Knight g3 was not the most precise.
D
Did
takes
know?
e5 was the best, or?
I think there was also
exactly.
knight takes e7.
Yeah, but it's such a difficult move.
Or
You had to trade.
f4. There was f4.
Wow, f4.
That's cool.
Well, no, f4. Yeah, it was maybe too much. But knight takes
Yeah?
e7 was best, and then f4 if the king takes.
Yeah. But of course, yeah, you can only understand. But maybe Nodirbek is rushing too much.
Yes, it's okay. Let's face it, it's a blitz game
Yes.
by now, and it's not so easy. I mean, you feel that there is something, but to be accurate in these positions, it's incredibly
And
difficult.
basically, also Nodirbek's idea is to try to put pressure both on the board and on the clock. So he did not want
Yes.
to think 2 minutes, and maybe it's also not the right moment. Nobody tells him. Yeah, we always have the evil bar going, and then we think like, okay, this is a critical moment during the game. You don't have this hint.
But why is Magnus taking so long? Now he finally takes. This was strictly an only move.
Basically, there was no other move, right?
Yeah, but maybe he's also adjusting his mindset. Look
That's
at his
true.
body language. Yeah, that look at how he's leaning forward. He's much more comfortable now. He knows that, wait a second, I might even have chances to win this game.
Wow.
Really? No.
Let's see.
I feel this. I feel this because for Magnus, whenever he gets stability, then he starts to play for a win. It's no matter if he has advantage or not, but he has stability. Cemento.
I mean, basically, black is winning that pawn on d4.
F takes e4.
You can take with the pawn also on f5, it's true. But hold on, if you take with the pawn, I take with the rook on d4. If you take with the knight, I take with the pawn. I'm winning a pawn
I
here.
don't like a knight f5, e takes d4. I mean, why to have this bishop on c2 when it could be actively placed on e4?
But okay, ef rook takes d4 is what?
Queen.
Suddenly this is tricky.
Yeah, you're right, Peter. I mean, Magnus could also win this. It's still fine for white, maybe even a tiny bit better, but you didn't have to give a pawn like this.
Yes, no, suddenly everything makes perfect sense.
Actually, there is a mess in qualification things here.
Total mess everywhere. For example, if Magnus wins this game, then suddenly also Nodirbek is not so safe anymore going into the last round. Yeah, it's crazy. Of course, depending also what Vesti is doing, we don't know. Vesti against Sindarov.
Sindarov, Abdusattorov last game.
Okay, but also Prague in trouble against Levon. So actually Levon might win against Pragnananda, and then he is disturbing Magnus. Levon is disturbing Magnus.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
if Levon wins,
Absolutely.
it'll be more difficult for Magnus to catch up.
Okay, knight takes f5, ed4, bishop d3. This is already a little bit of a defensive setup from white. But on the other hand, okay, this is a long-term knight on f5.
Yeah, that will be not kicked out.
Yes.
I want to put my queen on h2 at some point.
To say hello
Rook f1
like this,
can
yeah?
be also quite annoying. Actually, that's what have changed.
Knight e5, best move, but a bold move to play to allow rook h8. But it is the best move.
Yeah, it had to be played, yes.
Knight on e5
is a monster.
That's a nice spot.
This is kind of a winning structure. The only problem for black is that his king on f8 is clearly under some pressure, but rook h8, bishop g8.
Well, now is the
doesn't do-
first moment I'm saying also that, okay, there is some great chance for Magnus for win.
Finally, yes.
Yeah, this I didn't like this fe4 kind of thing. That was a bad sign for me. I don't think I would ever allow that, not ever, but if I wouldn't allow this e5 knight to be there.
Yeah, and look at this. Now finally Abdusattorov was anyway forced to burn time, but he burns time when he already allowed the change of the structure. right?
Absolutely.
This is why sometimes experience is important. Yeah, with 6 minutes something on the clock, very promising position, your opponent is down to 3 minutes. Why not to spend some time to understand which direction you are going?
Isn't it black better?
It is still equal. But the trend of the game is definitely in Magnus's favor.
Queen c2 I like.
Yes, okay.
Knight takes d3 has to be played now.
It will be.
Because queen c5 is a very powerful threat.
Yeah, it's deadly.
And also bishop c4, no?
Bishop c4 is there as well. Now you have to take off this.
Okay, so knight d3, queen d3. Then queen c4 is a threat. Is it g6?
Well, yeah, there
g6
is-
still queen c4, right? No, the rook is hanging. But maybe still.
Well, that's
queen
still
c5,
Yeah, it's checkmate.
I saw that.
Very much.
Ooh.
And I just showed this with arrows. Yeah, so we are talking about knight d3, queen d3,
You can
g6.
make it. It's so beautiful.
Okay, yes, I make.
Well, no, of course now he
And he plays it.
Yeah, he takes
plays
it. Okay, takes,
Queen
takes, and
e6.
queen e6. Yeah, of course, the
Control.
professional move, control of the c4 square. Now, we just very quickly will show this, that if g6, then there was this stunning queen c4 move.
That's a nice one.
Putting pressure, and after queen takes h8, queen c5 check, king f7, queen e7 checkmate. was the issue, and that's the reason why Magnus opts for queen e6. Tries to control everything. He's himself threatening a very nasty little check on a2.
You could allow it and play queen c2, but no, he plays the human move b3.
Yeah, b3, but okay, always black will have this break with a4.
But Nicholas says that queen c2 was an option.
Yes, I know, I heard it. I heard it, yeah.
You don't care, you have no reaction on move queen c2.
Rook c8, rook takes g8.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Fantastic,
yes.
yeah. The tactics are coming from every angle.
All right, what now for black? Maybe g6 now. Can you get away with it?
Well, if that knight ever has to move from f5 and there is no decisive blow, then white will be in a lot of trouble. So we have to calculate g6.
Here. g6, knight takes d4, followed by maybe knight e6.
Yes. Oof. Oof. Let's just show it. Yeah, g6, then knight takes d4. And if the queen moves to e5, seemingly pinning the knight, then there is knight e6 check. And all of a sudden...
But it's not over there, because you can go after g6, knight d4, queen d6, or queen d7, knight e6, moving away with the king to e7.
Yes.
Of course, yes. It's very complicated.
And then it would be probably a drawn rook endgame.
But forget about all these finesses. Magnus down to 32 seconds in this crazy position. And it's all about qualification. If he loses, he might be out of the race for the win. Yeah, g6 played.
g6 played. He probably calculated line and he's going for safety here. Because white doesn't really have great alternatives, I think, than taking on d4.
So knight d4, queen d6, e5. How does this line continue? Because
queen d4.
Then queen f3 check.
Oh, Peter, you're sharp.
Wait a second. Wait a second, mister. Knight d4 on the board, queen d6, e5 will be played. Wait a second. I'm learning from you guys.
But I can go to e7.
After e5?
I can take and then go to e7 with the king.
Queen f6 check, king d7, e6, and you go, and the rook protects and you survive.
Yes.
Oof.
Close one, though.
Oof. So this is what we are talking about. This is crazy. Queen f6 check, king d7, seemingly e6 wins the queen, because it's a discovered check, but then the king moves away, and the rook protects the queen, and finally we end up in a drawish rook endgame. What a crazy...
You can show it, Peter.
Well, I don't know, because, okay, you know, there is
You're
the
scared,
playing
but it's
hole,
so
and
complicated.
this is the decisive game, and so on. I just don't want, that something happens. But the players
it's
are
so
wearing the
beautiful,
headphone, yes. Okay.
We see when we have a move.
Okay, good. So
It's
this
just
is
so
the line.
spectacular.
This is the line. The king has to run away, and
so spectacular.
Luckily, the king runs away.
Levon has beaten Pragnananda, by the way.
Yes, and
Huge
this would
win
be
for Levon.
the drawish position. Yeah, okay, this is crazy. So let's get back to the live position. Queen d6 on the board. There is no way Nadia Beck will not play e5.
Well...
On the board.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the board. The heat is on.
And Magnus has to take the knight. He has to.
Actually, after taking the knight, rook g8 is a draw.
Yes, it's a direct
Maybe
draw.
that's the simplest.
If white wants, but white is not risking anything in that rook endgame anyway.
Of course, queen
Black
f3
has to be is the one who's doing
and what? Yeah, no, he takes on d4, of course. Yeah, there was no other move.
All right, now Nordebek can make a draw immediately if rook takes g8, or he can try queen f3 or queen f1. Same thing.
He will play queen f3, of course, yeah.
King e7 only move.
e6 check.
Beautiful line.
6. And the line that you just showed, Peter, is being played out.
Yeah, it was too beautiful. Of course, yeah, nobody could resist.
But what a game.
Incredible
What a game.
of course.
It's a 10 plus 10 game. And we are witnessing some amazing tactics.
Well, we have seen already Magnus was not going into the team discussion. He was sitting alone.
Yes.
He meant business, yeah. He just wants to be super focused. And rook e4, rook g6, king d6.
Rook g5.
Okay.
Okay, this is
Does not
direct
scare me
draw,
at
yeah?
all.
Okay. Well, the draw is not the result that Magnus wanted.
But he
Not
still
at all.
plays with Bibisa in the last
He
round.
does, but the question is if he still has it in his own hands, because
Yes.
Levin won, so he's definitely ahead
And
of
Wesley
Magnus.
is up. He's lead. I mean, he's much better against Sindarov apparently. Wait a second. Let's go to that game as well. Then Wesley is also catching up.
Yes, let's go there.
What on earth is happening here? How can someone evaluate this position? At least with few seconds on the clock, without knowing what happened before.
By the
So-
way, Nakamura won the prestige duel against Niemann
Wow.
and Vidit
Wow.
won against Dominguez. Now Dominguez is pretty much out of the running.
Who did beat Dominguez?
Vidit
Vidit. So Vidit bounces
scoring
back.
his
but-
first win.
Wow.
And Robson is clearly better against Fabi.
Oof. Oof.
Wow, so much action. But let's stick with this one because Wesley has a big chance to get back.
Yeah, and look at this. Magnus is also staying there on the stage following this game because it's so much at stake. Two rooks versus and the bishop against the queen. But yeah, there are a lot of checks. If White is able to coordinate his forces, of course, White will be winning. Black will have to try to harass the king.
But there's no perpetual here.
No perpetual. Yeah, queen d4, king e2. Just
run.
Run to safety. And let's not forget, bishop g7 is a killing threat. And the pawn on h6 is also falling.
This would be a ridiculous comeback if Wesley still made it to a top 4, but it is definitely possible. It is definitely possible. If he wins this one, he catches up with Magnus. Can you believe it?
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
And also the point is that Wesley is, in my mind, always so much more stronger than he thinks he is. Yeah, this is, and if he starts winning, then he shows his real strengths. I'm such a big Wesley fan that he's capable of playing absolutely stunning chess.
But I think Magnus wants Wesley to win, so the field stays tighter together.
Yeah, it's not fun. If Sindarov wins, then he's the leader, actually. Suddenly. With 4.5.
Well, rook takes h6 was not optimal.
No, but Sindarov is anyway far away. Sindarov is safe, no?
No, Sindarov has only 3.5.
He has 3.5.
Yeah, I was mistaken.
Also only 3.5.
He's
But
not
he
the-
didn't lose a game, right?
No,
But he still has only 3.5.
not won that many. Bishop b4 was best move, g4. Trying to open up the white king. 40 seconds for Wesley So to navigate this hugely complicated position with an open king. Whew.
Yeah, this bishop on d1 is such an unfortunate piece. Yeah, this isn't really a bishop. This is a
Maybe
headache.
it's time to go rook e6.
Yes, rook e6 would be, I think, a good practical choice.
gf3.
Check
King
and then king
f3.
f3. Yeah, it's
Yeah, rook takes e6. Great
on the
practical
board.
choice.
Yes, correct.
King takes, and now
King
rook
takes.
d2.
No, he takes on g4.
No, he takes. Now this should be perpetual now, it seems. The king cannot escape. Queen takes. Ooh.
And queen d4, queen g1, queen a1.
Oh, yeah, this is a
Yeah,
perpetual.
this is very strange. Yeah, that.
Well, okay, he has 20 seconds.
Yeah, he has very. Yeah.
And Sindarov knows it. He's not
Yeah,
even
he
looking at
looks-
the board anymore.
Yeah, he looks at Wesley.
Yeah, that is too
Well,
Wow, Magnus
This
is
is
very
a
happy,
draw.
I think, or it's
I don't
not.
think so.
Or it's not
I don't
clear.
think
Yeah,
so.
what Magnus is.
Because otherwise he had a better chance to catch Sindarov, and now he does not.
And look at this. Yeah, poor Wesley knows that this was his golden opportunity. Vincent has won his game, but yeah, this
I
is
think
too late.
Magnus is 1 point behind all the other
yes,
players.
we have 4
So-
players, Pragnananda, Abdusattorov, Sindarov, and Aronian with 4.
Wow.
And Magnus is 3.
What?
And then Wesley is 2.5.
Really? So basically, if they make a draw, then it doesn't matter if.
Depends against who they play.
Yeah,
But
well,
Magnus
Levon
plays
is playing against Vincent.
Sindarov, Abdusattorov playing against each other.
All right, well, we still have some games.
Pragnananda wins
But
best.
okay, this is draw. This is a dead draw.
Once again, Fabi is making a draw.
But actually, it's not a bad result for him, right?
Nope, it's not.
And he
Sevian lost. So Erigaisi pulled ahead, but Fabi should be still on 4th place if he draws this one. And he was also much worse in this game, so he can be satisfied with the
Yeah,
draw.
he will have the white pieces in the last game.
But can you believe 6 draws by Fabi? That would have been a big point for Robson if he had pulled this one off. He stays now half a point behind, but still having chance in the last round.
11-1, right?
11-1, yes.
11-1.
After that loss against Sinarov, he won his next 2. But that means also that nobody's safe yet.
Nobody's safe.
In that. Is that right?
Well, here we have the pairings, yeah. So Vincent plays against Levon Aronyan, so Levon with the black pieces against Vincent Keimer. Magnus with white against Bibisara.
Yeah, has to win.
Sindarov with white against Nadir Bekabdusatov. Okay, this is a Uzbek duel.
So if they make a draw, they're both qualified.
They are both qualified, and Pragnanda Wesley so. So it's all eyes on Vincent, yeah? So
well, and Wesley so.
Yes.
But Wesley cannot qualify anymore.
It means that Magnus actually should team up with Vincent, try to prepare as much as possible, because they anyway play with the white pieces, yeah? Crazy.
But it means that
and the handshake, draw agreed.
Magnus, even if he has a chance to qualify, it's a playoff.
Yes, at most you can get a playoff at this point. Yes. Now this loss against So was just...
Yes, unbelievable.
Crazy.
What did Keimer do? He won?
He won, yes. But maybe this is not the chance to look at the Hikaru game. Can you pull it up?
Sure.
Because this was such an important prestige duel. But clearly Magnus Carlsen's fight for survival was the most important news of the previous round.
Erigaisi won, yeah?
Yeah, Erigaisi won, and this means that he's alive.
Yeah, we will have a look at the standings soon. I will just go through the game pretty briefly so we can catch up what happened here. Actually, Hans was doing quite well, I think, at some point.
Yeah, this looks sympathetic.
It all got out of hand. Just a very complex and difficult position to play. Now, rook d1 seems like it was a mistake. White should have taken on d5. Queen d7. And here already black is doing quite well with the passed c-pawn also.
And then suddenly this h5 that we talked about, yeah?
It's coming. Queen d6 takes. f5, very nice touch to control the e4 square, not allowing any knight to land there. Black will take on d5 next and is having all the fun in position. Also watch out for this battery here on the diagonal. Can be also very dangerous. Queen f6 going for the attack. Knight takes d5, rook takes, and queen takes h4. And at this point, actually, the black position is already winning. Black has just much better pieces here. Rook takes, f4, desperation, giving a pawn to stay in the game, but the black attack continues. Bishop d5.
Yeah, this is
trying
hopeless.
to trade the queens, but ending up in a just hopeless endgame, which Nakamura converted. Nakamura being in great shape in this tournament.
Incredible shape. Yeah.
Very impressive, and this game was the most important for him. I think he takes over the lead, and well, it's nice to make a win like that with black. So let's see the standing, because we're just before the last game, and we're shortly going to see the draw of which position they're playing. And you see Aronyan is standing on the top of the
leading.
table.
Well, it's a four-way tie on first.
Absolutely.
Incredible. Unbelievable. Aronyan, Sindarov, Abdusatov, and Magnus Carlsen 1 full point behind. So if any of if all the 4 players make a draw, or get a half point, then Magnus Carlsen is kind of eliminated from the fight for the first place.
That's true. And it's not in his hands anymore. Because he's not playing against any of the top 4. So he has to rely on Wesley and Vincent to score, to win, to beat them basically, and for Sindarov and Abduzatturov, if there's a decisive result, that helps him too.
But yeah, basically also I feel like for Wesley it's now very tough because he had a golden opportunity to win the previous game against Sindarov. He missed it. Now he has no chance. Yeah, how do you pull yourself together? How do you get this inner strength that with the black pieces you will go all in to fight for not even yourself? He will just play a normal game.
Yeah, he's just he plays a game for trying himself to win, making 50% just to stay in the game, preparation for tomorrow. I mean, if he's here already, let's play. Let's see Group B. What's the standing over there? Because there we see also quite some fight. Not so tight, but a lot of fight. Nakamura obviously is already in the next stage, in the knockout. Niemann, probably he's very unhappy with his last game, dropped to the 2nd place.
But he's also safe in second.
Of course, he's safe, he's happy, or should be happy. Eric Gaisi, who had not a good tournament, just now in the last 2 rounds, basically he's back and fighting for the qualification. And we see that in the other group, people have 4 points, right? And here, even with 3 points, you're number 3 and 4.
Yes.
Fabiano did not win a single game, as Dominguez have not done it either.
And Sevian and Ray Robson are in a striking distance.
They are there, so anything can happen. Well, we'll see.
And we have a pairing there, Lenny Dominguez against Sam Sevian, Hikaru Nakamura against Vidit, Caruana against Hans Niemann, and Arjun Aigaisi against Roy Robson.
So Ray has it in his own hands. If he wins, he overtakes Arjun.
Yes, but he's playing with the black pieces.
Well,
yes, of course, I understand, yeah, but...
And Sam also has it in his own hands.
But he's also black.
He's also black, yes.
But who cares with this freestyle, black or white?
That's true.
And it's a last game. Right? So you have to have great nerves. You have to pull all your energy. Whatever happened in the previous 6 rounds, you have to forget about it and put all your energy for the final round. The 7th game, the 7th position, the players are playing it out. And of course, pretty nerve-wracking. Well, especially for Magnus Carlsen, starting out 2 out of 2. I think maybe you said it that, well, practically, okay, he's in a way of qualification clear.
Exactly.
And so on. You would not expect Magnus to have this situation where it's partly in his hands, but he definitely, one thing is for sure, he has to win. And even after that, He's
not safe.
He's not safe. He's not safe. And we have a pairing that it shows that, well, we'll see also. I don't know, what do you think about the last round pairing between the 2 Uzbek youngster talent? Are we going to see a tough game, or they are going to be... Well, of course, it's not so easy to make a quick draw. No. They cannot offer a draw under move 40 to start with.
Yes, but okay, I think it's very logical for them not to go for some very wild, crazy game. Yeah, because a draw is a win for both of them. Yeah, so just don't do anything stupid. Yeah, if I would be their coach, I would be advised,
calm them down.
Just play some symmetry. Yeah, play some nice little symmetry. That's all we need from Uzbek point of view.
Yeah, I would expect a draw there. So yes. I think Magnus has to hope for Vincent and Wesley to score a win.
Well, Magnus is not used to these situations that he has to rely on other people making space for him to qualify.
It has really gone quite badly for him, because also if Wesley had won against Sindarov, then Magnus could catch Sindarov or Abduzatturov. He would have caught one of them if he won. But now it's not in his hands anymore.
Yes, it would have been such a crazy situation because then also Sindarov would feel like he needs to play for a win. That gives the chance for Abdusatov to play for a win, and things get out of control. Yeah, but now it's they have the safety net.
Yeah, I don't know if Magnus ever had in this situation or since let's say he was #1 in the world, if he ever had something like this situation. But we are just about to see the final game, what kind of messy position they are going to have. Let's see.
Welcome back to the 7th and final round of this rapid round robin. This is the crucial games. Both groups are incredibly tight. Remember, the goal is to get into the top 4. I know the players want to get on with it, so without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage John Weaver of Advantage. They are major investors of freestyle chess. Give him a round of applause. John, are you ready?
$5.49.
So position 5 for 9. And John, we mentioned you here with a couple of friends or colleagues. You are major investors in freestyle chess. For the first time, we have an audience. What are you making of the experience today?
Well, it's just incredible to see all these people here and these incredible world-class competitors in an action-packed and exciting format. And I think we're all just excited to see this last round play out.
This last one promises to be the best one just yet. I'll let you go and enjoy it. The players are already preparing, so we'll give them a moment of silence. And to our audience, please enjoy the final game.
Mamajara would say.
Maybe 93? 45 knights in charge. We get to F3 knights in. It makes more sense. Actually, top one. You got E4. No, you should open the queen on the queen. The queen is the perfect square.
F6?
F5. F6.
But what if I play F4, D5?
No, you don't block. You don't do the queen.
I don't care. Okay, hand is helping us.
I don't think you put the button.
You want knight c3? Yeah. Okay. Also F5. What's the big deal?
Some queen c5.
Ah, F5, yeah?
Yes, okay. So c6 you want to play e4, yeah? Knight c6. Black is doing fine, huh? Yeah, 4d5, what's the big deal?
Why not f5 first? d3? It's a problem.
Knight c6, what's the problem?
Take c5.
f5?
Oh, no, I think takes 6 f5, no? This is natural. No. What?
e5.
Ah, 5.
d5.
Yeah.
h4, h4.
93.
Take?
No, take it because guys.
We have to win, yeah.
You have d5.
-1 also. Yeah, I also have to.
50% magic.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, actually.
E4?
G4 also is possible, yeah?
No.
But it's a very natural.
G4?
No, come on.
D5?
What is this? Come on,
No,
G4
no,
is so
no,
stupid.
H4.
Come on.
F6?
No offense. You're going in the center of it.
Yeah, E4, F6 or E5?
F6, D4.
There's not.
D4, 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 D5, F3.
Okay, C6. It's not the end of the world.
C6 actually. Now you develop more.
Knight G6, B5. Solid though. Solid.
That's it, no? D4 is the main. Maybe E5? Take D5. Take D5, G4, G6. That's just bad, yeah. I don't know, maybe. You can try. Maybe. E4, E5. That's good.
I don't know.
F5, yeah.
No, C3, F5 or?
F5 and bishop F5.
No, G6.
Alright, you don't want
to play like Knight G6, G3 or something. It's not crazy.
No,
Knight G6, G3, I mean, it's not so.
I can,
Yeah.
Try things.
But probably took over. Take an E6. Okay. What's on?
Knight C6 off.
C3. Yeah, take F4. I really feel like there's some issues right now. So let's say E4. If I have a bishop B3, you don't have this.
I think this is a good draw. This feels very dangerous.
Knight G3, Queen F2, and then push
Yeah,
F5.
this is very dangerous.
Knight C5. I have a mission. Some sort of.
No, it looks good for white.
Is it lion or not active?
So what, after C3 flash, what, F5?
What's wrong with this?
No, E4. Take Knight A4, F5. Knight C5? Yeah. Bishop B3. Bishop B3. Scary. Bishop B3? No, okay. It's a very castle one also. Yeah.
No, this looks very scary. Yeah. Maybe it's okay.
At least it's also risk-free. I don't care about this. Okay.
D4, D5, C3 is even more safe now.
Yeah, that's, if we want to be really safe. You can't go wrong with C3. It's not possible to battle it.
Actually, Knight C6 is E4.
Yeah, maybe.
Take F5.
No, take D5. Take D5, Knight B4.
Yeah, Knight B4. Maybe 3 F5. Okay, let's start with C3. It's more flexible. Okay, it's a dumb position. We have to do something like this. So are any of us in a must-win at all?
Just you, right?
I'm in a must-win? I didn't realize.
Oh, no, you're third and fourth, right? Yeah. So,
I mean, I'm not in a must-draw, but I'm not in a must-win. We're the same situation.
yeah.
So C6, and F5, knight F3, we're happy with that. So we play H4 and then queen comes to H2, bishop F4.
So F5, F3.
No, F3 also possible. Yeah. At least it's a little bit better for me.
No, to knight F3 should be.
I like knight F3, H4 playing.
Okay. You just copy.
E4? I don't take any. Yeah, E4.
You can F5.
Bishop E3. Very nice. Maybe this tempo matters. H4 can.
H4, H5, E4.
Or bishop C2 also.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, knight G6 doesn't.
it's 2 minutes to the start of last round.
Break 96.
Ah, io riesco più creative.
So, kindly welcome here to the possible last round this day. I want to remind that in case of a tie for the fourth place, only one
Welcome to the freestyle final round in Las Vegas on the Strip. It's huge tension in the playing hall, and who are Magnus fans, they really have to be here watching everything and pray also. This is what I can say, I think, because not everything is his hands. Others have to be helping him out to be able for him to have the playoff. So let's see what is the starting position. What we have, king is on e1 again, the two rooks are in its initial position, we have the knight on b1, bishop on c1, so there is only a little switch compared to a classical chess game. What is your take on that, Peter?
Yeah, what a very big one. Yeah, this queen g1, queen g8 kind of construction, and the bishops on d1 and d8. Those are very special pieces. It changes everything in the dynamic. One of the games that we have to keep a very special eye on is Vincent Keimer against Levon Aronian, because if the game between Sindelov and Abdusattorov would end in a draw, which is somehow logical, it suits both of them, then actually Magnus relies on Vincent or on Wesley's help. Wesley playing with the black pieces against Pragnananda, and Vincent playing with the white pieces against Levon. So yes, there is still some hope for Magnus. First of all, he has to take care of his own game. He has to win. But yeah, he needs help.
Well, he's playing against Bibisara, the underdog of the tournament. She's struggling in this event because the players are much better and probably more experienced players also. But when you play in the last round, and this was her dream when she was 12 years old, just before coming here today, I saw a picture of her with Magnus when she was just 12 years old, and saying that, of course, her dream was always to play against Magnus. And 12 years later, or less than 12 years later, she has this opportunity. And when you have this opportunity, no matter how badly things go, you're there. She's going to be trying to catch a half a point or even to win against Magnus. In one game, anything can happen, right? And Magnus was not in a good shape in the last several rounds, so he was his own enemy of himself in some games. And so obviously no question about it that Magnus is the favorite, but she's going to be resisting and fighting it out and trying to have chances. But that's not the main game because we are expecting Magnus to win on demand, right? It would not be the first time he does, even against much stronger players. So the critical match, we can say that your student,
Yes. Yeah,
Vincent, who played this event so far, was not fortunate because he wanted to win in game one against Magnus desperately. Not desperately, but he made extra miles to try to win, and then it turned out very badly. But now he's playing with Levon Aranyan, and that game can be an influence on the outcome for who is going to be the first 4 qualifiers.
Yeah, it's a very interesting opening also, that Black played f5 and then knight c6 and followed it up by e5. It's a very ambitious kind of setup. If Levon succeeds with everything what he wants, then he will get a very nice position with Black. The big question is, will he be in time to get that? How do we react? Is d takes e5, for example, a move, and followed by knight takes e5, f4, something like this, and then try to get e4 break in before Black occupies the center with d5? Is that a possibility?
I don't know. I like f5, and the reason I like f5 because the g8 queen opens up, and d takes e5 on the board.
Well, yeah, and then f4.
f4.
Yes.
Of course, your student, Peter.
Yeah, but somehow these moves were smiling on me, because I felt like if not this, I don't know what I'm doing, and after all, Black was trying to be very energetic, opening up the center, probably also trying to solve the issue of the queen on g8, and this is also now what Vincent is doing with opening up the queen with f4 and hits the knight with a tempo. What else do we have? Looking at the Sindel of Abdusattorov game, I think this is very much according to the spirit of the situation. They both go for solid structure, and now if there will be a trade on e4, knight takes e4, fe4, we get perfect harmony. It will be impossible to lose. Sometimes the coaches are saying that this is such a position, even if you want, you cannot lose it. How did you lose it? Well, it's kind of tricky.
Pure symmetrical, beautiful, artistic visual there. Queen f2, probably queen f7 will be on the board.
Of course.
Yes, we can expect a draw there, most likely. So I think it makes sense to.
And what about Pragnaland against Wesley? That's a very strange kind of structure. That white occupies the center. It looks promising, but Black has his counterplay. There's also maybe something for Magnus to hope this game.
I think this will be a fighting game between Pragnaland and So.
It looks like a fighting game.
Should we also have a look at the bird's eye view of the Group B?
Absolutely. Let's see on the other group, because there are even more chances that we are going to have a playoff.
Well, you never know. It's such a crazy tournament, and we are in Vegas, so expect the unexpected.
So we see Caruana, Niemann, which is quite shocking to me, to tell you the truth, that Caruana right now is qualifying, tying for 3rd place, while not winning a single game.
Whereas Carlson on the same score is not qualifying in the other group.
Yes.
It always, these group stuffs have their own spirit. You can never compare the two groups. And it got completely out of control, because Magnus started with 2 out of 2. It looked like that's it, and all of a sudden things are crazy. So what is going on? Fabiano, well, he actually needs to win to make sure that he's in. Otherwise there can be a big ties and whatever. No.
Well, if he wins, he's clear.
Yes.
Clearly, if it's a draw.
Draws, because Robson can overtake Erigaisi, and then if Sevian wins with Black, he would also catch Fabiano. So with a draw, he's definitely securing himself a tiebreak, and only if Robson. Well, Robson or Erigaisi will be.
They switch.
Will be either same score as him or ahead of him.
But look at this, I also feel like finally somebody will punish Hans for his fast play. Yeah, because, okay, he is bullying the players, yeah, with going very quick, threatening checkmate on e2 with queen e2, so it's not a blunder. It's a clever, tricky move, but strategically, black is in a lot of trouble. So I will just play e3, trade the dark squared bishops.
It looks like a beautiful position for white, though.
And it's a dream come true, yeah, because with the draw, he guarantees kind of a playoff, even if the other results go that way. And if he wins, yeah, this is a risk-free position. He couldn't have asked for more, Fabi, for this, for this last round, under the circumstances, yeah, that he can squeeze a game. And here also, and look at this, he's even up on the clock. Fabi is doing the Niemann bullying.
Yes, this is like a good start for Fabiano for sure.
Another reason why Hans is thinking, because he has the move bishop d6, trying to cement the bishop on d6. So whenever white takes, and bishop d6 is played, so he does not want to give up the dark square bishop so easily, and also very importantly not to let the white queen get into the game after bishop f4, g takes f4, targeting the g6
gets
pawn.
up even though he's down on the clock.
He's playing mind games.
Well, he's just really relaxed because he's already in second place for sure. He can still become first if he wins or draws and Hikaru loses. No, yes, I think so. So he's feeling really relaxed, no matter if his position is bad or not.
And maybe he's also tired already. I mean, the guys are playing for how many hours? For 7 hours already. The event is going on.
Actually, it's a brutal format, yeah, that normally players prefer to have some warm-up on the first day when it's not yet decisive, yeah, that you build up, but here on the first day there is so much tension and so much decision. I think it's very difficult. Also, the organizers are doing an incredible job making the players comfortable. You arrive to Vegas after a long trip, you feel very happy, yeah, and all of a sudden, the very first games are deciding what will be your fate. It's very tricky.
Regarding the first place, right?
Yes, regarding the first
place. And
but okay, we know that for players like Magnus, I think only first place counts, yeah?
Why do we get to double question mark on this?
I already got tired of this, yeah. I knew...
Because it gave away the advantage, maybe.
Because trading in 97 and black is fine.
Yeah, black is fine, yeah. This is true, but
so
I remember...
Question marks were still too harsh, but one question mark was appropriate, yes.
I remember we did a commentary with David Havel on the World Cup 2023 together, and there was a very interesting position and a very spicy, clever move was played, and the computer gave a question mark. So we are saying, no, please, David, can you find a way to erase this question mark? So after big fight, after a couple of minutes, he erases the question mark, and the question mark pops back in 10 seconds. Okay, but it was a good move. It had a soul. It was driving me crazy. And David did everything he could.
All right, I think we should move on.
Well, this game is going to be a draw.
Not too exciting.
Absolutely.
Wesley So is better against Pragnananda.
Wow. Okay, this is something of a very important news.
Wow.
Where Prag started brilliantly, and then suddenly something happened. Because he lost 2 consecutive games.
Judith, he lost 1.
He won,
just the last one he lost.
Just the last one,
he made
and that's
draw.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, but it felt like before
because he had a bad position before.
Against Sindarov, yeah.
Yes.
That's
why you had this feeling.
Exactly.
The last 2 games.
Yeah, by the way, we already have 1 draw between Sindarov and Nodirbek Abdusatov. It's no surprise. Very professional. Both players are guaranteed the qualification spot.
Yes, both had a strong performance.
Yes, very strong.
Absolutely. Yeah. But Wesley has a very beautiful position. It's not only that he has a beautiful position, but it's very much his style as well.
Yeah, and also easy to play. And this e4 pawn is vulnerable.
Clear time advantage.
Yeah, he's hitting. Also, bishop g4 shows a lot of confidence. Yeah, that one would argue that in this structure, black should try to keep the light square bishops. Yeah, because he has pawns on the dark squares. But Wesley doesn't care about this. He's simply playing the position. Queen f2, best move, trying to activate the queen. But yeah, it's not going to be easy, and it's only move, I don't know, what is it? Move 10, 11, 12, something?
12.
12, yeah. And already black is having a nice position. However, one has to keep an eye on that bishop on d8, because that bishop on d8, if white somehow stabilizes and black loses the momentum, then in long term white can have the upper hand. So probably this is also the reason why Pragnanda felt like the strategy that he's playing ambitiously is justified, but with some very energetic play, Wesley was able to highlight that, no sir, it's not so easy. I have my own play.
Queen f2. Yeah, Queen f2, interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, because computer says that black is doing well, but okay, give white one move, kicking that knight back from h4, and if you have to fall back with the knight to g6, then you will never have queen g6 idea, which I think is a key idea in the position.
The queen is back in business from g1 to e2, covering the g4 important square, but probably queen g6.
Yeah, queen g6, but then g3, and then you have to sacrifice a piece with knight e4, gh, it's not clear.
Or maybe knight h5.
Knight h5 now, but then also you are not hitting the e4 pawn, I'm happy. No, queen h5, clever move. Clever move. But it's probably not a move Magnus wants to see, because, okay, it's probably a very nice equalizing move, but where are the winning chances?
Yeah, not equalizing.
Why?
Black is worse.
No, I mean, okay, I was thinking like queen h5, knight h5, g3,
okay.
knight f3, then knight d2.
Knight d2.
And I always have finally this knight f6, h6, knight h7, bishop g5 kind of maneuver. Of course, you can play h4 at some point, but yeah, Magnus is not happy looking in the Wesley's direction because white is safe.
So maybe we should move on to Vincent, see if Magnus is happy about that one.
Exactly. And by the way, also a question, how
Magnus is doing,
yes.
whether he's happy about his one.
I think he's happy.
Okay, just very quickly to see what's going on. Okay, this is a typical Magnus's type of position. He can play on forever, he can grind. And normally, step by step, he is supposed to make progress. And then all eyes on Vincent. Vincent actually, according to computer, has a nice position, but he's down to 3 minutes on the clock.
Oof.
This is one of the problems of Vincent, yeah, that he doesn't like to rush. He likes to play precisely, but with the 10 minutes time control, his playing style is not exactly suited, yeah. I think 15 plus 10 would make a very huge difference for Vincent.
Vincent has a nice position.
Yeah, Abdusatov and Sindarov, they are feeling much, much more happy with this 10 minutes game. So where is the safety net? I did hear Levon using the word solido during the analysis, which kind of indicated for me that, yeah, he's nervous, he's very tense, because he's a player who is always looking for a fight, he's very creative and so on, but he knows that he needs a draw. And how do I get stability? Well, finally, he didn't get any stability. This is a position. If Magnus gets up and looks around,
he's happy.
He's happy. He has
happy
hope.
What he sees, yes.
Yeah, he has hope. Yeah, what to do with black? The king needs safety.
Well, he can go, I don't know, bishop f6 somehow to develop both of the bishops and then castles.
Okay, he plays c6.
That feels very slow.
Does he have time? He's also offering the pawn on a7, which clearly Vincent will never take. Because
just go e4 and checkmate.
Yeah, bishop d4.
Rook g8, so
Rook
where the
G8.
king is going to find safety.
Just e4. It has to be the way. Yes, Vincent goes for it.
On the board. Yeah, what is Levon doing? Where is he planning to hide his king?
Slow development.
The bishops are still...
Well, he can go bishop e6.
Yeah, but no, this is what
but
is...
c6, why did he play c6?
Yeah, instead of bishop e6. Yeah, if already you wanted bishop e6, then play bishop e6. It means that he wanted to keep the option of going knight e6, but this is backfiring.
Okay, then he could play bishop d7.
Now
He
maybe
goes
this is
bishop
what he wanted,
c7.
bishop c7.
Yeah, but forget about the f4 pawn. It's all about opening the position.
takes d5.
E d5, yeah, very tempting. I can. I
Isn't
also
it a
cannot.
killer?
I cannot resist myself. Yeah, just e d5 and also destroy the structure. And then bishop b3
Bishop
comes.
b3, I
Yeah.
mean, you have the isolated pawn on d5. Or, I mean, you have no other choice, right, after he
Yes.
takes d5.
Yeah, e d5, c d5 is strategically horrible.
So Vincent is doing the work for Magnus.
Let's see.
Yeah,
yes.
but he has little time on the clock. Yeah, that's the only problem. Yeah, e d5, bishop f4 blitzed out.
Oh, bishop e3 is
Bishop
also very
E3.
strong now.
Bishop e3 seems to be a killer, but
Bishop e3.
But do we need it?
You don't need it. King b1 is also good, but bishop
Yes.
e3 is even better.
It's very tempting. Yeah, bishop e3 is super tempting. But this is a problem for Vincent. It would be so much nicer if king b1 would be the best move. He would blitz it out. But now he's hesitant. I have also bishop e3. Wait a second.
But bishop e3, I mean,
Well, the only
gaining
problem,
the tempo.
the only problem it can be for Vincent that he's spending a lot of time choosing.
Yes, exactly.
But basically, you should just close your eyes and you make one.
Easy said than done. Yeah, because he knows that he has a choice. That's the problem.
Magnus is
And
barely
it's very
better anymore,
enjoyable
by the
too.
way.
Sorry?
Magnus is barely better anymore, by the way.
Actually, the way how Judith beautifully described the story of Vivisara, I was not happy hearing this because these are the situations when miracle can happen. Yeah, that this is her dream to play against Magnus, so she
Yes.
doesn't care about the result. She's happy if suddenly she makes a draw, wins, then she will forget all the other losses because then she's just in heaven. It's a very tricky spot. But of course, Magnus is Magnus. He should.
Vincent is completely winning now. If Bishop b8 was played.
Bishop b8.
What a sad move.
What is this?
So bishop a4, bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5
Bishop
is the move
G5.
that comes automatically.
Ceiling.
But okay, bishop b3 is also
Bishop
very
e3 also good.
logical.
Levon should not survive this. His only hope is the
clock.
1.5 minutes.
So
for
what about
Vincent.
f4? You go bishop c5?
Yes, f4, bishop c5. Also, dc6
No,
is there.
d6, yeah.
d6, dc6. Okay, cd5 played.
Oof. It's
Vincent
painful
goes
to watch
92.
what's going on with black.
Very positional, 92.
He's slow playing the position.
Yes, because simply, yeah, but this is also showing off the strengths of the position, yeah, that actually the only piece which is not participating is not transferred, the knight is coming, black will never be able to play bishop e6 because then the knight comes and captures, and this is Vincent's style, just step by step. Why to deliver a checkmate if you can improve your pieces?
Well, it's matter of taste, yeah?
Of course.
And in this position, you can choose.
No, but it's actually insane to see Levon, yeah, a player who is extremely creative and like this, the nerves. Now,
Bishop
by the way,
G5.
Bishop G5, these are our nerves.
Oof.
Bishop g5 played.
Oof.
Powerful move.
Ooh, it hurts.
It hurts, yeah. Okay, how to put up a fight?
Fight? How to continue the game?
The game,
Do you know what the computer suggests as the best move? Bishop f4 check.
Okay, don't tell me, no, but this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy because, of course, I'm happy for Vincent that he is now getting into the right mindset after he's getting rid of this horrible stupidity that he has made in the first round against Magnus. But it's too late. But for tomorrow's tournament, it's kind of promising.
Well, also if he beats Aronian and he gets to 5th place, he can choose who he wants to face.
Okay.
Next. So
But
that's
okay,
also
the
important.
other group is extremely tight. So whom do you
that's
pick
right.
there?
Speaking from the other group, not from
Exactly.
this one. That's right.
Yes,
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 I forgot
no,
about that. Yeah.
What
But
about
still.
going to bird's eye view? I can see this position.
Exactly, and also to see Magnus because
And let's see Magnus and Prague also. How is he doing?
well, Prague is doing
Prague
well.
is doing well.
Yes.
He should not lose.
He's with Wesley
So basically, Vincent is doing the job for Magnus. Now the big question is Magnus doing the job for him.
Let's go to Magnus.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Let's go to Magnus's game because finally he has to win.
He has to win.
Actually,
wait a second. Computer says the blunder. Is it A4? A4 might work for Magnus, and then it's a win. Yeah?
Oops.
A4, B, Bishop A6.
Tactics blunder.
And Magnus has 5 minutes on the clock.
And he's not making it. Can you imagine?
Well, he is just making sure, but A4.
Can you imagine if he's not going to play A4?
No, he will play it. He will play it.
If he wouldn't play A4, it would be shock of the day, yeah?
Well, we had some other shocks already. Him getting checkmated against Wesley So was definitely the shock of the day, and nothing will beat this.
Which one?
Him
Against
being
Wesley.
checkmated against
yes.
Wesley.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, also of the other moves, white is better, but after A4, white is basically winning, because you're winning a pawn.
But wait a second, so A4, B takes A4, Bishop A6,
rook B8.
Rook C8, yeah, Bishop B7, Rook B7. Are we happy or we are claiming that this is Tigran Petrosyan's legendary positional exchange sack?
No.
I don't know, Magnus might not go for it. Maybe he'll just play Bishop B4 or something and just squeeze the position.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, that he's not going to play A4, because he would play A4 instantly if he wants to play A4.
That finally
And he goes
does.
for it.
Okay. This is nice because it means that he has spotted right from the beginning, then he understood the resources.
That it's still the best.
That there is this exchange sacrifice and he knows already how to handle
You're
the
very kind saying the exchange sacrifice.
exchange sacrifice. It's all part of the plan of Lily Sarah. And rook B1, yeah, this is the key move. Because never B4, because then knight B6, knight C4, and now A takes B3, rook B3. And the problem is black is unable to hide his rook. He will have to trade, and then also the knight gets into trouble.
That's the problem, that the knight will never reach the square C4.
Yes. And whenever knight F8, then rook B8 pins the knight
What
as
about
well.
bishop? Bishop G6 was also not possible.
Then BA4, yeah, that was the problem.
And Magnus is looking around
So
what is
basically,
happening in the other games.
After Bishop G6, B takes A4 was the key.
He'll be happy to see Vincent's position right now.
We'll be very happy. So yeah, this is the...
Prathananda drew.
Yes.
So basically, if Magnus wins and Vincent wins this completely winning position, yeah, and Vincent has won, Levon resigns, so
it means
all
they
eyes-
play a playoff.
They play a playoff, yeah.
Which is...
And look at this, Magnus is looking around, he will be very happy. Crazy
that he gets a
situation.
chance still. He
What
still
a
has to
relief.
beat Levon in the playoff then, but first he needs to win this game.
Yes. But because of this knight's problem, this is actually looking like a horrible situation. Black will have to stay passive with Bishop E8 because the knight can never move from D7.
But it's not so easy to win, actually.
E5.
E5. Okay, Rook B7 will be played.
Bishop E6.
Yes, okay, but Bishop C3.
And?
Just keeping the tension. And I hope that you collapse. Because it's
What a nice hope.
well, it's a losing position, yes. Because
It feels like it should be.
Yeah, of course. Okay, white has all the time in the world, white, because black can never even play King F7 because of the pin. Yeah, so
But I can go King F8.
yes, you go King F8, and then do I go with the King to C6 all the way via B5 C6 because you are tied down?
But I don't know if it's so simple. At some point when you go far enough, I'm going to play E4.
Okay, but I'm never afraid of this E4 business. Then just Bishop D2.
By the way, Fabiano has beaten Niemann. So
Wow.
Fabiano is definitely qualifying.
Finally, he won his first game.
Yes, and clutch.
Wow.
And Arjun is beating Ray Robson. So it looks like it will be Hikaru, Niemann, Fabiano, and Arjun. Yeah, Arjun has just won, and that also means
They finished also.
Yes, Sam cannot catch them anymore. So no playoff in Group B.
But it's crazy, yeah, that what is destiny giving us, yeah? Magnus always destroys Vincent's tournament, and then Vincent gives Magnus the chance to
Make
come
the
back.
playoff.
Crazy.
Oh, white can take on e5 twice.
Yeah, and then rook e7. That's it. I told you. Just wait, and black will collapse. This is the point. Yeah.
It's a strategy.
That's the strategy. Yes.
Take on e5 twice, rook e7.
And yeah, look at this. It's happening because of the body language already clear.
He knows it.
Yes,
he sees
of
it.
course.
He plays it.
He just double, triple checks. No more surprise. I think Magnus also feels like, wait a second, the second round I just crushed Levon Aronian with black. How come that he's so much ahead of me? What happened in this tournament? It's crazy. And exactly because of this fact, I feel like it's kind of logical and it's justified that they will get a tie and fight it out. Because if Levon would have beaten Magnus before, then I would have been really rooting for Levon that, okay, I mean, yeah, that's it. But like this, it's, I think, absolutely fair for the tournament because Magnus was crazy enough to lose that winning game against Wesley.
Yes.
That's why he got into this situation. So he deserves a chance. He deserves a chance.
Yeah. I think also Bibisara sees these tactics. Bishop e5.
Of course, but what to do? And there you go. You only take on e5 if you already know the follow-up, and bishop e5 played.
Well, bishop g4 will be played.
Bishop takes
g7. I
Yes.
know, I know.
Yes. Bishop g4 now.
Yes, knight e5, rook
Just
e7.
resign.
Yeah, this is absolutely hopeless. Okay, now bishop takes g4. Okay, does not help much,
Well,
but sometimes
it will not be fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, of
but
course
not this one.
Not this one. Yeah, this one is.
Maybe knight g4 and knight f6.
It will
It
be
gives
played.
more.
But okay, it gives absolutely
Yeah,
nothing.
I understand.
White king walks to f5,
Yeah.
goes g4, f4, g5, and we both know, we all know what's that. Incredible
Yeah.
how many twists and turns this tournament has. Unbelievable.
And that's just the beginning, Peter.
Just the beginning. Well, maybe every day should be like this. Yeah, it's crazy. Just keep this format. Yeah, every day we're gonna play this. You know,
8
now
hours.
the groups are changed.
Yeah.
You know, and yes, exactly. And finally, who gets the most points overall?
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, knight take g4 is played. Rook takes c6, knight f6.
Maybe we can see a full screen with the players.
Yeah, there is nothing to analyze. Yeah, we
Yeah.
cannot reveal any secrets to this position. Only that it takes time, but it's clear that white is winning this.
Oh, we need a chair.
Okay, so she is fighting it out until the very end.
Yeah, the only problem is that you are always getting into Zugzwang. That's the typical problem. If black could just stand still like this, it would be the best what could happen. But h5 is weakening, moving the king away, then you give the way to f5 square for the white king. Then it's automatically over. And after h5, do we wait again? Yeah, I think we just pass with the rook, and then finally we get access to the f5 square.
That's just.
g3, yeah, avoiding h4. White to give the chance to play h4 for black. And now again Zugzwang, and white gets access to the f5 square with his king, and that will be it. After that, everything falls apart. Actually, what were the results of the other group? Because here we are knowing that it will end in a rapid playoff.
In the
or
other
blitz
group,
playoff.
there are actually two games still going. Hikaru is still playing against Vidit, and Dominguez is still playing against Sevian, but the results don't really matter.
And Arjun against...
Arjun beat Robson, and
Yes.
Fabiano beat Hans, so the four players qualifying are Hikaru, Hans, Fabiano, and Arjun.
Ah, so everything is clear already. Okay.
Yes, I'm quite sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it does make sense because Arjun and Fabiano, they were in third and fourth place
and they
before the
won,
round.
yes.
They both won, so they cannot be overtaken.
So Fabi was extremely professional, right? Drawing everything and then finally winning the last game. Yeah, Magnus goes G4, yeah. Style is G4. Not even taking the pawn on H4 because it's much more important to break that fortress kind of position. King F5 and G5 both are coming.
Yeah, these are the positions where you don't know, should you fight longer? But you know exactly there is not much practical chance, but you don't want to give up. You don't want to resign. You can always fight, but Bibisara went down also in time and in position.
Yeah, but this is usually what I like to say to my opponent. If you continue the game, I can give you all the time in the world. Please continue, but you don't want.
King G4.
And that's it.
H3, last trick. Don't take that pawn.
Don't. So Rook F5 check, King G6, Rook E5.
For example.
Or Rook D2 back, yeah.
Rook D2.
And then King G6, F4.
Slowly, slowly, this H1 will fall.
A resignation.
She resigns, and Magnus
guarantees himself a tiebreak.
Lives another day. He will play.
And look at the relief. The relief on his face. He cannot believe this, that he survived.
A tiebreak against Levan Aronian. So we will see more chess, but we still
a total El Clasico, by the way.
Yes.
Magnus Carlsen against Levan Aronian.
We have one more game still going between Dominguez and Sam Sevian, but it is not.
Well, it would be fitting if Lenny finally wins his first game, when it already does not matter. Yeah, it's. And Sevian, what a fighter he was! It was really tremendous play by Sam. Yeah, he played crazy games. That save against Fabiano was insane.
That was
that was a key moment for him to keep his chances on.
Yeah, but then he lost the next game to Arjun.
And how difficult it was for Fabiano to qualify. He was struggling during the whole event.
Of course, because if you don't run away with the tournament, then it will be always nerve-wracking. Yeah, these 7 games.
For Magnus, it was even nerve-wracking.
And it still is, yes.
King
and it still is.
Nice prophylactic move. Rook G7, Queen H7 coming in.
That H6 pawn is hurting.
And also white is a pawn up. It also does not.
Some tricks in there with some D4.
Doesn't harm, yes. So Queen E6, Queen takes H7. Black will have to play D4, otherwise there was no reason. But wait a second. Yeah,
D4, let's go.
Yes.
But C4,
but okay, just
shutting
C4.
the door.
Why, you think knight D7 was not good enough, or it was not possible?
Well, just no.
Why to do it?
Yeah.
Why to calculate, right?
Exactly. No, we don't do this. And Rook G7, then Knight C5. Let's not get carried away. We should still win the game. Queen G7 and then H7, yeah. Very professional.
Yeah, hard to see a saving opportunity for black. For Dominguez, it's going to be the first victory.
Yeah, first
but
victory, but he's -2, yeah, so it's...
Too late. Queen G8?
Queen G8, yes.
Just to make it painful?
It's the move that comes to mind in such situations. Yeah.
Yes.
Why to waste time and move away? No, Queen G8, E2.
Yeah, look H1. I think we will have a very special guest shortly. We are not revealing who it will be, but a very special guest. E2 knight f3. Yeah, basically, Lenny just wants to make sure that I want to be as precise as possible.
But rook d1, isn't it a draw with knight c1?
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, because sometimes when you want to be super smart,
you can just promote, no?
Super precise.
Yeah, because knight c1, king b1, you are walking out, but it's a little bit murky. Okay, h8 queen. Let's put it. Down to 10 seconds. Yes, h8, just in time. Knight c1 check will be tried.
Well, the queen is pinned, otherwise queen f5.
Exactly.
No, this is it. The last game.
And king c2, probably the last move of the game, or knight a1 check, king c3 will be tried.
Some spy checks.
The only problem of knight a1 check is that white only has one move. So it's not a try. Yeah, and there is the handshake by Sam Savian. But I would like to applaud his overall performance. He was fighting like a lion. And nice victory for Lenier Dominguez, finishing on high note.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice game, nice win. But now we are very fortunate. We have a special guest. We have the winner of one of the group. Hikaru, congratulations. It was an amazing performance. Game 2 against Savian. You had a very special, unique, fantastic defensive moves you did.
Yeah, I mean, I think the tournament got off to a shaky start, certainly. The first game, I forget who I played, but I didn't like my position. Actually, no, the first game was against Dominguez in a game where it was very drawish. And I think by the end, I was actually worse. I haven't looked at it yet, but it felt quite shaky. And then, yeah, the second game, Savian played very aggressively. I think I responded a little bit imprecisely. This E6 move was probably just bad at the start. But then somewhere towards time pressure, it got very complicated. I was able to keep the two bishops on the board, and once I did that, it seemed pretty smooth. But that second game was very critical. I think if I hadn't won that second game, the whole day could have been completely different.
When you played d5, what was going on in your mind? Did you feel desperate, or you thought that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, for some reason, I thought this whole idea with e4, whether it's the way that I played it or even earlier, I didn't think it was okay for him, but I couldn't come up with anything. And then once he played bishop f3 and I took, it was really desperation. I didn't see any better setups.
But wait a second, Hikaru, maybe, Nicholas, could you pull up that game so that we could then show, because Hikaru has all this insight, just to share it quickly with the public.
So this is the moment you were just saying that here you felt like there was nothing better than
well, I mean, yeah, because basically I thought the way that Sam played with knight d3 and knight d2 was very principled, and I didn't react well at all. And d5 here was just desperation. I didn't know what else to do, basically. I thought that I was in trouble, but at least there's a weak pawn on b5. So that was my intention, just to play against it. And I think I was much worse somewhere around here. But I found bishop f8 the only move.
Yes,
which
Peter was very impressed with bishop f8.
I'm the ambassador of bishop f8 move of the day.
Yeah, it's a very, very important move. Without that, I can just resign pretty much. So once I found that, I mean, I still think it's very, very complicated, but I was up on time, and Savian simply just didn't find the right response. And yeah, once I got h6 and I got into this endgame, I mean, I knew that I was not in danger anymore. So yeah, that was probably the biggest moment of the day for me, because after that, it seemed really, really smooth, actually.
Yeah, it was only round 2, but it seemed like a very key moment of the game. How was your game with Hans?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a game where neither of us knew exactly what we were doing. I think Hans was trying to hang on to the first spot, and so we were sort of doing, I wouldn't say repetitions, we were playing a little bit aimlessly, but then at the critical moment, when he played b5 and I went for c5, this moment, I mean, I think White's much better, but it's very, very chaotic, and he tried to use the time here, and he simply didn't find the right response. And, I mean, I think I was much worse, but it seemed to work out. The big moment, I think, was he missed this f5 move. This was probably the very critical moment when he took. So I think he missed f5. I don't know if f5 is the best move.
No, f5 is, I think, the best move. Yes.
But it stops all the tricks with knight e4, and after that with queen f6, it's just very hard to play. He's already lost time advantage, so it kind of went downhill very quickly for him. So that was a nice one as well.
How did you expect the day to go? Is it something over your expectations, or this is what you hoped for?
I mean, I think the goal is to finish in the top 4. It doesn't matter if I'm first or fourth in the group. It's just as long as I make the top 4. So doesn't matter. I mean, I guess the good thing is I get to pick, but of course,
can it also be a curse?
No, I mean it's not a curse because Vincent decided to be a complete idiot for no reason and win his game against Levon. Otherwise, I mean, it would be interesting, But yeah, he decided to go and win for who knows what reason, and so now my pick will be very obvious. Well, but
right.
I think on the other hand, everybody gets the match they want.
Well, first Magnus still has to play against Levon.
Yeah, okay, but I mean Levon is obviously distraught after losing the last game. I'd be really surprised if he's able to recover. So I mean, I think the fans are going to get what they want tomorrow. They're going to get the match that everyone wants to see. I mean, we know what that match is. I don't have to say it. But I'm not picking Magnus.
That's right. I didn't think about this at all. So hands against Magnus.
I mean, it's forced match.
Wow.
I mean, I will just say it. I mean, I don't even need to go to the dinner because I mean, I'm not picking Magnus. So it's very straightforward.
Right. That makes total sense. Yes.
Yeah. So what are you expecting for the next round?
Yeah, so I mean, if Magnus is fourth, I don't know how it works, but whoever is, of course, above him, it's a very easy pick for me. I assume it's a 3-way tie, so I don't know who I will pick, but I'll pick whoever is third in Group 1. And mostly I'm just happy that we get to play slower chess, because I do feel that this time control is very tricky to navigate. I think I was a little bit lucky that in my group there was only one, I mean, I guess Hans also, but like Hans and Sam Sevian were the only two people who were younger, per se, who I think have the ability to move very quickly and put pressure on the clock. I didn't really get the sense that anyone else had that ability, so I was a little bit lucky that I was never really under massive time pressure against anyone else. But I think, with that being said, now that we get to move to the 30-minute games, I'm much happier because now you have time to think and try to figure out some real plans versus just moving quickly.
It was very clear that Hans's strategy was playing extremely fast. Generally, he played pretty fast, but against you, it was like also very fast.
Yeah.
What is your take on that? Is it disturbing, or you're hoping that he plays fast and not so good?
Well, I mean, he made quite a few mistakes, so obviously it worked out. I mean, I think it doesn't really matter whether it's Hans or anyone for that matter. It's the important thing is doing it at the right moment. And I was never like super low on time, so I think he was just trying to move too quickly before it was critical. I think if he used his time a little bit better and then maybe started moving in like 3-4 seconds when we were down to 2 minutes or less, it might have worked out. But he was doing it when I had 3 minutes, and that's obviously in the moment. Everyone's going to do things differently. But I had a little bit too much time when he tried to do it. So yeah, it's all good.
Do you work a lot on your time management? Because I think you're maybe the best out there who makes the best time management.
It's funny you should say that after what happened in Germany against Sindarov. But, I think the main thing is trying to avoid getting low on time. But that being said, I'm definitely a little bit slower than I used to be. So I just try to move quicker and hope that bad things don't happen. And definitely the game against Sevian, I think, was an important one where I was moving relatively quickly because it would have been very easy around the time that I played D5 to think for 1-2 minutes, get low on time, and just completely collapse. So I try, but it's not like I'm doing anything consciously to move quicker or manage the time.
Do you have any question?
Well, congratulations for this very smooth qualification, because we have seen that if something goes wrong, it gets nerve-wracking and crazy. So I feel really, as we highlighted, that this game against Sam Sevian, the second game, that set the tone, then you could just, and the same applied to Vincent. The first game against Magnus Carlsen, he could have repeated the moves at the end in the Queen's endgame, and he decided to play on, and it destroyed his tournament afterwards, and then he helps Magnus to come back. Yes, I understand. But what do you feel like? My people ask that, what is the secret of Hikaru? Knowing that I know you from the very early ages and so on, to me it looks like you are now already the classical guy. Do you also feel like, compared to young players, you have this big experience, also this knowledge, and you play positionally also very nicely?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a catch-22 from the standpoint that I, of course, prefer slower games. There's no doubt about it. But when it comes to regular chess, you also have to put in a lot more time, which is very difficult to do at this stage of my career. So, You know, I think I do like slower games much more than I like Blitz or Rapid. It's not even close now. I think the main thing is my brain, I think I can reach the right conclusions if I have the time. But I think when I get low on time, there are moments where the brain just turns off. I'm just moving on autopilot and everything spirals out of control. So the longer the game is, the happier I'm always going to be.
Wonderful.
Just a final question for me. I'm absolutely amazed what you're doing in the last years being a streamer. And after such a day, you play 7-8 hours, very stressful, a lot of ups and downs, everything, so many things. And now, again, probably you will go back to your room and make your summary for your fans. Where do you find that energy? And does it give you clearing that day and finish that day so you can move on to the next day?
Well, I mean, there are a couple of things, which is the first thing is that maybe 2-3 years ago, I could very easily do a recap. So, like, for example, right now, I could probably go eat dinner and then go do it. Actually, it's much harder now for me, and I pretty much have to do the recap right away because if I don't do it, then I'm not going to do it later. So it's like the energy levels are not great, certainly, and it doesn't just apply to today, just in general. Even in Norway chess, as soon as the game ended, like, immediately I had to do it because otherwise I would just, like, lose my mind. So that's the first thing. The second bit is certainly it's what I do. You know, I think I've said it many times, but it's, you know, this tournament has a great prize fund, but generally, you know, making recaps, making content, some people would say fortunately, others would say unfortunately, you know, it's better than playing chess professionally. And so it's become very much second nature for me at this point. I also think, you know, if I were to contrast myself to Magnus, I get the sense that all these little things that are happening in his life, I feel like they're destabilizing for him. And for me, it's the exact opposite. And I think the reason is because I'm so used to just showing up and playing chess for fun, essentially, that I don't really worry about the result. It doesn't have this big negative impact, whereas I feel like Magnus is playing with a lot of pressure at all times these days. So everything's going very, very well.
Okay, super. Congratulations. It was great to commentate and watch your games. Good luck for the upcoming days.
Thank you.
And we have a live audience who were waiting, of course, for their fans, Hikaru, to have signatures. So that's what's going on here. Actually, we do have quite a special atmosphere here at the Wynn Hotel, where this whole event is taking place in the playing hall for the first time. It is live audience and also in the VIP, and everywhere you see fans and looking after the players, even after us when we have just a few minutes break. So it's great to see that there is such a huge interest in this game, and we're just going to be within seconds see what is going to be the final position, or actually the playoff position between Aronyan and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen had fought it out. He won his final game against Bibisara, and Levon Aronyan, he lost his game because I would say he lost, so I drop it there and see what position we're going to have.
7 of the quarterfinal spots have been filled already. 1 spot remains. It will go either to Magnus Carlsen or Levon Aronyan, who will play a blitz playoff. They will play 2 games of 5+2. If they are tied after that, they will go to Armageddon. We'll cross that bridge if we get there. For now, welcome to the stage to help me with the draw, the founder of Chessbase India. Give it up for International Master Sagar Shah. Sagar, you ready?
The number is 482.
482. Sagar, thank you so much. Since the players only have 5 minutes to prepare, I'm going to skip the questions so that they can get their focus time. You're going to head back to the studio, but make sure to follow Chessbase India, of course, for all their content. Thank you so much. Enjoy the show.
Well, it is interesting to follow now the playoff because obviously they had the 5 minutes break. At the same time, they don't talk with anybody because they are not allowed to talk with anybody. So both of the players actually took their places at the board. And it means that they are trying to get over the stress, trying to understand the situation, the position, and of course, both players has to forget everything what has happened today so far because everything will be decided on the next 2 blitz games. It's going to be 5 minutes for each player and 2 seconds per move. Of course, psychologically, we can say that Aronian is destroyed a little bit, while Magnus Carlsen feels that finally he has an opportunity because everything went on his way. What do you think, Peter, about the starting position? And in these seconds, what could go on the mind of Levon, let's say, playing against Magnus after this horrible position?
Yeah, it's crazy situation. Magnus is clearly relieved. He will have all the energy and adrenaline to go for the playoff, while Levon has to try to forget everything and show his absolute best. I'm kind of looking at the position. I'm puzzled. We see the White King all the time on E1 in the last couple of games. That's kind of crazy. It does not really happen, but a couple of seconds and we will have liftoff.
Yeah. There is only one game going to be happening right now, but the tension is not less than when 8 pairs were playing. Because in the next 20 minutes, we're going to see who qualifies, who is going to be the 4th qualifier in that group.
And C4. Nice little C4, exactly. That's what needs for the nerves to calm down. Yes, just a positional play. C4, C5, E3, old school.
And it's a funny position because if you look at it, the right side of the board, you play the classical chess position. If you look at it on the left side of the board, that's a freestyle. So this is kind of a funny situation.
Also, it can be very natural. Yeah, if, for example, White plays B3, Knight C3, Knight F3, Bishop E2, then all of a sudden, it's a very healthy setup. I'm not even sure that Magnus is so happy about this, yeah, because it will be not so easy to put pressure. If Black will be able also to play E6, Bishop E7, just get castle B6.
Yeah, we get very quickly to a very regular kind of position. And indeed, I'm not sure at all whether Magnus is happy about this. What do you think, Nicholas? Does Magnus happy about the fact that he has to go back and play very much within a few moves? We are going to see a classical chess position.
I'm not sure. I think he's fine with the starting position. He's playing white. It's the first game. He will be a tiny bit better. He likes to play these English position, let's call him like this, with 1c4. He has had great results, I think, in the past. In Paris, I remember some games. So we see castle happening now. And as Peter said, this will be a very normal position. Soon the knight finds a beautiful square on c3. b3 makes sense to open up the bishop. Or maybe even you can go b4 right away because the queen is supporting.
But can knight g4? Yes.
Knight g4.
Sorry to interrupt.
Of course, this is a typical motive with the queen, knight, and bishop lining up. The threat of bishop takes f3 is indeed forcing white to go g3, which would weaken the diagonal. I believe Aronian is certainly considering that.
But he played bishop G7.
Bishop G7. And after b4, this chance is probably gone. b4, but it might be still in the air in some situations, it seems to me. For example, if now takes on b4 and queen takes, can I play it now? Knight g4?
Oh, wow.
Because if bishop takes g7, bishop takes f3, I'm again threatening a checkmate. And after g3, I could probably take on e2. It is a big mess. But none of this happened. We should get back to the game because the players are moving quickly. Magnus is ahead, 1 minute on the clock. So especially with such a quick time control, just 5 minutes for both players, this could become a big factor at some point, Jude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking this position and I'm wondering really how much Levon is happy about it to play this position, because it seems to me that after 7 moves, White has a great initiative. I mean, generally B4 is something that White is playing for in this position, no?
Yeah, normally, but on the other hand, now with knight c6, Levon is provoking b5 and black can play knight a5 and then we'll set up the break with d7, d5. And I would not be surprised if Magnus just plays a move like a3, keeping the tension, because he certainly does not want to take on c5. That would be premature. So.
But after a3, I would really go for knight g4.
Wow, and he takes on c5. So what is the follow-up? Because it felt like it's a premature and just h3. No, but this is absolutely nothing.
He doesn't want to see that opportunity for black to go knight g4.
Yes, but this is a little bit of a panicking reaction. Yeah, that Magnus. Yeah, that giving up the chance to fight for an advantage just like this.
Yeah, that is surprising.
Very unexpected.
Yeah, very unexpected.
If you go, you want. Very strange, right?
Yeah, takes d6. There is absolutely no problem for black. Next move is rook b8.
Surprising decision by Magnus.
Yeah, surprise. This knight g4 was hanging in the air. It was driving him crazy, and probably that's why he felt like, no, I can't play a3, and I don't have the energy to think. Let's not forget about this, that the players played 7 games. When did our show start? Basically
11.
The players had to have 10:30.
Yes.
Yes, so already to getting 10:30 to the playing hall means that you had to have an early breakfast, you had to make sure that you wake up early and so on. Not the usual.
The players are here for 8.5 hours already.
With all the nerves, all the tension, everything. So maybe actually Magnus says like, you know what, I'm enjoying this position. I can't blunder anything. I don't need to calculate anything. I will just rely on my feeling and slowly try to squeeze something.
So Magnus played this simplification, not to make it draw, but to play very solid and give opportunity for black to go wrong, which I don't think Levon did. He can go e6 and knight e5, and it's a pretty equalish position.
Yes.
So Magnus wants to provoke Levon.
But okay, after e6 at least the d6 pawn is a little bit weak. White has this idea of rook f1 to b1. Okay, he goes rook a b1, then some knight b5. There are tactics. Knight b5, knight takes a6. I mean, knight takes a7, pardon me. Yeah, this is hanging in the air. So this pawn a7, knight b6 construction is not so stable as it looks. Let me just highlight this idea. Capture, and then the knight on b6 will be hanging. And this will be a returning theme in this endgame. And this is a blitz game. I'm pretty sure that if it would be a rapid game, it would not really matter. Black will find the way. But in a blitz game, this is always annoying when you have to pay
But while Levon really played a horrible game in the last match, it was very interesting to listen Hikaru, his comment on that game.
Actually, I understood what Hikaru meant, because when you know that this is a whole tour, it's about standings and everything, then Vincent should have never given Magnus the chance to fight for the top place. Here comes the experience of Hikaru. Why are you doing this, Vincent? Why are you crazy enough to do this?
Yes, but you know, when you're young anyway, and you respect the sport, and you're a fair play player, you look at the game, you want to fight it out, honestly. He wants to learn from each game, and
probably also, I think Vincent feels like, thanks to this win now, he's absolutely looking forward for tomorrow. Yeah, because he feels like he came back, he finally settled on his play, and like this is super important. But yeah, it was very interesting to hear Hikaru's take on this.
Yeah, and so while Levon played an awful game, in this game, he's just playing completely normal, like if nothing would have happened, so we can't say that it's hunting.
He didn't have a problem in the opening. Yeah, there he was trying to be extravagant and got punished.
True,
very quickly.
But he goes down very much in time.
Yes, and that can become a big factor.
This is not a good sign.
But it also shows that it's much more tricky, this position, than it looks. Yeah, Magnus will also have this chance of going f4, king f2, just the typical Ulf Andersson type of play, improving the position. from every angle, then maybe you will play g4 later on.
Actually, if it would be black to move, I would go g5 maybe.
Just to grab some space, yeah?
I came to this idea of g5. I asked myself, if black would be Magnus,
Yes.
what would you think? Would he play for a win, also play on?
With black, yes?
Yes.
Of course, he's Magnus.
No, Magnus is taking some time.
Yeah, because there is no concrete action. Yeah, all these knight b5 ideas disappeared. So that's why it would make sense for him to play f4, king f3, I believe. I mean f4, king f2.
Yes, absolutely. F4, G4.
But after f4, probably I would go h5. So if you go
Okay,
h4
G3.
one
No,
day,
G3. H5,
you go
G3.
G3.
Next, king f2. Don't want to be provoked.
But why should I be afraid? I can also go f5. And
No,
king
you don't have to
f6.
be afraid. And
It's
he goes
D4.
d4. He goes for this direct action.
Playing in the center.
Well, takes d5. Levon had anticipated this. He was looking forward to it.
But it's interesting reaction. This is what he had to do?
Yes, and it's very interesting because c5, knight c4. And actually, who is better than rook db7? The pawn on d4 is weak.
Very
Black is
interesting.
better now.
Black is clearly
C5
better.
was a mistake. Black is clearly better now.
Magnus in a lot of trouble suddenly. Down to 40 seconds. The d4 pawn is vulnerable. Rook db7, a5, a4, hanging in the air. Rook b4 coming.
The live audience, we see.
I'm not liking this. So uncharacteristic of Magnus.
Knight d1, look at that.
Not a happy move.
e5 will show up on the board, I
Well,
believe.
black can double on the b file.
Yeah, rook
But-
db7 still. Yeah,
What about bishop takes c4 twice?
yeah, that's the question. But yeah, okay, rook b4 first. Yeah, and then rook db7.
Rook b4, powerful move.
Magnus in a lot of trouble. He cannot believe himself what he has done.
Yeah, d4 was not necessary.
And there
He
is no
brought this on
stability. He
himself.
lost the stability of the position. The clock is ticking down. Down to 6 seconds.
Wow, 4, 3.
Knight b2.
Well, now he's losing the
But
d4
what is
pawn.
this? Takes and knight d4.
Total collapse.
Oof.
Knight a3, knight d4, all options.
Well, just
Look
take,
at
take
that.
on d4.
Bishop has to retreat to f1 or
Well, this
Bishop
is just
d1.
a healthy pawn.
and the winning structure kind of for black.
This is the first prize we see on the screen.
Unbelievable.
What a position.
I don't think Aronia will mess this one up.
Well, it's such a quiet position, right? You just have
You're
to
holding all the
improve.
trumps.
A5, A4.
Of course, yeah.
Why there's no counterplay?
Everything is protected.
I mean, really, after A5, no. Bishop B7. Rook C3, threatening or planning with A3. I don't know. I'm not sure because Rook A4 then.
Okay, the good news for Magnus is that also Levon went down on the clock.
But the position is just too good.
Yeah, it's too good and too solid.
Rook takes, another pawn is falling.
And
You
Levon is
cannot even
happy.
take on A7. Rook
No,
A5.
knight c3, cement. He will try to set up this cement. Two pawns down.
Pawns down.
Yes.
Well, cement here, cement there. 2 pawns down is a problem.
It's a problem, yes.
Levon.
No, but the game is not winning by itself. That's the
No,
point. Look
because
at
he's
five.
going down on time, but yeah, F5.
Rook
Rook b8, he gets chance.
Oh, he can,
Rook
he can even
A5,
take this
A4.
pawn, no? Yeah, just take it.
He takes
Well,
it.
the only risk then can be
It's the
time.
knight. The knight somehow tricking Levon.
And time.
And time. Yeah, it's just 2 seconds. It's just 2 seconds increment. That's
Ooh.
not a lot.
Yeah, players were used to the 10 seconds increment.
Yeah,
This
I
is
also
always
thought
tricky.
we still have 10 seconds, and it's not. It's only 2 seconds. And look at that 7 seconds.
Check. Oh, he's going for a G2 pawn.
But you have to make short moves.
King F8.
You can't go, oh.
H4. Magnus
He's going
is
down
fighting.
in time. 8, 9 seconds again. Rook
Bring the
A4.
king.
Yeah, it's a very sad move, Rook A4.
Well,
But
only
what
the
to do?
time can make miracles for Magnus.
F2. Bishop G4, really? Wow. That's
Wow.
bold.
Wow.
That is
What a-
bold.
And
What a
G5, and G5 from white. Still not so easy. Rook to D4.
The rook
But-
comes to G4, and then black brings the king. King is coming.
What a nerve-wracking seconds going on. Can he win
rook
his winning
D4.
position?
B7, B8.
With only seconds on your clock, it's not easy to do.
Rook E8. F6.
F6.
There you go, he breaks.
Rook F7 takes and Rook F5.
Rook
right?
E6.
Ooh, check. King G2, you have to take Rook D5. Or E4.
But this is already
5
not easy.
seconds.
This is not easy. King
No, it's
F7,
not
rook
going to
F6
be easy.
doesn't help you.
But it helps
F6,
because 2
check,
more
check.
seconds. What happened?
And now what? How can he make progress?
Draw?
No, it is still winning. Wait, what happened?
They are standing up.
Wait, what happened?
What happened?
What? No, he
he
lost.
Did he lose on time?
How did he lose? Oh, rook
Magnus
F3.
won?
No, Magnus lost.
No.
Wait, what?
No, I see the king in the on the board
No,
for white.
No,
No,
11-1. Yes, no, it was King E5, King D4.
Yeah, rook E5, rook F5. That's it.
11-1?
Yes, 11-1, yeah.
Where do you see it?
Well, on my screen.
On your screen.
And also I saw the kings.
Now we see it there too.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow.
But
Well,
I'm
Magnus
surprised
was-
that Magnus resigned. Or did he lose on
No,
time?
I think there was something with the time which we were not following on the screen. It was a delay.
You think he lost on time?
I didn't get this confirmation,
Okay.
but
Well, he
I,
lost.
I
That's what he
doubted
lost,
that he
yes.
would resign.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't.
But he got punished for his decision to exchange
playing-
queens.
Yeah, playing and then suddenly going D4 instead of just F4, King F2. Yeah, he had
Yeah.
like 2 minutes on the clock against 1.
Yeah.
He spent
Just play
1
F4.
minute and he played D4
Yes.
and his position just fell apart. And Levon instantly took takes D5 and kind of he expected the move D4 that this will be my chance.
Until we will get the next position, maybe we can go back, Nicholas, for that specific position when C takes D5, D4, what Peter just
Yes.
mentioned, because it was probably the turning point. And
Absolutely.
if we can just talk about this position, what really Magnus had in his mind? He wanted to win desperately. Did he think that he can just play whatever he does? He has a good feeling for the position, and it's only him who is going to be
Well,
posing problems for
The point
Levon?
was that he spent 45 seconds on this decision of going D4. Yeah, so he really this was the move that he spent most time on, and then
He spent 1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes. Yeah, he spent awful lot of time on D4. Yeah, that's what I kind of felt. Yeah, and then going D4, and then it's basically a losing move. Getting
yeah, so
into
this
a
was
losing
really
structure.
the turning point in the game. I think so far, up until this point, what he was doing was okay. He didn't press so hard, but he was pressing on the clock. In this moment, he's up 2:32 against 1 minute and 7. And if he plays a move like, let's say, F4, maybe G4, something like this, tries to slowly play the position, try to keep the advantage on the clock, maybe he would get a chance. Maybe not. Maybe the position would end in a draw. Instead, Magnus spends almost 1.5 minutes, goes down to 1 minute and 6 seconds from 2:32, plays D4, which Levon anticipated, quickly responds by taking and going D5. And already now, it is actually black who is in the driver's seat, because the move that you want to play and the move that actually Magnus did play, C5, creating a protected pass pawn was not good due to knight c4, and the white pieces are just not well placed here, especially pawn on d4 is weak. And at this point, you just got down on time. After you're up 1.5 minutes, you have a worse position, and Magnus could not save this one. Yeah.
But d4 was an active move, right? So we can say that Magnus, after game 2, in game 3, when he saved his game against Sindarov, that was a crucial game, right? After that, things were very much going on a downhill for him. And he's not getting back to himself. His intuition is lost.
Yeah, he's insecure somehow.
Because d4 is something that was he insecure? He said, okay, finally I want to make some active move. Or because after d4 takes d5, I mean, he's the guy who understands these nuances incredibly fast and understands these positions, right? And suddenly he had to face, after d4 takes d5, c5 and knight c4. So this is something very interesting. I think I wouldn't like to be around Magnus right now, how he feels.
I think the only explanation that I can have is that he got fooled by the fact that normally this structure is good for white, and the black bishop on a8 is kind of a buried bishop. Yeah, so probably from a distance he felt like this d4, cd, d5, c5 structure is good for me, and he forgot about concrete things. Yeah, and this knight c4 and then rook b4, and it does not matter. Bishop on a8 is actually brilliant because it protects the c6 square, and this bishop also went on to win the game later on. What a misjudgment.
Well, absolutely an amazing comeback, we can say, by Levon Aronian after that horrible, horrible game which he wants to forget. But now we are going to the draw for the next game, what position they are going to get. So let's see.
Welcome back to the second playoff game. Levon Aronian won game 1, which means Magnus Carlsen is now in a must-win situation with the black pieces. They will play the same time control 5+2, but with a new position. And to help me draw the next one, I would like to welcome to the stage co-founder of chess.com. Give it up for Danny Wrench. Welcome, Danny. Are you ready?
Position 383.
Fantastic. Danny, thank you so much. We're all missing the bathrobe the first time you've been dressed. Give it up for Danny one more time. The players will get 5 minutes now. And to our audience, enjoy to the players. Best of luck.
Now in the hole there has to be tension, more tension between these two players than the whole day altogether, I believe. I mean, Peter, probably you had similar tension when you played your World Championship match. Probably it's, well, this is not a World Championship match, but still, I mean, something when it's very important.
Yeah,
you're
so much at stake.
Winning on demand. And actually, even if Magnus wins, even then, the luck will be part of it, not because we are in Las Vegas, but because it's going to be an Armageddon game. So what would you say to our audience? What can be running in Magnus's mind, apart from the fact that he's really frustrated?
Well, I think he needs to calm down. Super important to calm down. Now the players are actually thinking about the position. They still have 3 minutes, 45 seconds to do so. He has to keep calm. because if he lets his emotions take over, and we already know that he's also very exhausted, then this is a very bad and dangerous combination. And just, I believe that the best way to fight back, and also when you look at Vincent's tournament in today, then as long as he was under pressure that he wants to catch up, and like this, his play never was really working. And at the moment when he lost the chance to qualify, then finally he started to play like he can. Yeah, this is the point, and this is, I think, what Magnus also has to do. Forget about everything that happened today and somehow get that energy that Magnus is famous for, that no matter how is the situation, you think like it's impossible to go on, and then from somewhere he gets this energy.
But he feels it that things are not working on his way. He made misjudgments. He made mistakes. He cannot rely on his intuition.
Yes, this is a problem.
And is he a person who can be afraid of himself?
Well, and the other question also, how Levon reacts to this situation, right? Because previously, okay, he had the black piece against Vincent, but the way how he lost, the game made a very bad impression. Like the nerves took over. Now, how nervous he will get? Will he try to be super solid, or will he try to play a normal game? We are talking about a blitz game. You don't have a chance to decide during the game which strategy you will have.
What do you think Levon is thinking now? Because now we have a real shuffle chess, Yes. Freestyle chess on the board. We have the long side castling, left side castling, kind of, but you have a b1 rook. Do you think Levon is really thinking about what he's going to play in the first move, or generally he has more strategy than that?
Well, he's certainly thinking very much what is the right strategy. I believe that having this position, the crazy kind of position, it might be helpful for Magnus. Because he needs to win, he needs to create unbalance, and this position gives probably more chances. But on the other hand, the bishops on g1 and h1 are lined up, so white can maybe just play f4, g3, very natural kind of play, and then forget about the king on c1 being a little bit awkward between the rooks. White has everything under control.
Well, it's basically in the previous tournaments I've experienced it, that when there is an unprotected pawn on a7, Nicholas, tell me, is f4 the best move again?
F4 is the best move indeed. We had a similar position today already, and this is actually, I believe, the best position for white we've had all day. So this is good news for Levon. F4 should be played, and then black can either protect the pawn by going knight b6 would be a typical way to respond, or playing mirror chess going f5 or f6 maybe, but I don't think Magnus wants to mirror, so after f4 I would definitely expect knight b6, and then, well, white has different choice for sure, but the action is going to start in 10 seconds. Levon Aronian, one draw away from qualifying to the upper bracket. Magnus Carlsen needs a win. Let's see it.
The players are quite far away from the audience, but still, of course, the focus, concentration has to be 100% there. Levon Aronian needs to make a draw. Magnus Carlsen is in a must-win situation again, because in the last round, in the group qualification part, he had to win his last game. Now he has to win again, and we see the position f4, f5, knight b3, knight b6 symmetric, and e4, very healthy continuation by Levon.
Yes, Peter? But he blitzes this move out. Like, did he really calculate or foresee everything?
Wait, what is he going to do after e5? Because the pawn is pinned.
Exactly. This is what I was also...
Maybe he's trying too hard to simplify here. I think after e5, black might be a bit more comfortable already.
Maybe
or
bishop c5.
G5 is also possible.
Yeah, this is... What is Levon doing?
Maybe he was too early coming out with some active moves like e4.
And Magnus is sensing the moment. Yeah, he's pausing, he's slowing down. He has to make up his mind, g5 or e5, but certainly he feels that, wait a second, I have a chance to unbalance things.
e5.
e5 played.
Now there's d5 already looming in the air.
Can white go bishop c5? No, knight d3 flashed out.
Well, look at the evil
Levon
bar.
is playing very fast.
Yeah, very fast, but I'm not liking his choices. It's a little bit awkward, but...
Can black go d5 already?
But then bishop g2.
Yeah, the diagonal is
again.
And the usual business.
Yes,
It shows up on h3.
Yes, let's just show you there was d5, bishop g2, and there is bishop h3, so black is unable to get the benefit of the move d5. So one should not rush with that. Is it what Levon had
Knight
in mind?
d6 is possible, knight f6 is possible.
Knight d6, best move.
Yeah, played on
Hitting
the board.
the bishop.
With a tempo.
It goes back to g2, it always does.
Of course, there we go. And now e4 or e takes f4, that is the big question.
Because even ef, then black can play, for example, rook e8 and then castle along, and who will be faster castling? It
Okay,
might
so
also
why
be
can't
important.
white do the same idea, playing queen f4, simplifying the position, playing symmetric game again? Why is it going to be different?
Yeah, it's interesting that Magnus is allowing so much symmetry here.
Yes.
I would be afraid to not get enough potential in a position.
Yeah, one of the problems keeping the queens with queen g7 would run into bishop d4. That would be a horrible blunder. So he's going for bishop c4. He's relying on this. He wants to provoke Levon to take on f8, get the rook from d8 to f8, and then castle as quickly as possible, activate the rooks. Very smart move.
Does not have to cooperate.
Okay, but bishop c4 asks a question. Bishop takes this is a strategically, at least in a must-win situation, a positional threat, I believe.
Yeah, it kind of seems to be a smart move. At
Very
least
smart.
Making your opponent think. Maybe knight b3 to c5.
I think Levon is very unhappy. This move, bishop c4, is a little bit of a cold shower.
And he's spending time. I think we can zoom in on the players. We're not doing a lot of analysis anyway.
Yes.
So let's see the players close up. And Levon, how can he respond to bishop c4? What about just knight c5?
Yeah, Judith also mentioned
Right.
knight bc5.
Knight bc5 looks logical.
Yeah, because after bishop a2, rook a1, and then
That helps white.
Yes,
the
definitely.
a7 is grabbed back.
But if it would be so easy, then Levon would have already played it. What bothers him?
But also you don't want to play so fast. I mean, he burned himself.
But wait a second. If knight bc5, I can play queen g7. You don't have bishop d4 anymore, so I can sidestep. And then the queen on f4 will be vulnerable. So he takes, but this is
helping Magnus.
Going into Magnus's, exactly, direction.
And knight dc5 was apparently not the best move.
Is bishop g7 going to be the next move? So the white pawn push d3, then bishop h6 can show up there.
Now he first castles. Because
So rook e1 will happen, and then white can castle too.
yeah, rook e1 probably will happen. Getting ready for castles. Now the big question
doesn't
is...
seem so bad for white.
No, not at all. It's quite solid. But is, for example, the idea of bishop d5, trading the light square
Yes,
bishop,
bishop d5
a
should
good
be
idea? I
played.
think it should be played.
Yes.
So that we can also play on the light squares and try to claim that the bishop on g1 is actually a long-term problem for white.
Bishop d5, here we go.
On the board. I think the only reason why Magnus is not so happy is that he knows that he's in a must-win situation. Otherwise, he would be so happy.
Right. He's not running any risk here, but yes, he needs to win this game to force an Armageddon against Levon.
Now let's see, Levon, will he play, for example, c3, king c2 instead of castles? Because c3, king c2 might be also helpful in the long run. No, he castles anyway.
Does castle.
Well, he planned this out some time ago, so he just goes and continues the plan.
So Magnus has to work his endgame magic once again. B6.
B6, yeah. Making sure that that knight on B3 should be somehow kept out of the game. That would be key. Knight E4.
Maybe he wants to go take an A4 and C5, keeping that knight out.
Yes,
he does.
He does, but
trading more pieces, I don't like it. I don't like it.
But okay, it makes sense, yeah, trying to play against... You see, finally C3 is played. Okay, C3 had to be played. And that's why I wasn't sure if long castle or C3, King C2 is better.
Well, after King C2, Knight C1, he'll come back with the knight.
Yeah.
The white position is looking quite solid. Just the problem with the knight on B3.
Yeah, King C2.
Not for long.
King C6. Time for Knight C1. Yes, Knight C1 played.
Knight D3, B3, Rook E1.
Yeah. Black has to pose some problems. Levon also up on the clock.
But how?
Well, basically what Magnus is saying that with B6, C5 construction, I made sure that the bishop on G1 is shut out of the game, so I have something to rely on. Yeah, this is psychologically very important. 1:30, clock is ticking. He has to decide how to proceed. Rook F7. He wants to double.
He's behind in time.
Knight D3. Black doesn't really want to touch the D7 pawn.
But maybe B4 can also be a move.
B4 is definitely a move.
B4 is a move, yes.
Absolutely, it's a good move.
Every piece is kind of lined up for this. Trying to open up the bishop. Trying to find Black's pawn structure. It's also Levon style, yeah? He doesn't like to stay put, but who knows? He knows that he only needs a draw.
Bishop E3, bringing into life.
Yeah, but I'm not liking this Bishop E3.
I also don't like it.
The Rook on E4 is a bit strange, but maybe the Rook on E4 is perfectly placed. Who knows? It just makes a strange impression. It's all about the nerves.
Definitely. B4 still a very decent move. Rook E1, Bishop F4.
Yeah, but if he wanted to play B4, he would have done it before Bishop E3, and he proceeds with the so-called logical play. Bishop F4 provokes D6 on the board.
He does not want to take the bishop.
No, of course, yeah, he wants to keep some more. This King D7.
Okay, Rook E6 would be a problem to Knight F4 and Bishop E5 kind of things, possibly. What about C4? Knight E7 and Knight F5.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
A4.
You don't want to
A4.
weaken.
Improving
Stay flexible, yeah. Probably Black should trade one pair of rooks, I don't know, because this whole Rook F7, Rook F8 operation was not bringing any fruits.
Well, Rook E7 is possible if you want to exchange.
But it's a very sad move, yeah, when you are in a mastering situation. That's the problem. That's why he played Rook F7.
But you just said you want to exchange a pair of rooks.
Exactly.
I'm
desperate also.
idea.
You need to do something, right?
Yes.
What is Black going to do? And there you go.
Finally, Rook E7, yes. Now Magnus is kicking himself why he did not play Rook E8 at the beginning.
I'm not so comfortable with the bishop on F4.
Yeah, it looks solid at the moment, but long term it will be kicked away. And I like once we trade one pair of rooks, then the knight will start to shuffle, and maybe it will be transferred to E6. Yeah, knight C6, knight D8, knight E6, and then supporting G5 break and so on. There will be something, and Levon's clock is also ticking down.
Oh man, this is gonna be a scramble, guys.
29 seconds. He goes down only
Can
2
Levon
seconds.
keep his nerves?
And make good moves.
And make good moves.
Yeah. No, but now he's in a tough spot because black has a plan. This knight c6, knight d8, knight d6, Magnus would be so
and
happy.
It's easy to play.
Exactly. So the bishop moves immediately back.
So Levon woke up.
But allowing rook f3, knight f5. I guess you can handle that.
I don't know.
Wait a second. Levon is down to 7 seconds.
7 seconds. Didn't you see his movements? He was like, oh, what happened?
And rook g1.
But knight d5.
Knight f5, bishop f4, c4.
Knight e1, rook f2. Not funny for white.
Very passive now, but still
King
okay.
d1?
Still okay. Bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Knight g2.
Knight g2, smart.
Ooh.
Even with
Knight
4
G3?
seconds on the
What,
clock,
Knight G3?
he comes up with a move like this.
Takes, takes.
Takes g5.
Takes knight h3.
Knight h3.
Pawn is gone.
What is going on?
Pawn,
Magnus
knight on
so
h3.
angry.
That's
so
it.
Magnus,
He blundered.
He blundered the pawn.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Just when it looked like he has some chances.
Now white has all the chances.
Yeah, white is now.
But white has 3 seconds.
Oh, knight
And
e4,
rook
rook g2.
Rook g2.
Just in time.
But he cannot take the
No,
pawn
he
back
cannot take.
because then
He
it's
needs
a
to keep
draw.
playing, and the pawn is rushing forward.
And then at some point d3 will show up.
Yeah, the knight can jump back to the game to f3. Crazy.
Magnus about to be eliminated from the fight for the
Rook b1
championship.
now. Knight g5. Okay, professional move just too. Knight h7.
Knight h7,
Knight
knight
h7.
d7.
Knight d7 is still there.
Knight
the board
f8,
cannot keep up. The
Knight
board cannot keep up.
e5, knight h7. No.
Knight f4.
No!
No, he missed
Not
it.
knight
He
f4.
missed
He missed knight f4.
Oh, well,
He missed the
seconds
fork.
on the clock, you can't.
Oh my goodness, he missed the fork. That
Incredible.
Was the chance. That was the chance.
5 seconds to 3
Oh.
seconds. What's going on?
The
Will
king
be
is
there any
coming.
other blunder?
Knight takes
Rook
b2.
e4. Not rook e4. Knight c6.
Knight c6. a5.
a5.
Will he trade? No, knight a7. Oh my goodness.
What a nerve-wracking. Rook c4, b5. Oh, check and take on.
No, then.
No, they're already far more advanced, actually. Levon is up a pawn. Oh, is he? Yeah, he's up a pawn, and that's it. That's it.
Magnus cannot believe it.
Levon won. Levon won.
Wow. Incredible performance by Levon Aronyan.
Incredible performance. He cannot enjoy it. He has so much tension inside of him. What a day. What a
And
day.
there was the chance. There was the knight fork.
There was the chance.
Knight
There was the
f4.
chance.
Yeah, this will hurt Magnus the most. Yeah, that and he had some 8 seconds or something. He was
Yeah,
not down to
we
2
don't really
seconds.
know at this point, like time and.
What was going on today?
So
What an
Hikaru cursed
incredible,
Magnus.
unbelievable performance by Levon. What a day he went through. What kind of games he went through. And how he was able to play these 2 games in such a stable way
Exactly.
after his loss against Keimer. Unbelievable performance.
Incredible, yeah.
Wow, Magnus is out. He's
Magnus
not
is
going to be
out.
playing for the first place, nor the second, but of course he can still be number 3. He's in lead in the Grand Slam, so But of course, Magnus Carlsen, he's famous for his fighting spirit. He wants to win every single tournament because, after all, he's the highest rated player in the world. So he will not have a good night's sleep today because there were so many opportunities, moments which can come back in his nightmare.
Yes.
Today.
Starting with the Wesley game, yeah. That was, if he wins that game, there is nothing to talk about. It would have been a very smooth qualification.
Nicholas, can we ask you what were the highlights of this game, where things went wrong? What was the drama? Some of the drama moments, of course, we had a few of them, even though there was a start of a kind of a solid game, but still.
Yes, I think for the most part this game was very equal and solid, and then both players got down to seconds. And just having a 2-second increment, of course, means that anything can happen. And I think it was around this point where actually Magnus achieved a little bit of something. He has an active rook, position still equal. He should probably retreat the knight to e7. Instead, he went for g5, pushing forward, overlooking that after takes, there's knight h3. And now what he would need to do is play something like rook f3, knight takes g5, rook takes g3, but this would be an easy draw for Levon Aronian, so this would be not enough. Magnus played on. It was a wild affair where I believe at some point also Levon was just winning, and the moves came in so quickly, so let's see what happened here. Yeah, knight h7 was a nice move, but it didn't really work because black had knight d7 still. He should have maybe come around from the other side to go to h6. But anyway, knight h7 and trying to trade. And here, this was the moment. This was the moment where we could hear the audience gasp on the stage because of the rook takes d5. There was knight f4. Ending the game immediately, winning the rook with the fork. And Magnus missed it. Magnus missed it. Even if he takes on g7, he would be also winning because he keeps the fork in the position. Instead, he played rook e1. And yes, you're right, Peter. If I can trust this, he had 7 seconds right here.
He had 7 seconds.
So that was, he had enough time to spot it for sure. Instead, a nervy move, rook e1, a check that doesn't really help him. And I think he did not have another chance. Let me see. Knight b8. No. It looks like then actually there was no more chance to hold it and or to win it. There was maybe a chance to get a draw, but that didn't matter. Draw or loss, same result. Levon takes it and proceeds to the next stage, to the upper bracket. We will see more of Magnus Carlsen, but as Judith has pointed out, the most that Magnus can achieve in this tournament is the 3rd place. So he will be quite upset with himself.
Yeah.
It felt like everything went wrong after the first 2 rounds.
I have the feeling, we talked about this, that Magnus deserved the playoff. Yeah, because he beat Levon in the tournament in the 2nd round, and finally Levon deserves to qualify after playing such 2 games against Magnus Carlsen. No, very stable. However, in the 2nd game, Magnus again from nothing was putting pressure. Yeah, the reason why Levon's clock ticked on so much because there was no easy way to make a draw. Yeah, and it seemed like Magnus is about to make his magic work again, but then this blunder came with g5, and then the whole logic of the game disappeared. It was then just a wild time scramble. There was a chance finally. Yeah, there was this fork opportunity which will hunt Magnus. That's the biggest problem of this game. Yeah, if not rook d5, then he can somehow get over it, I believe. But like this, this is insane.
Well, absolutely. I think we can say we had a fascinating day. Before we say goodbye and we wrap it up, I would like to bring up on the screen the final standings for both groups, so we know who qualified for the fight to become the champion of the Grand Slam here in Las Vegas on Strip at Hotel Wynn. So we have Praggnanandhaa. He was basically the most convincing player because he collected a lot of points. And in the final rounds, he got a little bit tired, it seemed, or it didn't go so much on his way, though he tied for first, second, and third together with Abdusattorov. The Uzbek kids, Sindarov and Aronyan fought it out so hard in this group, and this is so unbelievable. When someone sees this cross table, might say, no, there is a misprint, what Magnus Carlsen is doing on the 5th place. But that was a huge drama, which we just witnessed.
Well, there was one very interesting remark by Hikaru also, that he felt like he was lucky that in his group there are not so many youngsters. Yeah, when we look at the standings, look at this Praggnanandhaa, Abdusattorov, Sindarov. Yeah, the youngsters, and we know them, Abdusattorov and Sindarov, they are also playing very fast, putting pressure on the clock. Praggnanandhaa, with his tremendous success this year, is basically the man to beat at the moment. Yeah, 2025 is his year. And yeah, Levon Aronyan kicking out Magnus Carlsen, the El Clasico playoff finally won by Levon, and yeah, that's it. Heartbreak for Magnus fans. But the tournament is such that we might be seeing plenty of Magnus in action.
Absolutely. Let's see Group B, who qualified, because there also we've seen a lot of actions. And at the end, Hikaru Nakamura beat Hans Niemann, because Hans Niemann was the leader basically all the way up to round 6, I think they played against each other. So that was the game when Niemann was playing very well, leading the tournament, but at the end, in the confrontation between each other in that game, Nakamura won, and this way Hans became only second, but I think no complaints for him, because all the players wanted to get in the top 4 to be able to fight it out for the title of the Grand Slam. And we see here Erigaisi, who did not have a great start in the beginning, right? And we see Fabiano, who finally only in the very last round in Game 7, he was able to score a full point.
Yeah, but he shows his tremendous class, yeah, that it did not go his way. The whole tournament, he never really showed his best. We haven't seen the last game. Maybe it was a very smooth game at the end. But finally, his class prevailed, and he managed to qualify. If you look at the cross table, then you get the feeling, Fabi qualified smoothly, right? Because there is a 1-point gap. Knowing what was happening in the tournament, with Sam Sevian, Ray Robson also having chance till the very last moment, till the last round, they put up tremendous fight. And yeah, Arjun Erigaisi caught fire, and he will be bringing that tailwind with him to the knockout stages.
Nicholas, what are your final thoughts of this very short day of about 9 hours? What are your favorite moments?
It was a tremendous day. I mean, we had so much action. We had spectacular moves. We had blunders, drama. We couldn't have asked for more than this finale here with Levon against Magnus, and we will have much more action with all of the players to come tomorrow. There's the next day with the upper bracket, the lower bracket. We'll see all of the players in action once again, and this was just the beginning.
Yeah. Peter, your final thoughts?
Yeah, well, my final thoughts, one question, what about move of the day? What happened?
Sure, let's do it, Peter.
Yes.
Let's do it.
So Magnus is queen sack against Levon?
No, I will.
No?
In spirit of the best performing player of the day.
Exactly. There we go.
Pick. And as Hikaru also highlighted himself, you know, if this game had gone differently, if he had lost that game, we're talking about the second round game between Sam Sevian and Hikaru Nakamura, his whole tournament could have gone differently. And Hikaru said himself, you know, this was, if he doesn't play this move, he's losing. And it was right in this moment White was attacking. So let's see the move of the day. White was attacking the pawn on G7. And, you know, a lot of players would say, all right, let me just go g6. But g6 would allow white to trade the bishops, and then you're left with a horrible bishop on g8, which doesn't have any perspective. White has a beautiful square on c5, and it's just strategically probably close to winning. So Hikaru played the ugly looking move bishop f8, but it is a very strong and powerful move because you're maintaining the bishop pair, protecting the pawn, and later on he brought out the bishop via h7, and in the end game Hikaru took over with the bishop pair, won this game, never looked back, and had a really successful day at the office with 6 out of 7 and qualified very convincingly to the next stage.
Yeah, brilliant games. Mistakes, fantastic moves, great savings, incredible day we had here. It was a great pleasure for me to be with you guys again. Great brainstorming what was going on in the different all kind of games, and we've seen incredible games, nerves, drama, and we're going to be following in the next day, so stay tuned. Thank you very much for being here locally in the playing hall, in our studio, and of course our online viewers. So this was definitely for me a very beautiful, most exciting day in Las Vegas. Maybe out there are a lot of things happening, but the nerve-wracking moments we had today, it was quite special. Thank you, and we are looking forward to welcome you again. Tomorrow we start local time 10:30. European time, 7:30 p.m. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was trying